Somerset start well with Goldsworthy ton. Lancashire have been there or thereabouts for most of the season and have now pulled to within 5 points of second-placed Hampshire in Division 1. Somerset's record-breaking form in the T20 Blast will give them added confidence heading to the idyllic setting of Southport and Birkdale CC this week. With deck chairs encircling the outfield and the ice cream vans doing a roaring trade, Somerset won the toss, decided to bat, but lost a wicket with just 9 on the board. Stephen Davis outcaught by Jones off the bowling of Bailey. They'd moved on to 15 when Bailey picked up another, and Jones took another great low catch. Renshaw the man to go. Somerset mounted a recovery, responding well to the early trouble. Lammonby and Bartlett kept plugging away and brought the 50 up with 4 flicked off the hip of the latter. Lammonby presented the face to Balderson. 4 down the ground took the partnership to 50. In came Morley for his first twirl of the game, and it took him just 2 balls to deliver. Bartlett bowled for 27 by the young Lancashire spinner. Goldsworthy stuck by the young Lancashire spinner. Goldsworthy stuck with Lammonby through to lunch, heading into the break on 89 for 3. They grew into the partnership after the break, the score up into triple figures when Goldsworthy whipped a single into the offside. It looked for all the world like Lammonby was going to cruise to a 50, but he was 8 runs short when Williams found his pads and he had to trudge off. Goldsworthy was now joined by James Rue, and the 18-year-old debutant flourished where the more experienced men before him had faltered. The duo struck up a solid partnership, worth 50 runs off 96 balls when Goldsworthy flicked a single into the leg side off Balderson. And shortly before tea, Goldsworthy moved to his 50, the timing perfection to Wells, just out of reach of the chasing fielder. When they wandered in for tea, the score was now 191 for 4. Somerset were in a decent position heading into the final session of the day. Shortly after the break, Goldsworthy guided Wood to third man to bring up the 200. Rue looked supremely comfortable at this level, and the teenager soon had the score to prove it. His maiden LV County Championship 50 brought up on debut with a picture-perfect reverse to Morley. The shot also took his stand with Goldsworthy to 100 runs. All good things come to an end, and with the score on 250, Rue's excellent debut was finished, outcaught by Bailey off the bowling of Williams for 70. In came Gregory batting alongside Goldsworthy, who was now surely starting to think about a century, which was his to savour in the evening Southport sun, up to the mark off 207 balls with his 15th boundary of a well-constructed innings. He and Gregory were still there at the close. Memories of Somerset's early season batting troubles now fading away as they finished the day on 297 for 5. A decidedly strong start from the visitors. They're already on course for a decent first innings total, but Lancashire will be confident of reining them in when they return for day 2.
Well, close of play day 1. What's your thoughts on the opening day?
We thought we did pretty well in that first session, and then probably for the most part of that second session as well. It's a real disciplined effort, and then probably just the back end of that second session, they got a couple of boundaries away, sort of 20-30 more than we would like, and then again worked hard in that last one. I feel like first session tomorrow morning will be key in terms of going forward in the game. A couple of early wickets and certainly put us in a box seat going forward.
So perhaps more just a little bit of them getting away towards the end of today?
A little bit, yeah. Not by any stretch of the imagination. You go a couple of poles early in the morning, and yeah.
In terms of the pitch, Will, how's it playing?
Usual day 1 stuff. There was a little bit in it early, and then it's flattened out after that. I think it'll be a really good batting day tomorrow in terms of the way that it plays, and then might spin a bit more after that.
Yeah, Lancashire have kind of say they plugged away pretty well there. Somerset have probably feel they've had the better of the day, but they're not kind of beyond you yet, are they? At 300 for 5. No,
and I mean we'll be coming out hot tomorrow morning, and yeah, like I said, trying to get a couple of poles early doors.
What does it feel like to be a fully fledged Lancashire player? Well, not just a short-term player.
Oh, look, I'm excited, and from my point of view, it's my mum's English, and well, it's an opportunity to utilise and be a part of her heritage, really.
Mm-hmm. It's, I guess, a big decision for you to make. I mean, I presume it took a bit of thinking over, or maybe not. Maybe you were instantly saying, yes, sign me up.
No, huge decision to make. Yeah, there was a lot of people I consulted with and talked through with, and Yeah, it was, like you said, massive decision.
Yeah, a bit of a life-changing decision, isn't it, I guess?
100%. Just sort of life over the other side of the world, and yeah, look, I'm excited for it. Excited to be a part of Lancashire and to be able to add to the rich history and heritage that Lancashire has.
What were the main factors, Will, that kind of swung it in favour of you signing this contract?
Look, I think can't go past the cricket in terms of the opportunity to play county cricket over here. Also, like my partner wanting to work over here, family over here as well. Like my whole mum's side of the family is here. Like number of factors in there.
Okay. Yeah. I guess the cricketing side of it is the main one, is it? Is it an opportunity you couldn't really turn down?
100%. Yeah. It's an opportunity to learn and grow and try and improve my game, and also be a part of a good culture and a good team.
Number to the left. Lewis Goldsworth. You spoke to him.
Yeah, indeed. He was obviously very it's made last century. Scoring it in a situation where it was really needed as well. And he and
a decade or so, that has been the way games have tend to unfold at Trafalgar Road. We shall see, though. Somerset looking for a big score, 400 plus. Lancashire will be hoping that the cloud cover this morning might just work in their favour, and a couple of nice early wickets in the first hour will do them a world of good. But really interesting first day in front of a terrific crowd. We're going to see Bailey to open up for Lancashire. From the Grosvenor Road end, he bowls. They have a forward defensive by Gregory. Gets a run, actually. There was a little bit of hesitation. He just dropped it into the offside, and they thought yes and thought no, and eventually agreed there was a single there. And the first run on the board this morning for Lewis Gregory, so he's on to 24, 298 for 5.
This is how pitches ought to play in Division 1 county cricket. Good batting pitch, which will just offer the spinners some help later on.
Bailey right arm over the wicket balls, but down the leg side to Goldsworthy, and there is no run. Yeah, well, I'm sure the ground staff and the club chairman will be pretty happy that first day went to plan. I suppose there's always a degree of uncertainty when you bring a game to an outground as to how the pitch will play, and that's one of the reasons that Southport dropped off the list, actually, was because of the pitch. As Bailey's in, and that's defended by Goldsworthy to extra cover, and there's no run. He was also utterly delighted when I spoke to Tony Elwood yesterday that there's every chance it'll go into a fourth day. He was pretty happy with that.
Yeah, it would be surprising now if it didn't go into a fourth day, because certainly the pitch played very well yesterday, and no reason to suppose it's going to be much different today.
So halfway through the first over of the morning, Bailey back in and bowling, left again by Goldsworthy and taken by Dane Villas. Lancashire are starting with a couple of slips. In fact, there's 3 of them, I think. There's 3 slips. There they are. There's Villas, the keeper, with the gloves on, then Luke Wells at first slip, Rob Jones, and then Keaton Jennings. Jones and Jennings are 2 tall men, and little Rob sandwiched in between the 2 of them.
Jones's cricket trousers could do with being sent to the laundry.
Bailey in and bowling to Goldsworthy, who defends back along the ground. There's no run.
He's got great streaks of mud down both the upper parts of both trouser legs.
I always get the impression with Rob Jones that he's a type of, I bet as a boy he was always mucky, but he was always rolling in the dirt, and his mum was telling him off. I guess I just get that impression with it. And he's just going to continue as an adult.
Don Bess is a bit like that.
Final ball of the first over, 298 for 5. We're underway, cloudy conditions, with Lancashire looking for wickets in this morning session. Lewis Goldsworthy unbeaten on 103, and Lewis Gregory on 24. So even with a little cloud around, there's a slight rain shower just before the start of play. But day 2 underway, Somerset 298 for 5.
We didn't get a replay of that last delivery, but I suspect the oohs and the ahs from the slips were designed to just disconcert Lewis Goldsworthy. I don't think he was quite as close to the off stump as the noise from behind the wicket would suggest. But it's a legitimate and commonly used tactic. So Will Williams is going to come into the attack from the Harrod Drive end. Still a few spots of rain around, but nothing to suggest that play is going to be halted just yet. It's a bit leaden overhead, the skies, unremittingly grey. Here comes Williams. He's bowling to Gregory, who thinks about playing that, decides against it, and lets it go through to Dane Villas. Lewis Gregory, who made 110 not out in his first inning, in his last innings in county championship cricket. That was against Surrey. He's having a decent season with the bat. As Williams turns at the end of his run, comes striding in. He's there and bowls, and again Gregory lets that go through. He is 3rd in the Somerset averages with 220 runs before this innings in 8 innings at 31.42, which is a decent return.
Yep.
Better than his career average, which is around about 23, 24. He's always been, well, he came into the Somerset side originally as more of a batsman than a bowler, and he's since developed into more of a bowler than a batsman. As Williams is in and bowls outside the off stump, and no shot again. So 3 deliveries, no need for the batsman to play a shot at any of them. We are in the 98th over, so the new ball is only 18 overs old, so it'll still be reasonably hard. Lewis Goldsworthy remarking, and I talked to James Rue as well, and they both said that the ball did get quite soft after 30 or so overs. Williams in bowls outside the off stump again. Will Williams, who has been playing club cricket for Bridgewater, and one of his teammates for Bridgewater will have been George Bartlett, and Will Smead as well. Will Smead not playing in this game. He's with the England Lions, who are taking on South Africa A today at Taunton. The England Lions being captained by Tom Abel, with Tom Banton also in the squad. Williams in bowls, and this time Gregory does have to play a shot and just plays it quietly back to the bowler. I gather it was stinking hot in Somerset yesterday, and I suspect it may be again today. And that game is it won't have official status as a List A international, because they're going to allow the sides to field more than 11 players.
Okay.
Williams bowls, and Gregory will pick up a single this time, as that just runs off an open face out into the offside to bring that over to a conclusion. So 2 runs have been added so far this morning, 299 for 5, both of those runs to Gregory. He's on 25, and Goldsworthy still on his overnight score of 103.
Terrific for those players, isn't it, to have that kind of that recognition. It's kind of the level below the senior England team, isn't it? So
yeah, it is.
They're doing things right, clearly.
Well, it shows the respect that Tom Abel's captaincy is held in by the powers that be in cricket, and he is an outstanding captain. Mentioned as a possible replacement for Joe Root. I never thought that was likely. He has to play his way into the side as a batsman.
Is he captain across all formats?
He is, yeah.
Bailey in and bowling, bit of width there, and that's swatted away towards where we're broadcasting from, and the ball's going to hit the big concrete block in front of us and deflect back on towards the heavy roller. And 4 runs, and that's the 300 too for Somerset, and it was muscled by Gregory through mid-wicket.
No, not all formats. He doesn't captain in the 50 over.
Oh,
he's playing with
yep.
Playing for the Manchester Phoenix. Is it
Originals?
No, Birmingham Phoenix.
Oh, okay. He was with the Originals last year, wasn't he? I think. It's Bailey in and bowling through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, he's with the Originals. Yeah, it's Will Smead who's with Phoenix. Tom Banton is Welsh Fire.
Excellent. 303 for 5. It's not far off starting. I have to get my head around some of the players in these teams. There's 100 back with us for a second year. Of course, the 50 over competition being played alongside it, and I absolutely loved watching the 50 over competition last year. And Bailey comes in and bowls, left by Gregory and through to the keeper. There's no run. Stephen Croft described it as a dads and lads competition.
Yeah, that's not far.
That's quite nice, that.
Yeah, that's very true.
Some of the old boys not quite picked up by the 100, and some of the younger lads not quite good enough just yet.
Well, we're expecting. I am expecting Ben Green to captain the 50 over side for Somerset, as he did very effectively last season. But it's always possible he may be snapped up if there's an injury to one of the players who's been slated for the 100.
Bailey bowling, just a handsome looking drive, but for no run. It's picked up at mid-off, hit it straight to Josh Barnum. God, that sounded good. It looked good as well, but it felt good for him.
Yeah.
Gets nothing for it. Remains on 29, 303 for 5.
He's a handsome stroke maker, is Lewis Gregory. That's the hallmark of his batting.
A little tap of the bat, and a couple of slips awaiting. Plays a ball that just appears to keep it just a fraction low. Just turns it off his pads just below knee height, out towards square leg for a single.
Who did you interview from the Lancashire side last night?
It was Will Williams.
Oh yes, we saw it just now. Yeah.
So
and what were his thoughts about yesterday's play?
He thought they bowled well in the morning and in the afternoon, and then he felt that the general feeling amongst the Lancashire players, as Bailey sends down the final delivery of the over and Goldsworthy plays a forward defensive and there's no run, 304 for 5. He felt that maybe after tea they got a little bit sloppy. And there's one or two 4 balls that weren't there in the morning and the afternoon session that were sent down. So he felt that maybe they just dropped below their standards after tea. But he felt in the main they kept plugging away, which I think is what we said, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
He thinks it's a good pitch. That's it.
Yeah, that certainly both James Rew and Lewis Goldsworthy said it. Pitch played very well. Right, we're going to have the 4th over of the morning, being bowled by Will Williams. It's 304 for 5. Williams is in and bowls, and Gregory gets one that he plays as if it bounced rather more than he was expecting. Hasn't been much in the way of inconsistent bounce on this pitch, but that one just seemed to spit a little bit off the surface at Gregory, but he doesn't give the pitch a prod. There's been very little prodding around at the pitch, has there? It's which is usually a sign that it is doing, just misbehaving occasionally. As Williams, under cloudy skies, is in to Gregory, back and across, turning that into the onside, thinking about a single, but it's not there.
They're playing everywhere today, apart from the game in Scarborough. There's a delay due to rain.
So are we on
Sports Extra?
Extra
with us for the early part of this, but a bit of rain around on the east coast. Delayed start for Yorkshire Surrey.
Well, there's another very good crowd here at Southport and Birkdale. Williams in, defensive shot from Lewis Gregory. People sitting in chairs all around the ground, most of them in shirt sleeves, because although it is cloudy, it is pleasantly warm. Conditions for watching cricket and indeed for playing cricket morning, as long as the rain holds off.
Yes, not much shelter around.
Stephen Croft to our right, just clapping his hands to encourage his teammates. Williams is in and bowls, and Gregory again watchfully forward, playing it up to mid-on. Gregory on 30. Goldsworthy still hasn't added to his overnight 103, but he hasn't had much of the strike this morning. Lewis Gregory having the lion's share. Ground staff don't appear to be, ground staff just sitting immediately to our right, don't appear to be poised, ready for action, which is a good sign. Williams bowls, and Gregory punches this into the offside, and there's a slight misfield there by Tom Bailey, which allows the batsman to cross for a single. It was actually a pretty good stop by,
I think he was, wasn't he? Yeah.
by Bailey.
He's a big lad, isn't he? He got down.
Yeah, he got down very well. 305 for 5. Gregory moves on to 31. We're going to be joined shortly by either
Yes.
Roland Butcher or Phoebe
Graham. Yeah. Depends if Butcher's off the phone yet or not.
Here's Williams in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Goldsworthy, who remains on that overnight 103. 305 for 5. The partnership between these two is worth 55 since the last wicket.
He's on.
Went down.
Butcher's ready. I'll make way.
Roland Butcher, Middlesex in England. His career spanning 18 years or so, from 1972 up, or 19 years I think, 72 to 91, which is arguably the greatest era of county cricket in England, when the overseas players would come across some of the best players in the world and spend an entire season, as Vivian Richards did for Somerset. Here comes Bailey to bowl to Gregory, back and across, turns it into the offside, won't get a run. Yes, back in 1977. Paul Edwards was showing me a newspaper cutting just before the start, reporting that that game in which Vivian Richards scored 189 out of Somerset's first innings of 305. As Bailey is in and bowls, defensive shot from Lewis Gregory. Good morning, Roland.
Yes, and good morning to you. And
Everything all well?
everything's perfect. Good to see. It's a little bit overcast, but still a good day for cricket. I think the bowlers will certainly enjoy this morning.
It's
more
a bit
than
cooler,
yesterday.
isn't it? Yeah. Hard work for a fast bowler yesterday. It's a quiet start. We've had just over a quarter of an hour as Tom Bailey is in and bowls, and Lewis Gregory defends. You must have seen a lot of Viv Richards in your time.
Yes, I saw too much of him.
Magnificent batsman. He was one of the few batsmen who could intimidate bowlers. Here's Bailey in and bowls, and this is hit hard into the offside by Lewis Gregory, but straight to the fielder, so he doesn't get a run.
Yeah, I think Viv had that ability to even intimidate them before he faced the ball. Just by the way he swaggered to the crease, and his antics were self-confidence.
Like a light heavyweight boxer, wasn't he? He'd come out swinging his bat, and there was a real air of intent, almost a menace. Bailey's in and bowls, and this is played again very pleasantly by Lewis Gregory, but straight to Josh Bohannon at mid-off. As a yellow train passes the ground on its way from Liverpool to Southport.
Well graffitied.
I don't think it is graffiti, actually. I think it's meant to look like
You think
that.
so?
Yeah, I thought it was graffiti at first. I think it's a bit of modern design. Bailey is in and bowls, and Gregory lets that go through outside the off stump, and I fancy that was a maiden over from Tom Bailey. 305 for 5 at the end of it. Gregory on 31, and Goldsworthy still on his overnight score of 103.
Yeah, Gregory's looking quite solid this morning. Ball hitting nicely in the middle of the bat, particularly when he's on the drive or for defensive, so that's always a very good sign. And it's a nice morning, I think, for the seam bowlers. I'm now having a look at your yellow train to see whether I'm still seeing the graffiti, but cannot be sure whether it's designed.
Here's another over from Will Williams to Lewis Goldsworthy, and I've just had a tweet from Ian Shepherd, who masterminds the Always Look on the Bright Side of Life podcast, and he says that Green has been confirmed, Ben Green has been confirmed as the Royal London One Day Cup skipper for Somerset. Ben Green not making the cut for this game, but he captained Somerset very well in the 50 over competition last year, and that's not a surprise. It's what he deserves. Williams in and bowls, and Goldsworthy is forward defensively. Do tweet us. I'm at AntGib, and Roland, you are on Twitter.
I am, but there's no
Can't
point in
remember
asking me.
But you can catch Roland on Facebook as well, can't you? And
Yeah. I'm on Twitter as well, but
yeah. And I'll come back to that after this, just to correct something I said earlier. Is Williams in and bowls to Goldsworthy, who plays no shot. Yeah, Tom Abel he was with the Manchester Original, so originally an original, but he's now with Phoenix alongside Will Smead. So that's cleared that up. Thank you to, who was that, to Jamie Thomas. Thank you, Jamie, for sorting that out. Here it's 305 for 5. Will Williams, tall New Zealander, is bowling to Lewis Goldsworthy, a short Cornishman, and that's just dropped into the offside. And again, he won't get a run. Good over this from Williams, making the batsman play and offering nothing loose. What did you make of the Lancashire bowling yesterday?
well, yesterday in the circumstances, I think they bowled as well as they could. I think conditions were good for batting, so it was really hard for the seam bowlers, but they kept at it.
Williams in again, he's in and bowls, and slightly loose shot this time from Goldsworthy, going for off drive, the ball squirting off the inner half of the bat out into the onside, no harm done. But just a moment of uncertainty, goes and gives the pitch a prod. There hasn't been much pitch prodding, has there, which suggests it is a pretty good track.
Yeah, the track has played really well. No alarms really. The batsman has been pretty much in control of the entire situation.
Williams again, outside the off stump, no shot from Goldsworthy, and that's another maiden over, 2 maidens in succession, 305 for 5, 31 to Gregory and 103 to Goldsworthy. There is some rough from the bowler's footmarks, which may come into play tomorrow and certainly on the 4th day. Offer a little bit to Amar Verdi, who's been drafted into the Somerset side in the absence of Jack Leach. Can't get into the Surrey first team in the Championship, so he'll be turning out for Somerset. Something that you don't have any problem with.
Not at all. I think it's better that someone is playing than not playing.
Here's Bailey into Gregory, plays that from the crease out into the offside. Several people around the ground have asked me how come Amar Verdi is playing for Somerset. But he's just on, as far as I'm aware, he's just on a 1-game loan, because Jack Leach, I guess, will be back with Somerset for the game against Yorkshire at Taunton next week.
You often wonder why perhaps Somerset didn't expose a youngster just like they did.
Well, here's Bailey in and bowls, and this is driven very nicely by Lewis Gregory, but there's a sweeper out on the cover boundary, so it's just a single, 306 for 5. Somerset haven't really got another spin bowler. Max Waller, the leg spinner, is only on a white ball only contract, and of course Dom Bess has gone to, went a couple of seasons ago to Yorkshire. So there isn't really I can't think of an up-and-coming young spinner who could be given his chance. That's outside the off stump. They've got Roloff van der Merwe, of course, to bowl a slow left arm, and Lewis Goldsworthy can bowl slow left arm as well. So they're not short of spin options.
Doesn't appear to be great planning then, does it?
Well, I think
he must allow for injuries, etc.
Yeah, it's just the way it goes. There are very few young off spinners around the country, at the moment, and those that there are, like Amar Verdi, can't always get into the first team, as that's driven up to Bohannon at mid-off by Goldsworthy, 306 for 5. And spinners' options are limited, because it's not very often that you will find a pitch which would justify playing 2 full-time spinners, if you like, rather than a spinner, an out-and-out spinner, and probably someone who's predominantly a batsman who also bowls a bit of spin. This is outside the off stump, no shot from Goldsworthy, which of course is the situation at Surrey. I mean, Daniel Moriarty has usurped Amar Verdi as their main spin option, slow left arm, and then they've got Will Jacks, for example, who is predominantly a batsman but can bowl a bit of spin as well.
Yeah. Well, I was just talking to a very fine off spinner, John Embry, who's still playing. He's off to a game right now, so he could be on call.
Yeah, great bowler. Here's Bailey in and bowls, and that's defended from the crease by Lewis Goldsworthy, who still hasn't added to his overnight 103. He's been out there for 25 minutes or so this morning, but he was very patient at the start of his innings yesterday morning, when Somerset were in a spot of bother, having lost the first couple of wickets, and he just got the feel of the situation, the pitch, and just gradually played his way into that innings.
Yeah, the bowling's been good at him today. The ball pretty straight. They haven't really given him any room, so he's had to be pretty much defending most of the time. I'm looking over here to the hospitality area because I'm looking for Jack Simmons, who told me he's going to be here today.
Is Williams in a bowls, and this is driven by Gregory, but fielded off his own bowling by Will Williams. So where's John Embry playing, or who's he playing for?
He's on his way to Windsor to play a game, so that would be at the Royal Household today.
Yeah. Good stuff.
But he's still playing. Ember's still playing every week, so probably can't move around the field too well. But
how old would he be now?
Ember's has got to be
60?
69.
Is he really as old as that? Yeah. Here's Williams in bowls. And Gregory hits this in the air without timing it particularly well. It's going to run away for 4 runs nonetheless. Not entirely a convincing shot, that from Lewis Gregory, but it brings him 4 runs, takes the score on to 310 for 5, and he moves on to 36.
Wasn't hitting it in that direction, but the intent was positive. He was going down the ground, which shows that he must be in pretty good nick if he's contemplating lifting the ball over the infield.
Here comes Williams again to Gregory, back and across, drives it away, and a good half stop. Ball is still going away down towards the boundary. Josh Bohannon, good piece of work out in the deep, and Gregory comes back for the 2nd run. That was a good piece of cricket there.
Yeah, good cricket there. Lovely shot. Terrific stop. It saved it going for 4. Then the recovery. Chased it down. And there again we saw where the change in the game has. That's the modern part of the game.
Yep. Williams to Gregory. Lets that go through outside the off stump. Yeah, standards of fielding are universally high these days. We were saying yesterday, there are very few poor fieldsmen around these days. Even the biggest fast bowler will dive around in the outfield, sometimes at considerable risk to their own. You know, when you see these big fast bowlers hurling themselves towards the boundary boards, it's not always very sensible. This is driven by Gregory handsomely away through the offside. What a lovely shot that was. Absolute classical off drive, over pitch from Williams, but beautifully dealt with by Lewis Gregory. Brings him another 4 runs, takes him on to 42, 316 for 5.
Yeah, that's a glorious shot, really. The length was right, but the timing, execution of the shot was spot on. Good extension of the arms and the placement.
Absolute textbook, wasn't it? Williams tries again. He's there and bowls. Most expensive over of the morning. 10 runs taken from it, all by Lewis Gregory. 316 for 5. Time for me to do one more over, because Scott is just about to do his report for BBC Lancashire.
Yes, and Gregory's looking in terrific form. I mean, every ball seems to hit the middle of the bat. Nice sound on it. His frame of mind seems to be one of being very positive, and I think this is just the right time really for Somerset to accelerate, because you know he's moved on very quickly this morning. He looks in good touch.
He does. He's responsible for all 19 of Somerset's runs this morning as Goldsworthy, who hasn't had much of a strike, but hasn't added to his 103 in the first half hour this morning. That won't bother him. He's a phlegmatic young cricketer. Batted very well yesterday. Paul Edwards in the Times describing the partnership between him and Rue as shrewd, as this is driven up to mid-on. Shrewd, intelligent and pragmatic. They were playing the ball, each ball on its merits. 316 for 5. Lots of people in the Southport and Birkdale cricket chairman's marquee immediately to the right of us. Nice buzz of conversation around the ground as Bailey bowls to Goldsworthy, who drives that nicely, but well fielded by Bohannon at mid-off. It's quite deep at mid-off. That ball fairly sped off Goldsworthy's bat. He's timing it nicely, just not being offered anything in the way of a loose delivery, is
yeah,
they're bowling very well at him.
They bowl well at him. They've kept the length back. That's perhaps the fullest of the deliveries. It was nicely driven, but couldn't get the placement right. But I think generally they have kept him in check with some good bowling.
Bailey's not happy with the ball. What a surprise. Showing it to umpire Hartley. Perhaps one of just a little bit of, he's pushing it through, seeing if it'll go through his ring.
It's not dropping through, so
no.
He's having a chat with his partner, but
James Middlebrook has now got the ball, and we're going to have a box full of balls coming out for the umpteenth time. I don't know what it. I'm just trying to see what's wrong with it on the live stream, but it clearly has gone out of shape.
I mean, he was feeling it, but it's probably a little bit soft.
Yeah.
Probably lost the shape as well.
Two batsmen have a chat with Ben Green, who's 12th man for Somerset in this game, in his high-vis gilet. Meanwhile, umpire Middlebrook is studying the box of balls that he's been presented with. Gives me the opportunity, might as well hand over to Scott with a few words from, first of all, from Ronan Butcher.
Yes, good morning so far for Somerset. Just continuing where they left off yesterday. Another good partnership developing. That really has been the hallmark of the Somerset innings after the loss of the first couple of wickets. The middle order batsmen have all featured in very good partnerships. That has ensured that Somerset certainly find themselves in an excellent position at 316 for 5. They've now got two set players in Goldsworthy, who scored a very good 100 yesterday, and Gregory an excellent 42. And good morning to you, Scott.
Good morning, Butch. Here's Bailey then with a different ball in his hand, in and bowling. That's off the back foot and pushed away into the offside, and there is no run. Are you well, Butch?
I'm very well.
How was your evening in Southport?
Very quiet. I took a walk out the front, looked at the geese and the mohens and all the other lovely birds that had out on the water.
Bit of nature this morning, though.
Well, that was yesterday. That was last night.
Oh, so last night, sorry, last night
I walked out.
Bit of nature.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
There's Bailey in and balls again. Little flick out towards square leg. Good looking shot. With Morley positioned at deep square leg. Gets a single. Score moves on to 317 for 5.
Yeah, lots of geese, etc., etc. There were some people who obviously spend their time, perhaps on a regular basis, feeding them. So
right.
It was a bit of a frenzy. There were hundreds of birds being fed, and it was very quiet and enjoyed it.
Nice.
Very nice. And it's right opposite the hotel, so that's even better.
That's handy. I was reading an article in the paper yesterday about there's a problem in some parts of the country with seagulls becoming increasingly more vicious in search of chips and things. Bailey in and balls down the leg side and taken by Dame Villas, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. It was a long one. It involved a ball change. But 317 for 5, Goldsworthy 104 and Gregory on 42.
Yeah, just the one run off that over. I think the seamers have been pretty good so far this morning. They have certainly kept things in check, apart from Gregory, who has played a couple of lovely shots. Previous over, that extra cover drive was exquisite. But Goldsworthy has just had to defend for his life as the sun breaks through here, Sean. Scott, I think once it comes through, it's going to be like yesterday, I would imagine.
Well, fear not. I've got the sun cream again, and you've got your hat.
No, I survived yesterday.
Here's Williams in a bowling. That wraps the pad. Big appeal for LBW. He may well have hit it.
That was a vociferous appeal.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah.
Will there be a replay?
Big shout from Williams. We welcome listeners to Sports Extra, or from Sports Extra, to Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. We've had 35 minutes of play with Roland Butcher alongside myself, Scott Reed. And the first real shout of the morning, that wasn't it? Williams up appealing for an LBW. Goldsworthy on strike. It's fighting full, but onto the pads and flicked away beautifully for 4. Behind square. It's a lovely looking shot from Goldsworthy. He moves to 108 and the score moves on to 321 for 5.
Yeah, just using the pace of the delivery. The direction of the ball was outside the leg stump, which allowed the batsman to just whip it away, but the timing was very good. He's got a more of a fine leg than a deep square leg, and it's very fast outfield. He gets himself another boundary.
Yeah, that raced again to the boundary rope. Williams in bowls to Goldsworthy. Plays forward. The ball deflects off the inner half of the bat. Ricochets away towards square leg, and he comes back for 2 more. Moves on to 110 not out. The score moves on to 323 for 5. We're in the 106th over.
Yeah, positive running. It's good delivery. Actually cut that to the right-hander, but got the inner half of the bat. Good piece of fielding, but batsman just ran hard.
Williams 6 off the over so far. Balls to Goldsworthy, who he's beaten on this occasion. That's a good ball. Plays forward. Ball nips past the edge of the bat into the gloves of the keeper.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, it looks as if it's straightened somewhat. Goldsworthy just have the look where that one perhaps would have pitched, would have been very much on the length, as we see one of your seagulls there.
Watch out for that one. Tell you that'll get you. The article that I was reading said, as Williams comes in and bowls, and that's driven nicely through the offside. It beats cover. Bohannon from mid-off is chasing after it. They've already come back for a second. And it will just be 2. Bohannon did well to catch up with that. Score moves on to 325 for 5. Yeah, this article I was reading said this one particular... There was a quote from Dan Walker, you know, the presenter. And he was on a... I think he said he was on a beach in Brighton, which is where I was mauled by a seagull. And this article said that Dan Walker had his battered sausage nicked.
Well, listen.
Nothing's safe.
Yeah, listen, things are hard for the seagulls as well, you know, not just for humans.
Williams bowls again. It's a straighter ball and off stump, and it's defender back down the pitch, and there is no run. That completes the over. It was a good one, wasn't it, for Somerset? 8 coming off it. 325 for 5, so 106 overs gone. 75 run partnership between these two as well now, which started late last night and has continued through the first 40 minutes this morning.
Yeah, and a pretty quick one in just over an hour and a half, so you know that's pretty good going. That really has been the feature of Somerset's innings, and certainly through the middle order, that they've been able to build partnerships, and that's really helped them to be in this healthy position.
Yeah, it's not been just quite the morning that Lancashire would have hoped for just yet. Been a pretty solid one, hasn't it, for Somerset? 297 to 325 in the first 40 minutes, and no real alarms. There's been that one LBW shout, and that's been about it, really. Forward defensive from Gregory, just half a shuffle forward, played it strongly and firmly away into the offside for no run. Bailey continuing from the Groves and the road end. The ground is nicely full again. Ice cream vans on the far side of the ground. There's different outlets behind us. The Bard was doing a busy trade last night.
Yeah, I made a trip over there yesterday. I'll tell you about it in a minute.
Oh, now this is in search of your rum and raisin. It's Bailey balls, and that's a nice shot played off the pads by Gregory, but to wide mid on, and there's no run.
Yeah, it was a trip of futility, actually. I made the walk over to the far side to get my ice cream as promised all day. Took the money out then to be told it's card only. I mean,
card only?
Card only for ice creams. Can you imagine that?
Oh, goodness.
Oh, no wonder the seagulls are attacking people.
Card only. You think you'd be happy for the change? Bailey in and bowling. A little shuffle down the pitch by Gregory, trying to flick it to the leg side. He had not got a clue where the ball had gone. It deflected off some part of his body. There's no bat on it. Deflects away to the offside for a leg by.
Yeah, he was clipping that one down the wicket, looking to clip that one through or over mid-wicket. Obviously no chance of an LBW decision. But yes,
Oh,
I was told card only for
And
250 ice cream. Can you imagine that?
And you didn't have a card with you?
Well, it was back here. I wasn't going to come back and go back again.
Butch, that's disappointing. Feel bad for you. But now you know. So later today you can go across prepared, can't you?
Yeah, I think if I do that, I will be prepared.
And did you ask about the rum and raisin?
Well, I looked at his shopping list and there was no need to ask.
Okay. Bailey over the wicket, balls. That's flicked away off the hip. It's a lovely time shot from Goldsworthy through mid-wicket. He comes back for two. You may have heard the stomps of the feet of Jack Morley just in front of us as he did catch up with the ball. They have run two. It's a 328 for 5. So on that little list on the ice cream
there we
bar,
are, that list there. Doesn't say round raisin
it doesn't.
anywhere.
Oh, no.
So, Mr. Kelly, I suggest that you take cash and increase your offer.
Bailey to Goldsworthy. A little flick of the wrist just snaps the ball away towards mid-wicket, but for no run. Oh dear. 328 for 5.
Previous delivery, 2 runs to Goldsworthy. It was just a flick of the wrist. Just got and it came almost 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Just a little turn of the wrist.
Timed it beautifully, didn't he?
There's a short ball come in. There's a deep long leg put out.
Let's find out. No, he's pushed it full and he hops back and defends safely enough back down the pitch, and there is no run. End of the over. These two have bowled unchanged so far for Lancashire. 45 minutes of play, so might well be due a first change.
I mean, Scott, I have questioned Lancashire's thinking at times, and again I'm going to question it this morning.
Okay.
Because you've got nice overcast conditions. I mean, I would let loose my quickest bowler in these conditions. I wait till it's sunny and flat wicket. You know, I'm going to use the atmosphere. Let him go. Instead, they go with their tried and trusted. But maybe that's the Lancashire way this year.
And Williams to continue. Bowls, and again Gregory comes down the pitch towards him and flicks the ball out to mid-wicket where Luke Wells fields, and there's no run. So you'd want to see a bit of Luke Woodward, would you? Is that what you
Well,
think?
the first thing this morning, it's overcast. I mean, it is. Let him go. Let him run in and bowl as fast as you can. Try and nip 1 or 2 batsmen out. Then you can always return to your tried and trusted.
Down to 1 slip. There's Gregory off the back foot, tries to pull the ball. Doesn't really time it. He does get it to the leg side, but only by 4 or 5 yards towards square leg. And there's no run.
Williams did really well there, actually. It is follow through. Didn't just deliver the ball and stop still. He kept going. If it wasn't for Williams, there would have been an easy single there.
328 for 5. Williams bowling for Lancashire. The Harrod drive end. We've got Goldsworthy on 114. Gregory on 42. Williams bowls again, and that's heaved away behind square on the leg side. Out towards deep backward square leg, and he's caught. And Gregory departs for 42. And Jack Morley with the catch for Lancashire on the deep backward square leg boundary, and it breaks a good partnership between these two worth 78. Somerset lose their 6th wicket. 328 for 6. Gregory's gone for 42. Caught Morley, bowled Williams.
Yeah, Gregory's just looking to up the ante. He really got hold of that one. He struck it perhaps a little bit too well. He would have preferred he didn't hit it that well. He hit it flat. But unfortunately for him, it went straight to Morley. I think 4 or 5 yards either side, and he would have picked up a boundary. But instead, Williams gets a wicket, and an important one too.
Yep. First breakthrough of the morning for Lancashire. Thanks to Butch. We're going to take a break. We've got 4 of us today, which is excellent. Myself and Anthony. We've got Roland Butcher and Phoebe Graham, Lancashire Thunder player, who's here on Saturday, actually. She's here playing. It's unavailable for me to do T20 finals day. Not that I'm bitter about that. And she does have a proper job. She's a proper player. Can't just waltz down to Edgbaston at a whim of a text message from me saying that you were available for finals day. 3:28 for 6, breakthrough for Lancashire. And a good morning, Phoebe. How are you?
Good morning. I'm very well, Scott. How are you doing?
Great to see you. Great to see you.
It feels a long time since I've been doing a little bit of comms with you, so it's nice to be back.
Yeah, must be a T20 match somewhere. I don't know which one.
I think it was at Trent Bridge.
Ah, okay, right. Yeah, that was a good win for Lancashire that night, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, we had Kevin Howells with us, didn't we?
We did indeed, yeah. So it's been, it was quite an entertaining second half, wasn't it, from Lancs?
There's Williams in and bowling. It's a handsome-looking drive to mid-off, and there is no run. Van der Merwe, the new batsman for Somerset. Lancashire needed that breakthrough, didn't they? They
did indeed. Gregory was starting to look like he was trying to up the tempo there with the bat, and luckily with Lancashire's patience with the seam bowlers and persisting to get that breakthrough wicket, it was good to see Lancs actually break through this morning.
2 slips in the gully back in place, but I don't know whether someone was moving behind the bowler's arm or the bowler just didn't feel quite right and he pulls away. We'll have to start again, all the way back to his bowling mark.
I think it's meant to be quite a flat pitch out there and runs galore, isn't it? So I'm sure with the overcast weather, the seam bowlers were hoping for a little bit more nibble and movement in the ball this morning, but it hasn't seemed to be the case with the new ball.
No, that's what I'm wondering whether we might see a little bit of that. Van der Merwe was playing a forward defensive, just pushed away into the offside for no run. Nipped about a little bit yesterday morning, but not been much today, and you think the conditions would be suitable for it.
I know, when you look at the conditions, grey and overcast, you'd expect a little bit more movement in the ball. And I think Lancashire were able to get that wicket through the impatient and probably trying to push on from Gregory, rather than the ball necessarily doing too much.
Williams over the wicket and balls. It's a forward press from Van der Merwe. Pushed along the pitch, no run.
You'd think Somerset at some point will be thinking, when do we retire? When do we declare? And at what point do we actually crack on with the score? Because they're at a very comfortable position here, 328 for 6. And they'll probably be looking at the 400+ mark, would you say, this morning?
Yeah, I think so. I think Lewis Goldsworthy said to Anthony Gibson last night that they kind of had 400 as almost being kind of a minimum requirement from the position that they're in. 5 down, was 100 runs away from that 400 mark. So yeah, I think if they're all out below 400, I think they're quite disappointed with that.
Yeah, and they've not been too successful this year, Somerset, in the 4-day comp, so they'll be looking to...
The back foot just pushed away into the offside by Goldsworthy. There's no run.
Yeah, they'll be looking to score big against Lancashire, who are now 3rd in the table, and try and set that foundation for what could be a really interesting, high-scoring 4-day game.
Yes, the Southport and Birkdale chairman, Phoebe, was delighted at the prospect of it going to a 4th day. He was pretty happy with that. Get him in again on the 4th day. Get some beer sold. Get some tickets sold. There's Bailey in. Forward again, Goldsworthy goes, pushing away to the offside, no run.
Well, yeah, there's a fabulous crowd here today. I was really impressed as I walked into the club just how lively the atmosphere is and how family orientated it is. It's a really nice club atmosphere and it feels really family focused, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's nice to be back. It's 4 years since Lancashire last played here. A game against Worcestershire back in 2018. The last time they played here. Always had good crowds in previous games. Just hopping back into the crease is Goldsworthy and playing it away to the offside for no run. And you're here on Saturday, aren't you? So you're playing here Saturday?
We are, yeah. We're here on Saturday, 10:30 start against the South East Stars. So that'll be our 3rd game in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint campaign. We'll be looking to get a win on the board.
How are you assessing your start?
There's been some positives, but
Okay.
unfortunately we've lost 2 out of 2.
Yep.
I think we're just ready for our luck to turn.
Bailey in bowling and left by Goldsworthy. Taken by the keeper, there's no run.
So yeah, there's lots of positives to take from batting partnerships, bowling spells, but it's like everything with cricket. When you're on a losing streak, it's really hard to change that energy, change that momentum, and piece the jigsaw puzzle together to make sure the batting innings complements the bowling innings. So hopefully it can all come together on Saturday.
328 for 6. And Goldsworthy drives out into the offside, picked up at extra cover, and there is no run. And of course you were without a certain Emma Lamb.
Yeah, she's had an absolutely fabulous maiden test 100 with England. So what a superstar she is and will continue to be with the England shirt on.
Fantastic. I had one eye on commentating here yesterday and the other firmly on the scores coming through from the one day to see whether or not she would how she would progress. But yeah, congratulations to Emma. Bailey bowls again down the leg side to Goldsworthy. Villas takes the catch. And maybe he wasn't too far away from just connecting with a bit of bat there, Goldsworthy. Maybe a bit of kidology from the Lancashire wicket-keeper and captain. It concludes the over, though. So we've had 109. And it's 328 for 6. That partnership dominating the innings of 145 between Goldsworthy and Rue. But 78 between Goldsworthy and Gregory. Started last night and eventually ended this morning. We've got the old ground staff on with this piece of equipment that I've no idea what you call it, but it's just hammering away into the ground. It's a big basher.
The stomper.
I like that.
Yeah, it was a great partnership this morning, wasn't it? 78 run scores. I'm sure Lancashire were really chuffed last night to get that wicket, to get Somerset 5 down, and they were just unable to create anything this morning to break through and get through the Somerset attack.
Well, the stomper is not quite doing the trick just yet. Continuing to stomp away with it. Do like this when everyone's looking on it. The umpire is peering down. Louis Goldsworthy is looking at it. Will Williams wants his say.
I think this must be the most precious part of the groundsman's job, when he has to run on with that tool as well. It looks quite a heavy piece of equipment.
Take some carrying off that, won't it? Look at that. Looks like something from the Victorian era or something, isn't it? Weird device you'd find in a wine cellar or something like that. Watched too many weird period dramas or something. There's Williams in a bowling. Again, there's an appeal, but wasn't massively convincing as Van der Merwe went onto the front foot, tried to flick it away into the onside, no run.
Good delivery there from Williams, just attacking the stumps. First up to Mer. I think it's really important to put pressure on this new bat, because this will be where they'll be looking to break through Somerset's attack.
Yeah, they've got themselves an opening now, haven't they, with ending that partnership. Can they jump in and make the most of it? Again, this wraps the pad of Van der Merwe. It's dropped away into the offside. There's no run. 328 for 6.
There's a bit more energy in the Lancashire field now as well, with Van der Merwe, the new bat in, not looking as comfortable and as set. It feels like there could be a couple of opportunities and chances in the next few overs.
Well, they've been at a premium really in the match so far. Batters working hard yesterday for their runs, but too many chances created over the course of the day. Oh, that's flicked with a bit of Caribbean flair to it. Up and over square leg. I think he's gone for 6. It has. It may have cleared the ground.
Brilliant, that's come from nowhere, hasn't it? 2 very questionable forward defences from Van der Merwe, and then flicks one off his legs for 6, straight over square leg.
I think it's on the train track. Oh dear, look at this for a shot. Forward defence, then onto the front foot, back foot up in the air and flicking it high over square leg for 6.
You almost wonder what the briefing's been from the captain coming into bat here, don't you? Defend it if it's straight, if it's not, give it some.
Yes.
Get us to 400 as quickly as possible.
Well, yeah, could well be that strategy. I think the ball's been retrieved. I'd given up on it. I thought he had cleared that little green fence and it was on the Liverpool to Southport train line, but it's obviously not quite reached the train line. There was a game here I was reading a report of a match between Lancashire and Somerset in a game here a few decades ago. Van der Merwe goes back and works the ball up towards mid-on for a single, and Sir Viv Richards was playing here for Somerset, and he got a big score, 180 odd, and the match report was saying how many times he cleared the fence and got onto the train track. He said it was happening all the time. New ball after new ball needed as Viv Richards just smacked it out the ground.
That would have been a game to come down to watch, wouldn't it?
Yeah, there have been some good names played here over the years. Here's Williams bowling. That's cut. Oh, just over gully. Down towards the boundary for 4 more. It's Tom Hartley who's on there as a 12th man for Lancashire. They've put their tallest, haven't they, behind the batter with Jennings, Wells and now Hartley. But it was too high for him. Up and above Hartley.
Oh, yeah. If Hartley only had an extra 6 inches on him, I think that could have been a possible catch. But it's just clipped over Hartley. Goldsworthy's put his hands through that to really make contact and probably try and drive that through backward point, and it's just captured the edge. There's a lot more intent now from the Somerset batters.
Yeah.
It feels like a few more chances may come, but the runs will come as well, so a bit more excitement for the Southport crowd.
Yes, it's a good one too. They'll be hoping for a bit of both today, won't they? Somerset batting, Lancashire batting. This is a late cut down to 3rd man for 4 more. Oh, blimey, Glenn Chappell's up. Steady on. Goodness. He was up like a flash then, wasn't he?
I was going to say, a lot of the crowd here today almost feel like fielders. They're that close to the boundary line, and Glenn Chappell's up and down. Oh.
Dearie me. Never lose it. He was up quickly then, wasn't he?
I think he was trying to save the spectators, but probably ended up putting them in more danger.
343 for 6 at the end of the... oh, that's quite a busy one, wasn't it? It's quite dramatic. They had a big hit for 6 in it and a couple of 4s, and we've had Glenn Chappell fielding on the boundary.
LBW appeal as well, yeah.
Yep. Plenty going on. Coming up towards the conclusion of the first hour of play. On Lancs TV, on the BBC Sport website and app, on 5 Sports Extra, because the Yorkshire-Surrey match, I think it's still raining, in Scarborough. There's Bailey over the wicket, swinging a miss from Van der Merwe, who clearly has come out with a bit of intent here, hasn't he?
Yeah, definitely, and that was a fantastic delivery from Bailey. A lot of late away swing there. Van der Merwe's just thrown his hands through it to drive through the covers and missed the nibble in the ball there.
Wasn't too far away. He's good fun to watch, isn't he, Van der Merwe, when he gets in. And if he wants to come out here when he's got a bit of a licence from the skipper to play a few shots, this could be quite lively, this hour leading up to lunch.
I think so too, because I think Lancs you can see with the body composure that they're ready for a wicket. They're changing the field a little bit here to get cover in straighter and open up that extra cover option for Van der Merwe.
Barely in, balls. Well, I think it was a LBW to begin with, and the ball comes off some part of the bat, it loops away into the offside, and mid-appeal he then turns around thinking that someone might be able to catch it in the gully, but the ball lands safe, and the LBW appeal stopped almost as quickly as it started. And there's no run.
Yeah, so it's just Bailey's left cover completely open here for Van der Merwe to throw his hands through it, but also got 2 catches in. So he'll be looking for a nick there from Van der Merwe with the intent that he's come out to bat with.
Bailey bowls, Van der Merwe turns the ball across the pads out towards mid-wicket. Up comes Luke Wells to field, and there's no run.
Wonder at what point they will turn to their spinning option. They seem to be creating a few chances with the seam up at the moment. It's been a big shift from Bailey and Williams this morning, hasn't it?
Yep. It has, yeah, the ball through the first hour. You see Luke Wood actually, he's doing a few stretches. But mid-on is Bailey in and bowls, and Merv just pushing forward towards Wood. And there is no run. 3:43 for 6 in the Somerset first innings. We don't have much sunshine at the minute.
No, I was told to bring my sun hat today as well, wasn't I?
Yeah. Well,
I think yesterday was quite the scorcher, wasn't it?
absolutely baking yesterday. Slapping on the factor 30. And the Merv drives up and over. The ball was heading down towards the boundary, and that's 4 more.
That's a lovely straight drive there, and it's gone.
Someone's beer.
It's gone directly into one of the spectators' beers. The ball will be absolutely drenched.
Oh, that's lovely.
Tom Bailey's looking at it. I wonder whether he'll have a bit of taste of that.
That's gone. Oh, has he deflected off something straight into the beer? Oh, the poor chap just sitting there enjoying his pint. I mean, it's an early beer. It's not midday, is it?
I think it's just turned 12, yeah, so...
Oh, dear.
Can just get away with that.
Well, Bailey's got the ball in his hand with plenty of beer around it.
Oh!
And the Merv goes back, and the ball comes off an edge down towards the third man, and that's 4 more runs.
That could have been a great tactical placement into the beer, giving the ball a little bit more movement off the pitch. Who knows, hey? But another great delivery from Bailey, just constantly asking the questions to Van der Meer at the moment. And he's just edged that through, again, inches away from Gully.
Phoebe, I'll leave you. A few thoughts on your first hour, and then Anthony's coming in.
OK, great. So, yeah, they're just taking some drinks here at Southport. It's been a great first hour. The crowds are fantastic here, and I think it looks like it's going to be an interesting next hour, with Van der Meer coming out with a lot of intent with the bat, and opportunities coming here thick and fast from Lancashire. I think Somerset will be looking to set a big total here, and it looks like the batters have got a lot more freedom with the shot choices, and I think we're in for an interesting hour or so.
Oh, well, you're not missing anything because they're having drinks out there. And the irony of that last over, when Somerset brought up 350, is it was the 111th over.
Nice, very good.
Well, no, it would have been better if it had been 110th, because then they'd have got an extra batting point.
Oh, OK.
So they've only picked up, what, 3 batting points.
So that will be why the past couple of overs we've seen Van der Meer going at the ball a lot harder. That 1 bounce 4 over the top of mid-on was all to get that batting point. So I wonder whether we'll see that momentum, that positive intent continue through for Somerset.
Oh, he's a very positive cricketer, is Roelof van der Merwe. He doesn't like being contained. He's got a wide range of eccentric shots.
Oh, lovely. Well, I hope that they come out today.
But he's a very, very capable cricketer, and something is always happening when Roelof van der Merwe is at the crease. I can absolutely guarantee. He's getting on now. He's 37 now. First played for Somerset back in 2011, and then returned 3 or 4 seasons ago. But he's not on strike now. We're going to have another over from... Who's that?
No, I think we've got a change of bowling here with Luke Wood coming on, yes.
Luke Wood is coming on for his first bowl of the morning. There we are, confirmed by the ground announcer. I must say the PA is very audible here. It's a good PA, isn't it?
It is indeed, yeah. They've got a great setup here at Southport. It's very, very impressive.
It is. It's very well organised. Lovely crowd. Nice atmosphere. Proper seaside festival cricket. So here comes Luke Wood to Lewis Goldsworthy, who's on 122. Wood is in and bowls, and Goldsworthy cuts. And that has gone away for 4 runs into the boundary just in front of the players' dressing rooms here. Handsome shot, short and wide from Luke Wood and nicely dealt with by Lewis Goldsworthy.
Yeah, that won't have been how Luke Wood would have wanted to start his spell. Short and wide, free delivery really, particularly when you're on 126 and you've got seeing the ball like a tennis ball. So Luke Wood, always an exciting bowler to play because he's always looking to attack, take wickets, but just off with his first delivery there.
126 now for Goldsworthy as Wood bowls to him, and again he cuts, and this time it is another 4. Stephen Croft was set back, but Stephen Croft was at deep backward point, and that's gone through cover point. Very similar shot to, very similar ball to the previous one. Very similar shot as well. He plays that square cut with a real flourish, does Lewis Goldsworthy. Moves on to 130.
And I wonder whether here this is the adjustment from going from so much T20 cricket straight into 4-day cricket, because his lengths here are much more T20 lengths, hitting that hard length rather than challenging the LBW bowled and attacking the stumps.
He comes in again, Wood is in and bowls, and this is a better delivery, which is defended by Lewis Goldsworthy. Now, Phoebe, in your career, I've seen you played for Devon.
That's
for
correct,
a few
yes.
games. How come you played for Devon?
So I was down at Exeter University,
right.
and whilst I was down there for 4 years, played at Devon, and it was before the game was professionalised, so I very much played where my cricket or my university took me, really. So I've played at a number of counties.
Excellent. Tom Abel, of course, was at Exeter University as well.
Yes, he was, yeah. So, no, he's done brilliantly well as Tom Abel.
Here's Wood in and bowls, and defended by Lewis Goldsworthy. So what did you read at Exeter?
I did management with marketing.
Oh, I see.
So.
And did you enjoy your time there?
I absolutely loved it. Do you know what? I think the Southwest is such a beautiful part of the world.
It certainly is. Well, I'm a Devon boy.
Oh, great. Whereabouts in Devon?
I was born in Totnes, and I'm technically an alumnus of Exeter University because I've got an honorary degree.
Oh, fabulous.
From Exeter.
That's brilliant.
So here's Luke Wood in a bowls, and that's a defensive shot from Lewis Goldsworthy. So we've got an all Exeter University commentary team at the moment.
Yeah, brilliant. I've got some amazing memories from down that part of the world, and because I'm from Yorkshire originally, I hadn't really been down to the southwest and seen Devon or Cornwall or Somerset, so yeah.
Yeah, lovely part of the world, and a very good university as well, one of the very best. 3:59.46. Somerset, they picked up 3 batting points, missed out on a 4th. As Wood is in and bowls to Goldsworthy, shoulders, arms, lets it go through to Lancashire skipper. Dane Villas behind the stumps, 3:59 for 6. So did you play a lot of cricket while you were at Exeter?
Yeah, played for the MCC, played for Exeter Uni and then Devon as well. And they got me in for some club games as well whilst I was down in Devon as well, so continued playing. Yeah.
Some lovely grounds in Devon as well, aren't there?
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah. Did you ever play at Instow at the North Devon Club, where the Overtons come from, right by the sea?
And there's the thatched.
That's it, thatched pavilion and
beautiful.
thatched scoreboard.
Yeah, really, really beautiful. Played a few Devon games there.
Yeah.
I think my last game there, I was playing alongside Anya Shrubsall and Heather Knight whilst they were both at Devon as well. So we had quite a handy county team.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Right, we've got another over being bowled by George Balderson. That's turned into the onside. They're thinking about a second run. Roelof van der Merwe eager for it. Lewis Goldsworthy rather more circumspect. Yes, that's where the Overton twins learnt their cricket on that ground.
Oh, very good. Yeah, and they've both been exceptionally successful this year.
Certainly have, yeah.
Amazing to see them both step up at Headingley and playing and receiving the first cap together.
Yes. Here comes Balderson in and bowls, and this is down the leg side, and he's got a nick on it as Lewis Goldsworthy, and that is the end of a fine innings. Sad way to go, unlucky way to go. Just looking to turn that ball down to fine leg, just got the faintest of edges on it, and he's gone. Caught Villas, bowled Balderson for 130. Terrific innings by the young Cornishman. And being warmly applauded by this very generous Lancashire crowd. Just lifts his bat. Obviously very disappointed to have got out in that way, but he's got absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. It's been a tremendous innings, and just at the right time for his side as well, when Somerset were in trouble at 105 for 4. Terrific partnership of 145 with James Rew, and he goes with the score on 360 for 7.
That's a fantastic innings there from Goldsworth. He'll be really chuffed with that performance, but like you say, disappointed with that soft dismissal as the ball swung down the leg side, and he just got the faintest of edges there to take him off what was a brilliant innings of 130.
It certainly was, and by a long way his highest score in first-class cricket. His previous highest was 67. So he's very nearly doubled his previous highest, and batted with real class and style.
Definitely, and I think it just shows there how crucial a change of bowler can be, just that change of movement. I've created a couple of chances in the past couple of overs, and Balderson's taken what's been a soft wicket but created a lot of pressure from the previous bowlers.
Peter Siddle is the new batsman who is captaining Somerset in this game in the absence of Tom Abel, who's captaining the England Lions in a game against South Africa A down at Taunton today. Peter Siddle, who does have a first-class century to his name, as Balderson is and bowls and beats Siddle outside the off stump.
That's a great delivery there from Balderson. I think that wicket's given him that extra edge of confidence, and is coming through with some pace this, I was going to say this morning, but it's this afternoon now.
It is. It is still grey overhead here at Southport and Birkdale. More Birkdale than Southport here, as Balderson's in and bowls, and there's runs here for Siddle as he turns that into the onside, just be the one, as it's picked up by Luke Wood at mid-on. So Siddle off the mark, and Van der Merwe will be on strike. Somerset batting to come will be Jack Brooks and then Amar Verdi. Balderson in and bowls, and Van der Merwe right forward, playing a firm defensive push out into the offside, brings that over to a close. 361 for 7. And Somerset will be disappointed, I think, Phoebe, if they don't put 400 on the board here.
Couldn't agree more. I was just thinking that they were, what, 340 for 5, and it was looking like it could be a big score, particularly with the change of intent from Van der Merwe, who's still in, so that he could be looking to crack on and make sure that he takes the team over that 400+ line. But yeah, the momentum has just shifted into Lancashire's half, hasn't it, really?
Yeah, because there's plenty of time still in the game for Lancashire to put a big score on the board and then put Somerset under pressure in their second innings. Here comes Luke Wood for another over from the Harrod drive end, and this is going to go down to the boundary in front of us. Just a gallant effort by Keaton Jennings to make the stop, but he got his hand down to it, but the ball had too much momentum and it rolled onto the rope, with Keaton Jennings following shortly afterwards.
Keaton Jennings was sprinting round from third man there to try and stop that at backward point. He'd done the hard work and just couldn't quite get his hand down, and the ball just trickled over the boundary line.
Yeah. Great effort. At 4 runs, 365 for 7. Somerset, who've lost Lewis Gregory and Lewis Goldsworthy's 2 wickets this morning, 42 and 130 respectively. And this is a bouncer from Luke Wood, which Peter Siddle ducks underneath and no doubt makes a mental note about that bouncer from Luke Wood.
I know Luke Wood can be very aggressive with his style of bowling, which is always exciting to watch, and Pete Siddle's just ducked his head out the way there and thought, I'm not even going to have a go at that.
I think that Luke Wood knows what he can look forward to when his turn to bat comes along. He's still pretty sharp, is Peter Siddle. Here's Wood in bowls, and Siddle defends that. Had a nice tweet from James Bowditch down there in West Dorset. Photograph of him combining his barley. It's a very early corn harvest this year. Yeah, he's great. He says great commentary, but in a less frantic game to last Saturday. That was the quarter-final in the Blast. Second day at the winter barley at 14%, tipping straight into the barn. Means it doesn't have to be dried.
Oh, okay, wow.
So here's Luke Wood, and this has gone up in the air, and Villas is going to be... He's brilliantly caught in the end by...
I think that's George Balderson that's run round there from
Balderson.
fine leg. He's made some terrific yards down at fine leg there. It looked like it was going to be a clear four, but the momentum he took round that ball and diving catch at fine leg to take that.
Jack Morley taking the catch. Brilliant catch. His sunglasses went off in the process, but I thought Dame Villas was going to run back, but Morley running around the boundary from his position at long leg. 365 for 8 then. Thank you, Phoebe. There we were, talking about combining winter barley, and next thing, ball goes up in the air, another wicket. I must say, I thought Peter Siddle had got away with that, but Jack Morley had other ideas. Fine piece of fielding. It's 2 catches he's taken this morning. Got rid of, took a catch down at long leg to get rid of Lewis Gregory, who played a rather careless pull shot without keeping the ball down, as he might easily have been able to do. 365 for 8, and a train goes past. Now I've got Roland Butcher alongside me, and I can inform you, Roland, we were talking about whether that's graffiti on the side of the trains or it's meant to be there, and Tony Hardwick says our trains are elegantly decorated to promote many aspects of Merseyside: shopping, Hope University, the Beatles, famous footballers, student travel, and passing at the bottom of my garden wearing a COVID mask. So there, it's there. It's entirely intentional. It's a representation of all the cultural aspects of this part of the world. So who have we got? Jack Brooks, I assume. Doesn't look much like Amar Verdi anyway. Here comes Luke Wood into Brooks, who gets a bouncer. Welcome to the crease, Mr. Brooks.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. That is real cricket. Tailender comes in and he's greeted with a nice sharp rising delivery.
Well, he knows how to hold a bat, does Jack Brooks. He, of course, does have a first-class century to his name. Made 109 not out against Lancashire back in 2017 for Yorkshire, of course. So maybe a little bit of needle. Lancashire looking to get their own back on Jack Brooks. Woods in and bowls, and Brooks is back on his stumps, just pushing that into the onside, and will pick up his first run. 366 for 8. Somerset, and Lancashire would be well pleased, Ronan, to have picked up 3 wickets this morning.
They certainly will. Less so with the score 366. Obviously, this pair will be hoping to push it onto the 400 mark, which would make it safe for Somerset, you know, not losing the game. But yeah, they'd be delighted to have picked up those wickets, and especially I think Wood would be quite happy to have got a wicket himself.
Yeah, he's been running in hard, hasn't he, and bowling quick, but not necessarily always terribly accurately, but been bowling plenty of short stuff, and he's he's not tall, so he's a skiddy sort of bowler. But we've got Balderson coming in to bowl to Brooks. There in bowls. Appeal for LBW. But it sounded to me as if there was quite a lot of bat involved.
I think Brooks was shaping to whip that on the onside. I would imagine he probably just nipped it back at him, but he didn't play it with any confidence.
No, he didn't. Just watching. Well, we're watching the replay. Let's have a look at this.
No.
Balderson tries again, and Brooks this time gets that off a thick edge, but it goes out to Stephen Croft, who's patrolling the onside boundary, so it's just a single. 367 for 8. I would have thought that at least 400 would be par on this pitch, though. This pitch and this outfield, it's a very fast outfield. It's not the biggest ground in the world. It's not the smallest either, but somebody asked on Twitter whether the boundaries were as short as they appear on the live stream, and I think the answer is no, they're not really. But it is a very fast outfield and slightly bumpy as well, as compared with the billiard tables that you see at the big grounds these days. Balderson's in and bowls, and this is down the leg side, and they think about a single, as it's not taken cleanly by Villas. There's a throw at the stumps, and in the end, nothing is done, but the stumps at the far end will need resetting. 367 for 8.
Yeah, good work by the keeper. Initially stopping the leg base from going to the boundary, and then retrieving and throwing the stumps down.
There's always something happening when Roelof van der Merwe is at the crease. Pugnacious cricketer. Balderson is in and bowls, and van der Merwe driving that down the ground, but picked up by Luke Wood at a deepish mid-on. Lancashire offering van der Merwe the single in order to have a go at Jack Brooks, and van der Merwe showing confidence in the batting ability of his partner. Not afraid to take the single, so it's Balderson to Brooks, who's forward defensively, just pushing that back up the pitch, and again Luke Wood does the fielding.
Solid enough defensive stroke by Brooks.
Not quite as many people here today, I fancy, as there were yesterday, but that's still a very, very good crowd. Must be 2,000-ish in here today, as Balderson bowls and Brooks back on his stumps, defending from the crease end of that over. 368 for 8, 17 to Roelof van der Merwe and 2 to Jack Brooks.
Yeah, tidy over again. And I think van der Merwe is gonna stage is that now really needs to be positive, play a few shots, try and get up to the 400 as quickly as possible, because at some point in time Lancashire will have to bat, but the sooner you can get there the better.
Another over from, I think it's going to be Luke Wood again. Just the one slip, with Luke Wells being sent to mid-wicket for Roelof van der Merwe. We've got a man out on the deep backward square leg boundary, which is where he hit a 6 earlier on this morning. Wood bowls to him and just drops this into the onside. The single has been offered again, and van der Merwe is happy to take it. Moves on to 18, 369 for 8.
Yeah, he's quite happy to expose Brooks to the barrage that is coming his way.
Well, again, I mean, Jack Brooks can give as good as he gets. He's been bowling well this season. Hasn't had that many opportunities. This is only his 3rd game in the county championship, and courtesy of Craig Overton, of course, is with the England one-day squad. Here comes Wood to Brooks, who's almost backing away as a shy at the stumps, and if that had hit, then Jack Brooks, I think, would have been in trouble, but it didn't. Brooks was eager to get off strike there, I think. 370 for 8.
Yeah, good sharp single, yes. Obviously pushing it into the offside, and certainly his partner, Van der Merwe, is going to respond because he wants to get down to the striking end.
Jack Brooks has a highest score of 32. Just trying to remember who that was against. Probably Warwickshire. Here comes Luke Wood. He's there, bowls, and Van der Merwe won't get a single as he's looking for a single down to third man. Didn't get enough on it, and Villas runs up from behind the stumps to do the fielding. Somerset have lost Lewis Gregory this morning for 42, caught down at long leg, playing a rather careless pull shot when he was batting absolutely beautifully. And as so often, just giving it away with moments lack of attention as Wood bowls, and Van der Merwe pushes this into the covers where it's fielded by Tom Bailey. And then Lewis Goldsworthy was finally out for 130, caught down the leg side by Dane Villas, just getting a nick on a ball from George Balderson. 130 and 262 balls with 24s, by a long way his highest score in first-class cricket, and of course his maiden century in first-class cricket as well. And then Peter Siddle was brilliantly caught by Jack Morley, getting a top edge to a ball from Luke Wood for 5. This is a bouncer, and Van der Merwe happy enough to duck underneath it. Glenn Chappell just wandering past our commentary position. Nice buzz of conversation from the chairman's marquee next door. His guests sitting there enjoying a pre-prandial pint. Most of them anyway. It's a very nice relaxed atmosphere here, and some good cricket being played as well. Proper cricket. Contrast between this and what we saw on Saturday at Taunton in the last quarter-final, as this is played up to mid-off by Van der Merwe. The contrast could hardly be more pronounced. But two different forms of the same game, and each in their own way equally enjoyable.
Just another over by Wood. It's now completed its 19th over, and
would you have enjoyed playing T20 cricket?
I think I would. Positive cricket, good fielding, good bats.
Yeah, they're a bit different from
small boundaries.
Yes.
Fielding restrictions.
Here's Balderson in and bowls to Brooks, who gets, I'm not sure whether that, I think it probably was bat, judging by the speed it's running down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. It was indeed runs. 374 for 8.
Yeah, just thick outside edge, and outfield is so fast that no chance of the fielder catching that one up. But yeah, with all of those advantages, who wouldn't want to play T20 cricket?
Well, the one thing I don't like about it is the shorter boundaries, because if you're getting mishits going for 6, it makes it very, very tough on the ball.
I'd also like to add a white ball that does nothing after 5 overs.
Yes, exactly. Yes,
I think I would have enjoyed it.
I think that the scales are sometimes tipped too heavily in favour of the batting side. Balderson to Brooks, who has this, it just sort of moves back his initial trigger movement back towards the stumps, and then comes forward in defence. It almost looks as if he's backing away, but he's not. It's just the way he plays.
It gives that impression as if he's a little bit timid.
Exactly.
But maybe that's just his style.
Well, Jack Brooks, there's nothing timid about Jack Brooks. Here comes Balderson in and bowls, and Brooks again just comes half forward on that occasion, lets the ball hit his defensive bat. I I've got to have a chat with Jack Brooks sometime during the game to invite him to speak at the West of England Cricket Society during the winter. Do you do Cricket Society engagements?
Used to,
Yeah.
but obviously,
Well, perhaps we'll get you for a meeting at some stage. Oh, and this is outside the off stump, and Brooks has a go at an uppercut, but doesn't make contact. We had Mike Brearley a couple of years ago, who was brilliant, and what was it like being captained by Mike Brearley?
equally is brilliant. I mean, he was, as you know, he was a very good. I found he was a very good captain, a very easy guy to get on with. Work well with the players.
Balderson's in and bowls, and Brooks won't get a single. What was the secret? What made him such a great captain?
Well, he didn't, as you say, like lead from the front. I mean, there are different captains. I mean, his style of leadership was basically, he involved everybody in the decision making, even the young players. He came into the game at a time when young players didn't have a say.
Is Balderson in and bowls to Brooks, who this time will get a single into the offside. 375 for 8.
Yeah, so he really, his era spanned the Titmus, Parfitt, Russell, Murray, Price, which was a tough period of, where youngsters were seen and not heard.
Graham Barlow, was he in that side as well?
Yeah, Barlow was there. So it really took over really in 71. There were very few of those guys left. So there was just Murray, Titmus, Parfitt, Russell and John Price. But by the following year, when we all arrived in 72, there was just really 2-3 of them left.
So he was building a new side almost.
So he had a lot of young players, but his style was to involve all the young players in the decision making. So you could be playing your first game and you would be, say, feeling at cover point or something. He would walk over to you and ask, who do you think should bowl for the next end?
Here's Wood in and bowls, and Brooks calmly plays that from the crease. So he's the sort of polar opposite of Brian Close's style of captaincy, which was not particularly benevolent dictatorship.
But it was quite. The young players obviously would be surprised that here's a captain asking who should replace a particular bowler. Sometimes they were caught open mouth and couldn't say anything, but it never happened again. Which, so what that did for the young player was to ensure that he was always alert.
Here's Wood in bowls to Brooks, another short ball, and Brooks had to look lively there, duck underneath that one.
Yeah, good sharp rising delivery. But it ensured the young players, you get caught up once, but he would be alert because he would think, the captain can ask me anything at any time.
Yep.
He didn't always agree with you because, he fielded that first slip, I fielded that second slip. He would ask me the same question, and I would say, well, I think you should bowl John Embry or whatever, and he would say, no, I don't agree with that. I think you should bowl so and so. But there was dialogue, there was communication.
375 for 8 as Wood is in and bowls, and this is a stand and deliver shot from Jack Brooks. He's had enough, and that's gone for 4 down to long on. He didn't move his feet very much, Jack Brooks, on that shot. Just smashed it down through between the bowler and mid on for 4 runs. 379 for 8.
Yeah, he didn't have to move it too much because the ball was in the slot. It was a pitched at delivery. He's had a barrage of short deliveries, so I guess his attitude is that anything is in his half, and it's a safe shot because you've got mid off up, you've got mid on up. I just wonder whether Woods has gone another 20 yards back in his run up now. Is he going to double bluff?
He's in and bowls. Oh, another bouncer. No bluffing there. He follows through almost into Jack Brooks's batting crease.
No, but I mean, that I like to see that because suddenly you see a buzz around the ground as people start to anticipate what's going to happen here, and the fact that the batsman hit him back over his head also would have put an extra yard.
379 for 8. Then Jack Brooks is on 12, giving a good account of himself. Van der Merwe on 18 at the other end. There's Luke Wood in and bowls, and not sure if he actually played at that, Jack Brooks, but it was another shortish ball outside the off stump, and he sort of fenced at it. He's going down to give the pitch a bit of a prod and just have a little chat with Van der Merwe. They're two great extroverts, these two Somerset batsmen. Yeah, Brooks, of course, from Oxford, and Van der Merwe from South Africa, although he's officially Dutch now, I think.
Good pace there by Wood. That one was certainly went through to the keeper at a good height.
Yeah, good contest this. Sprinting in even faster is Luke Wood, and Jack Brooks again. Barely moves his feet. Got his bat down on it. End of my stint. 379 for 8 after some words from Ronan Butcher. Scott will take up commentary.
Yeah, that barrage of short bowling certainly had the right effect on Brooks, because Brooks stayed on the back foot for that last delivery, and obviously would try to york him, but good contest developing now as welcome back Scott. And Scott really, it's good to see Luke Wood finally get the ball and be able to run in and bowl some short deliveries, and the batsman prepared if the ball is up to hit it over the top. You know, it makes for an exciting game.
You've been looking forward to this moment, haven't you?
Oh yes.
Did you relish it as much as a player facing as you do as a commentator? As he's nudged away off the hip out towards square leg, and they are through for 1. Score moves on to 380 for 8.
Well, I did when I was fielding, because we had them on our side.
That helps, doesn't it? Yeah.
And you know, being in the slip cordon, you got Wayne Daniel and one end, Jeff Thompson the next, so Wayne Daniel and Vincent van der Boyle bowling, so I certainly enjoyed it then.
380 for 8. Here's Balderson, and forward goes Brooks in defence, and suggests that maybe the ball just kept a little low. And there's no run. Oh, it's been an eventful morning session, hasn't it? It was quite calm for the first 45 minutes to an hour, then it livened up. Somerset went for a dart towards the bonus points, and now it's settled down a little bit as well now. Brooks is 12 not out from 20 balls faced. And Balderson's into him. It's flicked away off the pads down to back with square leg for a single. 381 for 8. They've got a chance to try and get to 400 here, haven't they? They've got 2 wickets left and they're 20 short, so they want to, at the very least, get to that 400 mark.
Yeah, that has to be the first target. Obviously, they would like to still be batting at lunch,
yep.
But I don't think Lancashire would really want that.
Balderson's in, and it's nudged by Van der Merwe through square leg for a single. 382 for 8. Van der Merwe moves on to 19. No, he doesn't. He moves on to 20 to bring Brooks back on strike. So we've got about 20 minutes left before lunch. The game is advanced, actually. It's progressed quite nicely at a good pace today, and Somerset have battered themselves into a strong position. Balderson comes in, bowls, and swing of the bat from Brooks with not a great deal of foot movement, and taken by Dane Velas, the keeper. There's no run.
Stand and deliver.
It was a bit, wasn't it? Kind of classic Brooks. I was chatting to him actually on the way into the ground. I timed my walk up from the B&B this morning for the same time as the Somerset team bus arrived. And I was chatting, I've not seen him for ages, done a bit of commentary with him in the past, and I was chatting to him, and it's his first time that he's played here, so it's quite a nice ground. He's looking forward to having a bat on it. He's waiting for Balderson, and turns the ball away towards mid-wicket for no run. That's the end of the over. 382 for 8.
So he was looking forward to batting.
He was. He's looking forward to having a bat this morning, he said.
Yeah. Well, he's got his chance now, and just looking at the Somerset scorecard, and really it's the middle order there that's been the highlight. Lamundi, Bartlett. Go through all contributing significantly to this total of 382 for 8.
Yeah, reminder that Lancashire picked up 2 pretty quick wickets yesterday morning. They're 16 for 2, 70 for 3, 100 for 4. Danger of being rattled over pretty cheaply. Managed to find a couple of key partnerships to get themselves getting a very healthy-looking score on the board first time round. See Luke Wood to continue to tear his way in. Van der Merwe on strike, and I don't know whether anyone was moving or not. I think there was, yeah. I think one of the stewards was just moving.
Steward was on the side of the side screen.
Yes. Oh dear, need to move away. Luke Wood wasn't best pleased. He'd just come tearing in, and the batter steps away. Don't want to face a grumpy fast bowler, do you?
What's the security officer doing? I don't think they really understand that they're supposed to stay still.
I mean, well, both are quite some distance either side of the sight screen. Was you saying maybe they're just moving around a little bit?
But the offending one just actually moved back.
Ah. Wood in balls, forward goes Van der Merwe, squeezing the ball away through backward point for a single. 383 for 8. I mean, Lancashire play at Sebba School, but there's a public right of way which runs behind one of the bowler's ends. There's not much you can do about that. They try and position a couple of stewards to stop people from walking behind the bowler's arm, but it's led for a few stoppages in play. Back up at Sebba in a few weeks' time. Wood bowls, and well, Brooks kind of hooks it over the keeper's head. One bounce into the press tent. Heck, Paul Edwards is okay. He's got another book signing to do later.
Yeah. I think he was expecting that. He got into position and offered a pull shot. I wouldn't say it was it wasn't convincing.
No.
Got a top edge, but he was very lucky that it went directly over the top of the wicketkeeper, which made fine leg. His third man couldn't get around in time.
He was looking to pull it, wasn't he, or hook it, and he almost then tried just to get out of the way of it, I think, and then top edged it over the keeper. It was inventive from Brooks. 387 for 8. Wood balls, he's banged in short and has Brooks crouching down underneath it. Taken by Villas.
Yeah, that's good certificate. I think Wood's got the bit between his teeth now. He's not happy. He's just going to run in and bowl quick. First of all, the fault shot, then followed up by a good straight bouncer.
What's next? Let's have a look.
Probably go for the Yorker and get hit back over the top again.
He wants a third man dropping back there. So 2 slips has become 1 slip. In fact, there's 2.
This is not even a fly slip. This is a fly keeper. Okay, this is directly behind the keeper.
We see that a little bit in T20 cricket. I've seen this season in T20, but I'm not going to see it at the championship game for a while. Brooksy going back and edging the ball down towards that man in front of the media tent, Luke Wells. Beyond the reach of Rob Jones, who's on his hands and knees at first slip. Continuing to further put more dirt on those whites.
Can't see a replay, but just wondered, would that have gone to second slip?
Oh, well, that's a good point. Yeah, just moved him away, hadn't they? Yeah, it was certainly to Jones's right, wasn't it? That.
I think we're going to have a look here now.
That edge. Oh, I think you're right, Butch.
Yeah.
Just as they moved the man from that position. 388 for 8. Wood balls and Van der Merwe off the back foot again, just drops the ball away into the offside. And they're through for a single. 389 for 8. Well, these types of runs always frustrates the bowling side, doesn't it? When you've got a couple of, well, Van der Merwe's a good bat, I get that, but Brooks is giving it a bit of a swing. And
Yeah, I mean, it's very annoying for the fielding side. I mean, Brooks has got a very handy 18. He's only finished 26 deliveries, so you know, in this partnership, that's quite significant.
Yeah, 24 put on from 37 deliveries so far. This is the final ball of the over. Brooks is back on strike, and he's hopping right back into his crease. Pushed him right back there, did Luke Wood. He almost, it felt from here, was about to tread onto his stumps. But he plays a defensive shot out towards extra cover, and there's no run. End of the over, 389 for 8. And that was an over sent down with a bit of extra spice on it from Luke Wood.
Yes, and must be close to
It is.
luncheon interval now.
Yeah, 15 minutes left.
15 minutes, and I think time for me to take my leave.
That's all right. A bit of an early dart to the media tent for a bit of lunch. Phoebe's going to come back in for the final 15 minutes of the morning session. I say final 15 minutes because if there's another wicket to fall here, then we could go on for another half an hour. Balderson's in. It's full length and onto the toes of the batter Van der Merwe. Steers it along the ground behind square leg for a single. 390 for 8. Good afternoon, Phoebe.
Good afternoon. It's been quite a handy partnership, this, from Van der Merwe and Brooks to take them up to 390. At one point, it didn't look like Somerset would get over the 400 mark, so it's been probably a bit frustrating for Lancashire the past half an hour or so.
25 they've put on so far. It's off the back foot, forced away through the offside by Brooks out towards extra cover. It's been chased by Hartley, but the ball over the rope, and it's scooped up by one of the spectators on the edge of the boundary. And that won't improve Lancashire's mood neither. 394 for 8.
Yeah, it takes Brooks up to 22. Definitely not the most conventional batter in terms of technique and how he hits the ball, but he's been very effective here today, coming in at 10 on 22 not out.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect little cameo, this, isn't it, for Brooks? Try and get Somerset to 400. Balderson's in. Brooks hops back and jabs the ball out into the offside, where Luke Wells fields, and there's no run. So all sorts of different types of shots from Brooks. Unusual shots, but effective nonetheless.
And all types of fields as well. I think from Luke Wood there was 2 third mans, a very fine third man and a wide third man for all the edges that have gone through. So they definitely still think they can get Brooks, but he's holding on and digging deep at playing a great.
Going back and looking to hook another delivery. So gone into the gloves of Dame Villas.
Yeah, playing a great number 10 role here.
Perfect, yeah. Yeah, have a bit of a swing.
He's got quite some flare shoes on as well.
Yeah.
I think they're Adidas, but they've got like a blue, they're almost like a half blue trainer, aren't they?
Bobby Dazzlers, those, aren't they? Here's Balderson into Brooks, who's beaten. Ball nips past the edge of the bat and taken by the keeper, Dame Villas, and there's no run.
That's very well bowled from Balderson. It's almost too good a delivery for the shot that Brooks even attempted. I think if there was a better batter at the crease, he might have got him sneaked behind.
You liking those boots?
Oh, I think they're really nice, actually. Add a bit of flair to the whites, don't they?
Yeah, don't mind that. Balderson to Brooks. Flashing away towards mid-wicket, thumps off the pad and deflects back down the pitch, and there's no run. Is that the end of the over? It is. So 394 for 8. Brooks on 22. Van der Merwe on 23. With Verdi to come for Somerset, and Lancashire being frustrated by this partnership.
Yeah, definitely. I think Lancashire will have hoped to have rolled them over really with those quick 2 dismissals to get them 8 down, but Somerset have dug deep here to ensure that they do hit that 400 mark, and I think on this flat pitch there'll be a lot of runs scored here today.
We're going to see some spin from Jack Morley. Did he bowl yesterday, Jack Morley, the left arm spinner? 17 overs, 1 for 57. But his first spell of the day as we edge up towards lunch. Don't forget, if Somerset were to lose a ninth, then we would go on for another half an hour. The lunch would be delayed. All right, what's Morley got? Got one slip. There's a backward point, deep extra cover, mid off, a mid on, a mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and deep backward square leg. So here's Jack Morley for the first time today. Bowls to Van der Merwe, turns it towards mid wicket, and there is no run. Picked up by Tom Bailey. Bounces his way back in again, balls once more. And just tickled away along the ground. Again, Bailey fields, and there's no run. There's plenty of beer being consumed on some of these tables in this marquee to our right-hand side. These lads here, goodness me, they're stacking up the pints.
I was thinking that. There's also an ice cream van halfway around the ground.
It's pushed into the offside by Van der Merwe. They think about taking one, but decide against it. No run.
And there's barely been anyone go to the ice cream. I bet yesterday that was
busy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you hear
how business can change, eh?
Butch had a shocker yesterday with the ice cream van.
Why? What happened?
Oh dear. There's Morley in and bowling. It's flicked away behind square on the leg side by Van der Merwe and gets through for one. It's a 395 for 5. Well, we were talking about the ice creams, and he obviously was gearing himself up for a bit of rum and raisin. So this is a double blow for him, this. He really fancied a bit of a rum and raisin and ice cream, and he sneaked off when he was not on commentary, because he never told us he was going. So I don't think there was one coming back for us.
Yeah, no, that doesn't sound...
It doesn't, does it? No, but we'll leave that there. I didn't bring that up with him.
Dog eat dog in the commentary team.
It must be. I thought we were all a team. There's Morley to Brooks. There's back and cuts. And Jones feels there's no run. So he got there, he scoured the menu on the side of the van. And no sign of rum and raisin ice cream. So that was an early blow for him. So he selected a different one. And the guy said, card only, no cash. All he had was cash with him.
So did he run round and borrow your card then? Is that the end of the story?
Morley's in, bowling, it's wide of a stump for his left into the over, 395 for 8. So he left his card over here and just took some cash over there. No cash. And he wandered back, never said a word to us yesterday, and just announced this on commentary this morning. He was stunned that it was a card only ice cream van.
Our times have changed,
well,
hey?
This is it.
COVID.
Yeah, this is it.
It's the only thing you can blame it on now.
Do you carry any cash? I don't think I carry any cash.
Rarely.
No.
Yeah.
Butcher cash. So I don't know whether he's going to try again later on this afternoon for an ice cream, but he probably won't tell us. Balderson's in and bowling. Van der Merwe looking to try and thread it down towards third man, but Rob Jones fields and there's no run.
Yeah, so 5 minutes left to play. I think Lancs will just be hungry for another wicket here, won't they? Or hungry for tea, who knows?
Yeah, hungry for
with that obscure cricket rule that makes play go on for 30 more minutes if they get a wicket.
Yes, that's something to look forward to. If Lancashire were to pick up another wicket. Van der Merwe works the ball away through the onside and gathered by Bailey. There's no run. Do you think they'll just bat on after lunch until they're bowled out, or do you think they might have a swing after lunch and then declare?
Is there a batting point for 400?
No, we're past that now.
We're past batting points.
We are.
I think they just missed out on an extra batting point in terms of overs bowled and runs scored.
Here's Balderson to Van der Merwe, flashed away along the ground through square leg for a single. That takes him on to 25, the score to 396 for 8.
I think there's always something psychological of getting over that 400 plus mark, but I'd be giving the nod for them to play freely, particularly with Van der Meer, the sort of style batter that he is, and how his positive intent and how quickly he can score. If he can get them to 430 in the next 5 overs.
As he plays forward, it's Brooks actually on strike. He's beaten through to Villas, no run. It's a frustrated man, Dave Villas.
Then it gives them more time to bowl at Lancashire, because it's going to be a hard session for them in the field, as Lancashire have found a day and a half of bowling well, bowling good areas. It's not that they haven't bowled well, it's just been a tough day on a flat wicket, so they need the time as well to bowl.
For the intriguing thing is Balderson is in and flicked by Brooks out towards mid-wicket, but for no run, is whether or not the pitch does change as we go into tomorrow and Thursday, and everyone's of the opinion that it will turn, and that's the reason why, one of the reasons why Somerset have signed Verdi for it, so they can get a frontline spinner into the team, and Lancashire obviously have got a couple of guys that can spin themselves, so that's an element to it, isn't it? You know, the pitch might change. What have we got now? 1 ball left, yep. Time for at least another one. Oh, this is a top edge. It's over. Well, it's over mid-wicket, and we're going to come back for 2. That's slightly quirky because of our angle. It looked like that would loop up and maybe a relatively comfortable catch for Tom Bailey, but
yeah, the ball just kept going then, didn't it?
It did. Yeah.
Top edge off the splice and just cleared mid-wicket there, and managed to scuttle back for 2.
398 for 8. So spectators are allowed to wander around the outfield at lunch, which is always quite exciting. And walk up to the pitch and give it a good look.
Oh, it feels a really nice atmosphere here today at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. It feels almost like a cup final or something for a club game, where you've got crowds 3 or 4 deep, but all feeling very contained within the ground. It's really lovely atmosphere here. And the hospitality tent, who are just sinking the beers.
Absolutely, yeah. Here's Morley bowling. That's feathered off the pads by Van der Merwe. Out to square leg for a single. 399 for 8. Well, they look today like quite a civilised bunch in there. But whether we're saying that at 4:30 this afternoon.
Well, I saw there was live music yesterday.
It was? Yeah.
There was. Yeah. Wonder if that'll come back. That'll be a treat.
Morley bowling. Brooks, the back foot, defends into the offside for no run. Yeah, I watched a bit before I left. I got into the spirit of it. I had a pint.
Did you?
I did, yeah.
Whilst on comms?
Oh, no. We'd finished. We'd finished. I promise you we'd finished. Morley bowling.
You know, I'm new to this. I don't know what the done deal is. Does it mean the final hour of play you sort of relax? Let it flow.
I'm open to these suggestions.
Ice creams pre-lunch, beers post-lunch. What a day out. Get yourself on BBC Comms.
It sounds tremendous. Morley bowling. Forward goes Brooks, who's pushing into the offside for no run. 399 for 8. Yep, bit of live music yesterday in the marquee at the close of play. Done well, actually, because it's a slightly awkward fixture for them to sell corporate hospitality for weekdays. I think they were kind of hoping for maybe it might be a Thursday, Friday start, or even a Sunday, Monday start. You could sell, but they said, the chairman told me that they've done really well selling tickets for the hospitality. It's off the back foot by Brooks and pushed away into the offside for no runs. There's loads of local businesses in there. They're taking the staff out for a day and all that type of thing.
Yeah, great.
I suppose if you're going to do it, you want to do it on a day where you're like a boring day, like a Tuesday, don't you? If you want your boss to come say to you, you know what I mean, we're going to go to the cricket for a day. That's what you want, isn't it?
100%. When I used to work in the corporate sector, they were the best days. Where they'd say, on a Wednesday we've got the day off.
Come to the cricket.
Go to the cricket.
It's Morley in and bowling, and that's off the back foot and cut. Away down to deep point, and that's the 400s. Well, they've got there. Been a good morning. They've got to 400, Somerset, and it's 1 o'clock, so I think that'll be lunch. It is. So there's no danger of an extra half an hour, but that 400 on the scoreboard there for the loss of 8 wickets represents a really good morning session for Somerset. Reminder, they resumed on 297.
Yeah, I think that's a really smart partnership at the end there from Brooks and Van der Merwe. They've taken the team to the 400 mark, and that's what they'll have been aiming to do for lunch. I think they've achieved what Somerset wanted to. Lancs will probably be a little bit disappointed that they weren't able to roll them over for under 400. And it'll be interesting to see if there's a flare bit of play for the last couple of wickets that Somerset have.
Yeah, well, both can come out and give it a swing, these two, can't they? Van der Merwe and Brooks. Oh, there goes the heavy roller. That's quite exciting. So there's the sound of it in the background. Two batters make their way off. Somerset dressed him in pretty happy place, understandably. And we've got to lunch on day 2 then. There's Somerset 408 exactly on the board. And Van der Merwe 26 and Brooks on 25. We'll leave you with the sound and the views of the heavy roller wheeling its way out towards the middle as the ground staff work on the square through lunch. 400 for 8. It's lunch on day 2. We'll catch you in around about 40 minutes. scorers. Lunch on day 2. Somerset 400 for 8 in their first innings. A good session this for the away side. A bit Lancashire have picked up some wickets, but Somerset moving up to 400 still with 2 wickets in hand. Lewis Goldsworthy out eventually for 130. James Rowe making 70 yesterday. Lewis Gregory 42. And after lunch, Van der Merwe on 26 and Jack Brooks on 25 will resume for Somerset. Lancashire picking up the wickets this morning of Goldsworthy, Gregory and Peter Siddle. So lunch on the second day, Somerset in their first innings, 400 for 8. Radio Lancashire. The 130.
Who's on first after?
Oh, I've not done a rota. Oh my word. Yeah, I've not done a rota. It's a shambles. It's all unravelling quickly. Not done a rota. Who's on first? Who finished? I finished with Phoebe, so Gibson's on first. In fact, me and him will do till 2 o'clock. He gets it on the half hour again. I have, mate, yeah. We're all done. Yeah, what a bit. Oh, God, you say that. We're not going to bloody clue to us with you. I am. It was second, it's now first. So there was a little bit of uncertainty about it. Yeah. Yeah, it's gone to the first game. Are you going? I'm doing a rota. It's very professional.
No.
Yeah. Well, there's 4 of us. Roland Butcher. Yeah.
Well, welcome back to Trafalgar Road at Southport Boatdale Cricket Club, where the players are just coming out after lunch. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset, and with me is Phoebe Graham from Lancashire and Thunder.
Yeah, that's
that
right.
right?
The
Thunder.
Northwest Thunder. Yeah.
Northwest Thunder. And the match situation 400 for 8 with this no-nonsense partnership, really, but 35 between Jack Brooks, who's on 25, and Roland van der Merwe, who's on 26. Frustrating Lancashire. at the moment, who must have thought that they were almost through when they got rid of Lewis, the two Lewises, Gregory for 42 and Goldsworthy for 130. But frustrating 9th wicket partnership. And they batted well too, haven't they?
Definitely, they've dug deep here and managed to put on a 30-plus run partnership, which has been crucial really to get Somerset to their 400 mark. I was interested to see whether Somerset would have declared at 400.
I don't think so. No, I don't
but I think
so.
they're going to potentially bat on until
I think they'll bat for as long as they possibly can on this pitch. I mean, the fact that these two have, well, not Roller van der Merwe is more than useful batsman. The fact that Jack Brooks has survived without really too much difficulty suggests that this is still a very good pitch. Will Williams is going to open up from the Grosvenor Road end after lunch. He's bowling to Jack Brooks. He's there and bowls a bouncer at Jack Brooks. They've been bowling a lot of bouncers at Jack Brooks, haven't they?
They have, yeah. I think they're trying to shake up the number 10.
Well, I think it's a bit of revenge for the 100 he got against them in back in 2017 for Yorkshire.
Yeah, definitely.
He's not at all phased by the short ball. Jack Brooks, 25 rather from 42 deliveries. Roller van der Merwe has had less of the strike as Williams is in and bowls, and Brooks just back on his stumps, turning that into the onside, and Rob Bailey picks up. The weather this afternoon is much the same as it was this morning. It's a little bit more of a hint of sunshine overhead, but mostly grey skies, but very pleasant conditions for playing cricket and watching cricket. And all of the chairman's guests have gone from watching the cricket to having their lunch at the moment next to us. It's obviously a very good lunch as Brooks comes forward almost before the ball is bowled and just prods it out into the offside, and there's no run. There's nobody watching the cricket in front of the chairman's tent at all. They're all still
there isn't.
engrossed.
I think they're on to their 3-course dinner over there, so yeah, they're not going to watch Brooks's potential innings here.
No. But everyone else around the ground intent on the cricket. There's play and a miss from Jack Brooks, who you can almost feel him chastising himself for pushing out at a ball outside the off stump that he really didn't need to play. Luke Wells just doing 1 or 2 stretches at his fielding position of backward point, so we might see a bit of spin. And I think spin is probably going to hold the key to the outcome of this game, because that's what Somerset will be hoping as Brooks goes for a pull shot, and umpire Hartley signals 1 for the over. It's taken by Dane Villas. It's hard to see the respective seam attacks bowling the other side out twice in this game, isn't it?
No, I think they will bring on spin from the other end, and like you say, they're trialling things up with the seam bowlers at the moment, putting the ball in short. They've got a square leg out, fine leg out, so they're just looking for Brooks to make that mistake, really.
Here's Williams in and bowls. Matt Renshaw comes across in front of our commentary position, collecting a chair. Not quite sure where he's going to go and sit, but presumably behind, I don't know where he's going. Going up towards the bar at the moment, carrying his chair. End of the over, 400 for 8. No runs in that over. Maiden over from Will Williams to start the afternoon session.
Looks like, is that Luke Wood coming on to bowl from the, or is that? No.
Oh, Jack Morley. I thought it was going to be Luke Wells, but it's not. It's Jack Morley who's going to bowl another over of his left arm spin. I'll give you his bowling figures if I can find them.
I think it's a good option from Lancashire to bring on the spin from one end, seam from another, just to see if it is doing anything at the moment.
He's there and bowls, and Roller van der Merwe just tickles that round the corner, sets off very quickly, thinking of coming back for a second, but they will decide against it as it's fielded down there by George Balderson. 401 for 8. Jack Morley's bowled 19 overs, one for 61. Now Matt Renshaw has delivered his chair to whoever he was delivering it from, and this is cut away and will be cut off by... Oh, he didn't field it cleanly. Did it roll onto the boundary? I don't think it did it? Just boundary fence obscured from view. I think it's just the 2 runs.
Yeah.
Good piece of work by Stephen Croft.
He's an excellent athlete, is Stephen Croft, and done well to get there and rolled over the ball, but hasn't quite picked it up cleanly.
No, but he stopped it going over the boundary rope. So it's just the 2 runs. 403 for 8 as Morley bowls to Brooks, who pushes tentatively forward, suspiciously forward to a ball. No obvious signs of turn.
No, it doesn't seem to be doing a lot at the moment with the spin. I think they'd be hoping now, or at least tomorrow, that the spin will start.
This is driven by Brooks, and there won't be a run, as it's nicely picked up in the covers.
Will start turning, but it seems like a very, very flat wicket, and
there's quite a lot. I've been out to have a look. There's quite a lot of grass on it as Morley bowls, and that one bounced a bit, and a little bit of turn. I was watching on the live stream, which is pretty much simultaneous with the live action, unlike the one down at Somerset, which is about half a second behind. 403 for 8 as Morley is in, bowls to Brooks. Again, just a hint of a little bit of turn away from the right-handed batsman, but comfortably played by Jack Brooks. End of another over. 403 for 8. 27 to Brooks and 27 to Van der Merwe. These two came together with the score on 365 when Peter Siddle got a top edge and was very well caught by Jack Morley off a steepling skyer down almost behind the wicketkeeper. He made a lot of ground from long leg, did Morley.
yeah, it's been an excellent partnership from these two, just holding the innings together. And
well, I just feel it's sort of slightly swinging the momentum in Somerset's direction at the moment as Williams is in and bowls, and this is played firmly into the offside, but straight to Keaton Jennings at extra cover by Rolf van der Merwe.
definitely, just before lunch it felt like Lancashire had more of the momentum, but I think coming out after tea there hasn't been those edges, there haven't been those opportunities, those LB calls that sort of bring it back to the grind really for Lancashire.
Yeah. Here's Williams in again and bowls, and Van der Merwe is looking for a single. Williams doesn't field in his follow through, but Jack Brooks had already decided that there was not going to be a single there. There's no point in risking a run out at this stage in proceedings, particularly as these two, without wishing to tempt Providence from a Somerset perspective, are going along quite comfortably at the moment. Just got the one slip in. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 men on the boundary, almost 5, because we've got a very deep, almost 6 deep mid-off and mid-on. Rolf van der Merwe just pushes that into the onside, and one of only 2 fielders, saving one, Tom Bailey, does the fielding. We've got Bailey at short mid-wicket and Keaton Jennings at short extra cover. We've got mid-off and mid-on 2/3 of the way back, and everybody else scattered around the boundary to give Van der Merwe a single, although Jack Brooks has proved more than equal to the occasion so far, as Van der Merwe is forward, right forward to good length ball from the rangy New Zealander Will Williams. Must be about 6'2", 6'3" inches tall. Strides around with a great sense of purpose, doesn't he?
Yeah, definitely. I think he's been a good signing from Lancashire.
Yeah.
They've got some fantastic seam bowlers in their attack, but same with Somerset, losing a lot of players for the late England call-ups. Yeah. It changes the dynamics of the side completely. And
here comes Williams in and bowls, and Van der Merwe could have hit that almost anywhere for a single, instead of which he hits it directly to Tom Bailey at short mid-wicket. Although Stephen Croft has come in off the boundary, so that Bailey is more at mid-on and Croft just in front of the square leg umpire. 403 for 8. It's just getting a little bit warmer here at Southport and Birkdale. And another defensive shot. Good over from Will Williams. Well played by Roelof van der Merwe, and it was a maiden. 403 for 8. At the end of it, 27 to each batsman.
Yeah, another good over there from Williams, not giving anything away and just really attacking those stumps there. And you can just see how much they're searching for a wicket here, Lancashire, and nothing's really happening with the bat or ball. And like you say, with the field settings, they are just looking to get Jack Brooks on strike and attack him, and he's their victim really for the next few overs that they're wanting to get.
England in ever deeper trouble against India. They're now 28 for 5.
Oh wow.
Livingston of this county of Lancashire, the latest to go. This is outside the off stump. Now that bounced and turned, didn't it?
Yeah, that offered something a bit different there from Morley.
That was taken by Dane Villas quite high outside Jack Brooks's off stump. Brooks mows this into the offside, and it's well fielded by Rob Jones. Yes, Livingston bowled Bumrah naught. Jasprit Bumrah has figures of 4.24 for 8. Taken on the pad, appeal for LBW and given. James Middlebrook thought long and hard about it, and in the end decided that there was no basis for not giving Jack Brooks out to LBW, and that's the end of a useful partnership. These two have added 38 for the 9th wicket for Somerset, but Lancashire have the post-lunch breakthrough. It's borderline, I would have said that, but that's why he thought long and hard about it. But Jack Brooks, no complaints, marches off. 403 then for 9, and Amar Verdi will be the new batsman.
Yeah, I think that's a brilliant innings really from Jack Brooks. He's done well to score a good 27 for the team. His contribution going in at 365 for 7. He'll have been pleased with himself there to build that partnership, and it's been a great innings from him.
Yep. Couldn't quite get to the 100 that he scored against Lancashire back in 2017, but he's given a good account of himself. He's held Lancashire up. Now it's going to be interesting to see how Roelof van der Merwe plays it from here. Amar Verdi does not have much in the way of batting credentials. So they're having a long chat as Verdi walks to the...
Do you think the words will be "get me on strike"?
I think that's exactly what he'll be saying.
Don't overcomplicate it, just get me on strike.
Amar Verdi, this will be his first-class innings, probably his first innings of the season in senior cricket. I don't think he's been playing T20 cricket for Surrey, and he certainly hasn't been in the side in the county championship. Daniel Moriarty has usurped him as the Surrey's #1 spinner. It's not so long ago that Amar Verdi was being talked of in terms of challenging for an England place, but he's batting now, and Morley's bowling to him, and he might have got that away, but there's a short fine leg. George Balderson there cuts it off, no single.
Yeah, went straight to short 45 there, and he called yes, sent back for no. He's listened to his advice of getting me on the strike, but nothing too silly here, Verdi.
2 balls remaining in this over for Amar Verdi to survive. Morley bowls, and Verdi this time covers up, plays that defensively into the onside. So if he can survive this delivery, we might see some fireworks from Roelof van der Merwe.
Yeah, I'll be excited for that.
Oh, he's got all manner of strange shots. He plays a very good helicopter shot, and he plays a very good pull shot when he does a backward somersault in the crease.
Oh, nice. Oh, I'd love to see a bit of flair today if we can get that.
Morley, though, to Verdi, who turns that into the onside, is offered the single by Lancashire effectively, but declines. End of the over, 403 for 9, 27 is Roelof van der Merwe.
Yeah, I think his job now is just to enjoy himself out there and try and score as many runs as quickly as possible.
Yep, he enjoys a challenge. Does our Roelof. He's a never say die sort of cricketer. No cause is ever lost if Roelof van der Merwe is on its side. He played virtually a lone hand to defeat Gloucestershire in the T20 game at Bristol earlier this season, when all seemed to be lost for Somerset. And everyone thought that the cause was lost except Roelof van der Merwe. He's facing now as Williams is in and bowls. He's up on his toes and punching that into the offside. He's offered the single, but with Amar Verdi at the other end, he ain't going to take it. So
all the Lancashire fielders are currently hugging the rope, offering one run.
I really don't see this. So many captains do this. Why don't they just try and get van der Merwe out? Here comes Williams in, bowls, and goes for a scoop shot, which he completely mistimes. He should have done that. If he'd done the backward somersault, you see, that's how it would have. Yeah, that's the shot he plays.
Straight over the keeper's head.
Yeah, yeah.
Do they think it's hit his helmet, or?
Perhaps no, I don't think.
No.
I'm sure if it had done, the Somerset physio Jamie Thorpe would be out there doing a head injury assessment. They're very, very particular about batsmen being hit on the head. Quite right too. 403 for 9. We just had the 3 runs added since the lunch interval for the loss of the wicket of Jack Brooks. Williams is in and bowls, and this is down the ground and smashed up to long off, and Roelof van der Merwe decides that he will take the single this time as Josh Bohannon fields out at long off. It means that Amar Verdi has 3 balls to negotiate.
It really does feel like a thrive or survive time here.
Well, I think if I was Amar Verdi, I'd be tempted to try and knock it over the top.
100%. I think it's on, isn't it, really, with all the field in, and they've gone for 2 catches in for Verdi.
3. Stephen Croft's going into the gully, I think. Is he going to the gully, or is he going to backward point? No, he's going to backward point. So we've got the 2 slips. Rob Jones at second slip, as Williams is into Verdi, and he plays that comfortably back up the pitch, fielded by Bohannon from mid-off, and there's no run. Ground staff are poised for the change of innings. Perhaps they've heard that Somerset are going to declare, although I'd be very surprised. Perhaps they just haven't got a great deal of faith in Amar Verdi's batting ability. Here comes Williams again. He's there and bowls, and that's pleasantly stroked down the ground by Amar Verdi, and that might be cut off. It's a gallant effort there by Josh Bohannon. He actually managed to get his hand down on the ball before he went over the rope, but there was still enough momentum on the ball for it just to dribble onto the boundary rope to bring Amar Verdi 4 runs, 408 for 9.
Yeah, gorgeous on drive there from Verdi. think that's why you should never doubt your number 11.
Yeah, it shows how quick this outfield is now as well, because Bohannon's no slouch. And it wasn't a fierce drive, it was a nicely timed on drive. It's a bouncer. That's what you get for driving me down the ground for 4. You get a short ball for your pains. 408 for 9 though. Amarverdi survives, which means that Ronald van der Merwe will be on strike at the beginning of the next over. All of the equipment is there for marking out the whitewash, for marking the crease, the tamper, for banging down the bowler's foot.
That's what it's called then, the tamper.
Well, that's what I call it. I'm not sure. I don't know if that's the correct name for it. I'll ask one of the ground staff. I call it sort of heavyweight tamper.
It's when the ground staff really get their airtime, isn't it? Particularly when it's streamed live like it is today, and you see them out in the middle doing the hard graft. You've got to solve it there and then with the tamper.
Right,
party time.
Morley's going to bowl. Van der Merwe is on strike. He'll be eyeing up the leg side boundary, but he just turns that gently into the onside and declines the offer of a single. It's picked up out on the leg side boundary. It looks, I'm not sure whether it is, it looks a slightly shorter boundary on that side of the ground, away towards the railway line. But Van der Merwe's cutting this, and they are going to go through for a single. Rob Jones doing the fielding just in front of us, and now the field will close in on Amarverdi. 409 for 9. I think Somerset were targeting 400 this morning. And they've got there, so to that extent, any further runs they accrue be a bit of a bonus. Morley to Verdi, and that's turned into the onside, and he'll get a single here as Keaton Jennings has to move to his left from short fine leg to do the fielding. 410.
Looks like the sun's just about to join us as well. I think it's just creeping out of the clouds.
Getting warmer as there's darker clouds away to the southwest. Morley bowls. Van der Merwe content to play that to
we've actually got the commentary set up outside, so if the sun does come out, it's quite a pleasant
it's lovely.
little
yeah, it's lovely. It's not going to
set
not too blazing hot. Morley bowls, and that's turned into the onside comfortably for a single. That was the 5th ball of the over. A strange piece of cricket from Lancashire, wasn't it? I mean, you know, they virtually gifted Van der Merwe the single when Verdi's only got 1 delivery to survive. But of course he may not survive it. Morley bowls to him. He digs that out, plays it back up the pitch. He does survive it. Morley fields off his own bowling. It's another over, ticks by the 129th of the innings. It's 411 for 9. 5 to Amarverdi and 30 to Roelof van der Merwe.
Yeah, I think Somerset will just keep going here. They keep rotating the strike nicely, and we know we're talking about Verdi being a number 11, but he looks reasonably comfortable out there, and there's not been no chances given as of yet.
No. And this is, I can reveal, Roelof van der Merwe's highest score of his first-class season. He's only played 2 games in the championship before this one, with a best of 28, averaging 9.5. He's a much better cricketer than that, much better batsman than that. Been around a long time. I was talking to Andrew Sanson earlier before lunch, former scorer for Test Match Special, who South African background, and he's been watching Roelof van der Merwe for many years. Williams is in and bowls, and Van der Merwe is looking for 2 here. He sets off quickly. The fielder's coming in. Luke Wells, but fielder gets there before Van der Merwe can turn for the second, so it's just a single. 412 for 9. I was going to check. Kit Harris says it is called a tamper. Well, there you are.
Oh, there we go.
Twitter, thank you.
You've got
And he
your
says,
folks
fancy not
working for
knowing
you,
that.
yeah.
Well, fancy not knowing that. Well, there you are. Here comes Williams, in and bowls to Verdi, who drives. Won't get a run as it goes out to Rob Jones at mid-on. We've got backward point, short extra cover, mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on, 2 slips and a third man and a fine leg or a long leg. Williams in bowls to Verdi, who drives, but only as far as Josh Bohannon at mid-off. As a grey and yellow train. Half of it's grey and the other half is yellow. Very smart, I must say. They're new trains. I think they call them sets, don't they? Train sets. I'm looking at Scott for confirmation of that. Very smart. Anyway, on its way from Liverpool to Southport, here comes Williams in bowls, and Verdi tucks this away down towards fine leg, and they will settle for the single as the throw comes in from a fielder down there. I think it's Luke Wood.
I think Verdi's looking very comfortable at the moment at the crease. What do you think the score will be? What's your grand estimation?
What, of the Somerset total?
Yeah, we'll go for Somerset total.
Ooh, 420.
Okay.
Yeah. 420. People who accuse me of, my wife will say I'm always too pessimistic about Somerset. Why don't you be a bit more cheerful and upbeat about it?
Well, I was thinking that. I think they look reasonably comfortable at the moment.
Well, if you follow Somerset for as long as I do, you've become used to failure. That's pushed down the ground for a single by 414 by Van der Merwe. If not failure, then being a nearly side, we've been second in the county championship 5 times in the last 9 years or so, something like that. So you learn not to lift your expectations too high.
Oh dear.
But it's been a good performance this by Somerset with the bat.
It has indeed, yeah. They've
promising one as well, you know, with Lewis Goldsworthy getting his maiden century and James Rue very impressive yesterday, just 18 years old. Verdi lets this one go through outside the off stump. That's the end of the over. It's end of my commentary stint as well. Some words from Phoebe Graham, and then Scott Reed will take up the commentary.
So yeah, they're just holding out here at Birkdale and Southport Cricket Club. 414 for 9. Don't know how long this partnership's going to last, but starting to look more and more comfortable at the crease, which will only be to Lancashire's frustration. But it's been quite a lovely little partnership so far. We welcome back Scott Reed onto the mic.
I couldn't find the end of me socket thing. Here's Morley in, that's slog swept out towards deep mid-wicket. Watch out in the crowd, it's coming towards you. It's a big hit for 6. Hammered away, probably muscled that away for 6.
It's a lovely shot for 6, and it's hard to reach hard to score boundaries here today at Birkdale, because every single fielder is currently placed on the boundary apart from one slip. Unconventional field, but wanting to give him one.
Moves on to 38, 420 for 9. And that's eased along the ground through mid-on for a single. 421 for 9. It couldn't really have gone much better, could it, post-lunch for Somerset? They've kind of come out, had a bit of a bosh. Van der Merwe's got to 39. They pushed it up to 421. So far, so good for Somerset. Lancashire just sitting in here, aren't they, really? Try and get a wicket, or obviously. Try and keep the runs down, or wait for Somerset declaration. Jack Morley, left arm around, down the pitch comes Verdi, hits it back over the bowler's head, one bounce and to the advertising board. Nice catch from Luke with his camera there. That's 4
It's a great shot from Verdi, taking the bowling on now and straight down the ground, 1 bounce 4. Brilliant shot.
One-handed catch with your other hand on the camera. That's quite a good effort. Morley bowls again, comes down the pitch, swats it away. It wasn't massively an attractive shot in truth, and they've gone through for a horrible run. And I mean, it's not great cricket, that is it? We'll scratch that off, shall we? Oh dear. 426 for 9.
It all of a sudden looked very much like we were at a club game, didn't it?
Absolutely did, yeah. That was pretty,
if anyone walks in just for that ball, you would not have guessed it was Lancashire first team versus Somerset first team.
It was a bit of a heave from Verdi, wasn't it? He moves to 11. He needs to get Van der Merwe on strike and let him swing for it a bit.
He's done his job. That's the main thing. Number 11.
Get the big man on strike. Morley in and bowls. And that's just eased along the ground through square leg. He'll jog through for 1. As Jennings scoops the ball up, and Van der Merwe moves on to 40. And the score moves on to 427 for 9. And Jack Morley has the thankless task of trying to bowl here to 2 batters who are just trying to hammer him out of Birddale. As Verdi defends back along the pitch and gathered by Morley off his own bowling. That is the end of the over. I mean, there's loads of time left. There's 60 overs left today. I think it's 60. Yeah, 60 overs left today. So there's absolutely bags of time. We're only day 2.
Yeah, they're definitely not short on time here. I think they're just trying to add as many runs to the total as possible. It doesn't look like they're playing to declare, or they haven't changed their intensity or intent at all. It looks like Lancs are going to try something different here to try and capture that wicket.
Yes. There's that man, Luke Wood, who's going to come and bowl. You think something short and hostile, or something full and quick, or maybe a bit of both?
I think he'll do definitely a bit of both in the over. I think he'll go back to his T20 ways here. I think he's going to start short.
Okay.
Bump him.
Let's see. Van der Merwe. He's waiting and beaten on 40. There's Wood, left arm round the wicket. He just gets in line of a decent length ball and defends it safely back down the pitch, and there's no run. There's a chap walking around the very edge of the perimeter of the ground there. Just caught him on the back end of the screen. He's got his walking stick in one hand, and he's carrying an ice cream in the other. That was a delicate operation, was that? It's a long way to come from the ice cream van to where he's sitting in front of the pavilion. There's Wood. Ball left arm around the wicket. In and just back of a length and up onto the toes and pushed down into the onside. Rob Jones starts to run up from deep mid-wicket and then says, you know what, it's miles away from me. The bowler's nearer to it. It's all yours.
Yeah, Luke Wood's just walked to the ball. He probably could have run 2, really.
I got a tweet from his mum, from Rob's mum, because I mentioned, I bet when he was a kid, Rob, I bet he was always like rolling in the dirt. You know, I bet he was constantly mucky. Constantly mucky and being told off. That's my impression of Rob.
And what did the tweet come in and say then?
His mum said he needs to get some Vanish on it and clean those whites.
Confirmed by.
Yeah. Wood in, balls again, it's short. Van der Merwe guides the ball out through square leg for a single. I have actually mentioned this on commentary before, and she has previously said, yes, that's exactly what he was like as a boy. 427 for 9. So this is just a case of seeing off a few deliveries and try and give it a bit of a crack.
Yeah, although I think there's a lot of confidence in number 11 here.
Van der Merwe waits. Here's Wood. Back in, left arm around the wicket, off the back foot, and trying to drive the ball away, but it disappears down to third man, where George Balderson fields.
I've got to say, it is quite painful to watch the ball go to the boundary and the batters not take the run, isn't it? It's quite an eerie way of cricket.
How would you feel if you were the bowler here?
I don't know. I think, in a way, you kind of know it's all or nothing. So you're in with a chance, and you might go for 1 or 2 fours. So I don't know. They've brought everyone in for the last 2 balls. The over.
Yeah, everyone from the boundary edge are all creeping in now. Here comes Wood, balls again. It's short and it's top edged over the keeper, 1 bounce and down towards the sight screen, actually, behind the wicket keeper, behind Dane Villas, and that's 4 more. Takes Van der Merwe to 44 and to 431 for 9 now, Somerset. There's a fine leg and a 3rd man. And the ball from that attempted pull, thickish top edge, went way above Villas. It absolutely flew into the sky and then bounced in between those 2 fielders on the boundary.
Yeah, it definitely could have gone anywhere. But luckily for Van der Merwe, 4 runs scored.
Edging towards a 50. Wood balls again. It takes a single this time, final ball of the over, so it's worked a treat really. Pick up and throw towards the keeper's end, but it was a pretty comfortable single. They're through for 1, so he's managed to get a single off the final ball of the over. 432 for 9. Little handy partnership of 29 as well.
I was just thinking that they've put on quite a lot of runs here, and I think it's been a couple of times now where Lancashire have looked like they've got on top of Somerset, and they've dug deep a few times here to really hold some strong partnerships towards the back end of the innings.
We have frustrating Lancashire. 432 for 9. It's going to be Morley to continue. It's going to be Van der Merwe on strike. There's a few slightly downbeat Lancashire fielders who were quite keen to get off the pitch and put their feet up for a bit.
Hard to create energy in this situation, isn't it?
It's a bit. There's Morley clutching the ball towards his chest and twirling his way in and bowling off the back foot. Van der Merwe defends away into the offside. There's no run.
This is the type of situation as well. If this was Lancashire batting, every run or 4, the crowd would be going crazy, wouldn't they? So the atmosphere would be very different here, home versus away. But at the moment, the Lancs fans are just waiting for something to happen.
Here's Morley, bowls again. It's a big heave away through the onside. It clears mid-wicket. It might clear the ground. We've been waiting for 1 to clear the ground. I don't know whether it has or not. He's brought a 50 for Van der Merwe as the crowd go looking for the ball somewhere in the hedges. But he's 51 not out. It's a terrific knock from 62 deliveries. It's 438 for 9. It's a big hit to get to 50.
Yeah, it's a great shot for 50, and I think he's really earned the right to play those shots. Some fans cheering massively for that big 6 there, and he's helped steer the team to that 400 mark, and now up to 440, maybe even potentially 450. He's played a really critical role in how he's batted in this innings. 51 off 62. I think the team will be chuffed with that.
3rd 6 for him as well. 3-4. It's a great knock. Great day so far this for Somerset. To try and drive the ball away into the offside. Picked up by Jack Morley off his own bowling, and there's no run. Dane Villas, the keeper, there with his arms folded, standing up behind the stumps. Desperate to see Lancashire have a bat. Morley in, bowls, bit of width and cut away through the offside. Just a single though. 1 taken off the 4th ball of the over. So 1-3-9 for 9. It's Morley in 2 now. This is his 24th over. 2 for 86. Tough roll though, isn't it, for Morley, with 2 batters almost toying with him really. turning down singles, and then gambling for a big hit. Not easy. But it's been beautifully put together though by Somerset. Down the pitch comes Verdi, hits it back over the bowler's head. That's going to be 4 again. Verdi says, well, don't forget about me. I can hit it as well, you know. He moves to 15.
Verdi's really campaigning here to get up the order, isn't he? He's played some really nice shots down the ground, and that's his, I think, 2nd or 3rd boundary where he's just played really straight down the ground. Gorgeous shot.
Moves to 15. 443 for 9. I went for 430 all out during the lunch interval. So they've got past that.
I think they might scramble 450, 460 here.
Just keep going. I'm talking about declarations. That's nonsense, isn't it? Just keep batting. Forward again goes Verdi in defence. And there's no run. It's the end of the over.
Could not have held that defensive shot any longer. I think he held the pose there for 5 or 6 seconds just to show he's still there, 15 not out, and he's wanting to stay there.
Okay, change in the gone box. Thanks, Phoebe. It's a good stint now. It was quite a lengthy stint for Phoebe after lunch. I've even done a rota for today. I mean, this is most unlike me. There's a piece of paper stuck to the thing, and there's a rota written on there in my scribbled writing. We all get a bit of a go. Butcher's back alongside me, Roland Butcher, and this is going ever so well for Somerset, isn't it? 4-4, 3 for 9. Good afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely, and at this stage, really, Somerset's got to be on the front foot, just be aggressive. Otherwise, you might as well be bowling. So enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Balderson comes over the wicket. They might want 2 here. It's a long way for Jones to get up from the boundary, and they're going to come back for 2 with the fielder set right back. The throw comes in towards the bowler's end, trying to run Verdi out. Decent effort from Jones, had a lot of ground to make up, but because he's so deep, Lancashire with everybody back on the rope, he's timed it beautifully for 2.
Yeah, it's a long way out here. Nobody in between. You have a look at the field here, and it's every single fielder bar the bowler and the keep on the boundary.
Plays forward and pushes nicely, holds the pose as well. There's no run. 54 to Van der Merwe, 15 to Verdi.
And again, another frustrating partnership.
That's something they have done superbly, isn't it, for Somerset? The partnerships in the game.
Yeah, I think the pitch has allowed them to do that. I think it's a good batting pitch.
Here's Balderson in short, and Van der Merwe has a bit of a waft of the bat at that, kind of almost thinking to try and pull the ball, but there's a wafty leave if there is such a thing. He kind of pulled out, didn't he, really? Taken by Villas. Oh, he looks a bit frustrated, Dame Villas, Lancashire captain.
Yeah, he's been in the field for a long time. He must be getting tired now, these bowlers.
Here comes Balderson. Past the umpire, balls again. Play with a slightly angled bat. Just for a single this time. There probably was 2, but didn't run the first with the intent that they did previously, because that's the 4th ball of the over. So just taking 1. Verdi moves to 55. 4-6 for 9.
Yes, and the field comes in now, and I think Lancashire will be thinking about, they should have been thinking for some time about batting, but just frustrating this last wicket partnership.
Yeah, penny for the thoughts of Lancashire's 2 openers. They'll be itching to have a go. Balderson in, bangs one in short, and Verdi gets up onto his toes and rides the bounce, and it just drops off the pitch. A little piece of grass, and it's scooped up by Balderson, and there's no run. Verdi on 15. It is a peculiar situation, isn't it, when you see a game like this? Like with runs being turned down and fielders set back, you just either waiting for a mistake from the batter here.
But, I mean, the number 11's facing. There's not.
Balderson in onto the pads of Verdi. He flicked away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. They obviously turned down the single because they want Van der Merwe on strike. So I think it's quite working at the moment for Lancashire. 4-4-6 for 9.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to work out when the number 11 is on strike against a medium-fast bowler, and you're just wondering. Well, you've conceded you're not going to get him out because you've, apart from the wicketkeeper, you've got nobody in a catching position. I think should be the other way around, really. He should be the one where you've got fielders in catching positions and really throw out the gauntlet to him to try and beat the infield.
You look at those partnerships there, that's been the key, hasn't it? The 145, the 78, coupled towards the back end of the innings as well.
Yeah, they've been pretty consistent with their partnerships, and as a result, we don't get balls again. This is the 3rd one, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
They bowl a few overs, but at the same time, to get through 3 balls.
Yeah, take a look at another ball. Oh, it's buried in his pocket. We'll have that one back. Oh, put it between your legs.
That's probably his personal one. That is. Used it in the nets and decided I'm keeping it.
No, don't want that one. That's been between his legs. Is that? We'll put that one back in the box. Pick out another one. Yeah, are we happy with that? No, we're not happy with that. Nope, put that in your pocket. Leave that one for later. Would you be doing anything differently? I mean, this is perfect for Somerset. This is playing into their hands beautifully. So what can Lancashire do differently?
I think even with Merv, who's batting well, I think you've got to have a slip. He's bringing him in now. He's bringing the slip now. Because you've got to try to get him out as well. You know, he's got to be aggressive. Otherwise, if you don't do that, he's going to play 4 or 5 balls and then not just single. Give Verdi 1 ball to survive, and then he's facing the next over. I think you need to try and get him out as well, because he's going to, against the faster bowler, he's going to try and score.
Yeah.
So try to get him out.
Well, let's see if he does try and get him out. Put a slip in place. So here comes Luke Wood. Left arm over the wicket. Bowls him! And that's Somerset all out for 446, and Luke Wood strikes. And Van der Merwe, the man out, but he's battered ever so well, 55 from 69 deliveries, and that partnership with was worth 43 super frustrating runs. But here we go, Wood sending one into the stumps to wrap up the Somerset innings.
Yeah, I think Van der Merwe will be quite disappointed getting up to that delivery. He did come back at him, as Wood has indicated, but because he played with a horizontal bat, it came off the bottom edge of the bat. Instead of playing with the there it goes, horizontal bat, into the ground, into the stumps. Really, I mean, he'd be kicking himself, because he would know that had he played that with a straight bat, the ball would have gone back down the pitch and he still would have been there. But a good wicket for Wood. And finally, the Somerset inning comes to a close after 135 overs. So it's a long time in the field for the Lancashire bowlers. They'll be glad to put their feet up now.
They will. They'll be hoping the top order can bat nicely. That batting card dominated by Lewis Goldsworthy, making 130 and 70 from James Rue. It kind of went a little under the radar, but that's his debut, and he made 70 yesterday. He batted ever so well. And those contributions towards the end. Gregory 42, Van der Merwe 55, Brooks swinging in with 27, and even Verdi making 15 of 19. They've all chipped in, and that feels like a very, very good looking first innings total. But Lancashire's bowling figures, well, 2 for Bailey from 84 runs, 29 overs bowled, 5 maidens. Will Williams 3 for 85, 31 overs, 11 maidens. George Balderson 1 for 80 from 24. Luke Wood 2 for 75 from 22.1. Jack Morley toiled away for his captain, sending down 24 overs, 2 for 90, and then 5 overs from Luke Wells went for 27. So 4-4-6 all out. And this is our match summary, day 2. Somerset having won the toss and elected to have a bat first. Goldsworthy top of the charts there with the runs, and Lancashire have got plenty of work to do with the bat when they come out to start their innings. And we'll be back with you for full coverage of that, obviously live from Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, with play to resume in around about 8 minutes. Somerset 4-4-6 all out.
That's where in Division 1 of the County Championship at the Aegeus Bowl, Hampshire 184 for 4 against Warwickshire, so in fight to their 217, only trailing by 33. Yorkshire 507 for 8 at Scarborough against Surrey. Essex 255 for 4 against Gloucestershire at Chelmsford, so now leading by 119 runs. And at Canterbury, Kent 110 for 2. In reply to Northampton's 303. welcome back our umpires, Peter Hartley and James Middlebrook, and our two teams, Somerset and Lancashire.
Well, welcome back to Trafalgar Road, here in Birkdale, just south of Southport, ground of the Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. I'm Anthony Gibson. I'll be joined very shortly by Roland Butcher of Middlesex and England. The match situation: Somerset 446 all out. They were 365 for 8, so the last two Somerset wickets added a frustrating, from a Lancashire point of view, 81 runs, with some good intelligent batting from Roelof van der Merwe leading the way with 55. He was last out bowled by Luke Wood, and good contributions as well from Jack Brooks, and at the end Amar Thirdy. Roland is with us now. How do you rate 446, the first inning score on this pitch?
I think it's an excellent start. I think for Somerset, well, obviously they won the toss, they elected to bat. They summed their wicket up as a pretty good one, so you've got to go and put a total on the score. They've done that. Perhaps they would have liked to have perhaps got that a little bit quicker. But it's late into the second day. It puts a bit of pressure on Lancashire, but at the same time,
here we got the first over, being bowled by Somerset's acting captain, Peter Siddle. Appeal for LBW, but nothing from Siddle, just behind the stumps. He's bowling to Luke Wells. Two tall batsmen at the crease, Wells and Keaton Jennings. They must be the tallest opening partnership in the county championship.
Yes, I would imagine so. They are two pretty big guys, and it's going to be challenging facing Siddle.
Here he comes, sprinting in bowls, and Wells turning that into the onside. They must be 12'7" between the two of them, I should think.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you've got 400+ runs on the board, you've got a fairly short day to bowl. I think it's going to be quite challenging for the batsmen. They'll know they'll be up against it. They've spent a lot of time in the field. Conditions are still overcast. Peter Siddle, you know, he's a handy bowler.
He's into the wicket now and bowls outside the off stump to Wells. These two, Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells, have more than 900 runs to their combined names in the course of the season. 453 Keaton Jennings in just 7 innings, averaging 64.7, best of 238. He's been in great form. And Luke Wells not far behind, 461 in 12 innings, best of 175 not out, averaging 51. So they're both averaging over 50, which for opening batsmen is a good performance, as that's defended by Luke Wells, because the early season pitches have been better than they often are, but even so, it's hard work being an opening batsman in county championship cricket in early season, isn't it?
Yeah, generally it can be, because that time is much more difficult to score runs. Certainly in a normal year, you do get the odd year where...
Here comes Siddle racing in bowls, beats... no, I don't think he did beat him. I think he just tucked his bat behind his pad, did Luke Wells, and let that go through to wicketkeeper Stephen Davis, who has 3 slips and a gully for company. Can't see who. I think it's Lewis Gregory at first slip. It's probably Matt Renshaw at second slip. It's probably Roelof van der Merwe at third, and I know it's Tom Lammonby in the gully, as this is bowled on leg stump. Turns Wells round, but he plays it comfortably enough. End of the first over. It's a maiden from Peter Siddle.
Yeah, Siddle starts with a maiden. I think he'll enjoy these conditions, Peter Siddle. He's typical English style bowler, medium fast, looks to hit the seam, get a bit of swing. Really needs the conditions to be in his favour. I think this will help him being slightly overcast.
He is a good hard wicket bowler, though. I mean, brought up on Australian pitches, he knows how to bowl on pitches that are not offering much in the way of lateral movement, but there may be a little bit of bounce. I'm not sure there is much bounce in this pitch, but it's quite firm. So we got Jack Brooks from the other end, two vastly experienced opening bowlers for Somerset, not in the first flush of youth, it must be said. I think they're both 38 now. Peter Siddle's only 37. But Jack Brooks was 38 on June the 4th. So we got combined age of 75 for the two Somerset opening bowlers, as Brooks bowls to Jennings, who just lets it run off his bat out into the offside. And I can confirm that the slips are Lewis Gregory at first slip, Matt Renshaw at second, Roelof van der Merwe at third, and Tom Lammonby in the gully. We've got Amar Verdi down just in front of our commentary position at long leg. We've got James Rue by the square leg umpire, just in front of the square leg umpire, sort of straight mid wicket, as Brooks is in and bowls, and good delivery, a little bit of bounce there.
Yeah, good pace as well, and it's good to be. It's good effort at age 38 to be bowling, opening the bowling.
Yep. Well, he'll have been buoyed by his effort with the bat, will Jack Brooks, making 27, and a very useful partnership of 38 with Roelof van der Merwe for the 9th wicket. As Brooks' short, abrupt run up, and that goes past the outside edge of Keaton Jennings' bat.
And a nice pace as well.
And again with some good carry through to Stephen Davis, another very, very experienced cricketer. Slips go down, Brooks is in, bowls, and Jennings is on top of the bounce this time, just lets it run off the bat down to the third man boundary. Goldsworthy's in pursuit, just flips it infield for Tom Lammonby, who does the support work, and they come back for 3 runs. So Lancashire underway, 3 without loss.
Yeah, nice control shot, just getting on top of the bounce. Obviously a very attacking field, as you would imagine, in the first over, and the outfield still as quick as it was yesterday. But I think so far Brooks has made a good start. He's getting some good pace out of the pitch.
Yeah, he's out of contract at the end of the season, so he'll want to impress. This is through to Stephen Davis outside the off stump. As far as I know, he's no intention of retiring just yet. Quick bowlers seem to go on for longer than ever. Jimmy Anderson's still doing his stuff.
I think once they can maintain their fitness and they're not passengers in the field, they still have a role to play.
Yeah, Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad, and these two here today, Peter Siddle and Jack Brooks. Brooks bowls, and Wells punches this into the offside. Goldsworthy is in pursuit. He'll pull it in just inside the deep cover boundary, and they'll settle for 2 runs as the throw comes in. So 5 without loss at the end of the second over. 3 of those to Keaton Jennings and 2 to Luke Wells. And you feel, Ronan, that Somerset are going to need to take some wickets when the ball is hard, because once it gets soft, it's going to be hard work for the bowlers.
Yeah, most definitely. I don't think the pitch is going to change a great deal in the short term, because it's shown over the last day and a half that it's very good for batting. And you know, the bowlers do need a bit of luck right through the innings. You could see even the last pair able to bat quite easily. So, you know, you want to start well. Obviously, Somerset, if they can get 2 or 3 wickets early, then there's a rebuilding job to be done. But again, the middle order should still be able to stand up and bat on this pitch.
Well, it's Peter Siddle. He's going to be bowling his first delivery to the left-handed Keaton Jennings, who stuns that into the onside. The University of the West Indies. I see you've got your.
Well, that sunshine has disappeared, so I had to loose the hat, and.
What did you study at the University of the West
No,
Indies?
I was the director of sports at the University.
Oh right,
of West
you're
Indies.
director of sports. Yeah. And where is it? Where's it based?
Barbados.
Barbados.
Yeah.
Which is your home island. Siddle in bowls to Jennings, who's solidly half forward, playing a defensive shot. 5 without loss. And how long did you do that for?
I was director of sports 15 years. Retired 3 years ago.
And I'm guessing you really enjoyed it.
Yes, I did. It was challenging. Obviously, as very challenging in the first few years.
Here comes Siddle, in and bowls, outside the off stump, no shot from Jennings. Why particularly in the first few years?
Well, because I was going to say inherited a position, but I didn't inherit a position because they never had a director of sport before. I was the first one. But I was brought into the university to develop sport to a professional level, and the facilities and everything else to go with it as well. So you were starting from scratch, really.
Yeah. Here's Siddle. He's in and bowls, and playing a miss from Keith Jennings. Stephen Davis claps his gloves in appreciation of a good ball. And is Barbados still bringing on cricketers at the rate historically they have done?
Yeah. I mean, Barbados continues to produce a lot of cricketers because I think our club cricket is probably the strongest in the region. The association is perhaps the wealthiest of all the associations, so there's a lot of investment.
Siddle bowls. Jennings gets a bit of mixture of bat and pad on that, hence the sort of shout from Siddle, but no appeal as such. And is cricket as popular in the West Indies as in your day, if you like, or in your era back in the 60s and 70s?
It is. It's just as popular. The history and the culture of the game in the Caribbean has been there for a long time. I think football is the most popular, and you can understand.
Siddle is in and bowls, and Jennings up on his toes, shouting "no run" to his batting partner, and there was no run, and it's the end of the third over, and it's 5 without loss.
Yeah, tidy over by Siddle. A couple of deliveries going past the bat. But yes, football is the #1 sport, not just in Barbados but everywhere else. But the Caribbean obviously loves football. In terms of numbers playing, you know, they're far outweigh any other sport, a long way. You know, cricket is a cultural thing, but football, because of its marketing and its exposure, the availability to watch,
and the money as well.
And the money, you can watch every league in the world.
Yeah. Brooks in and bowls, and down the leg side, taken by Stephen Davis. I've heard some people suggest that baseball is making inroads into support for cricket.
Not really. I mean, baseball will be in places like Cuba and Dominican Republic, but nowhere else really. Nobody else plays baseball. There's a lot of basketball, but I think generally most West Indians won't have a chance of making the NBA because they're too short.
Brooks in and bowls to Wells, who again lets that go through outside the off stump.
You know, as you know, the NBA, most of those guys are giants.
Yeah, absolutely.
Caribbean people are generally small, and
well, 1 or 2 exceptions.
Well, that was in the past. I mean, we can't find a tall, fast bowler.
That's true.
find me one.
Yeah, absolutely right.
We would love a few now.
Yeah. Brooks in and bowls, and this is defended by Luke Wells. Yes, it's strange that, isn't it, when you think back to the likes of not just Joel Garner as the obvious one, but Courtney Walsh,
Walsh, Michael Holden, all those guys were 6 to find a 6-footer now, you'd be
Curtly
lucky.
Ambrose.
Yeah.
And he was, what, 6'5", 6'6",
Ian,
something like that.
Ian Bishop, all those guys.
Ian Bishop, yeah.
But to find a guy with a 6 foot now bowling fast it's a rarity.
Strange. Brooks in and bowls and beats Wells this time, I think, outside the off stump. Definitely played at that. But Somerset getting the batsman to play and miss, but not found the edge just yet. 3 slips waiting for it. 3 slips in a gully.
It's a good time to be bowling, you know. As I said, the pitch is quickened up. This is the second day. Conditions are right.
Here comes Brooks bustling in and bowls, and that's defended around his front pad by Luke Wells. 7 without loss, replying to Somerset's innings of 446. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset. With me is Roland Butcher from Barbados, Middlesex and England.
In that order.
Brooks in and bowls, and Wells defends. So you played your 3 test matches in an absolutely golden era, didn't you? I mean, that series, 80-81 in the West Indies. I mean, it was a fantastically strong England side and a magnificent West Indies side.
Yeah, absolutely. It probably was good for the spectators, but
Where did you bat? Were you in number 3 or 4, something like that?
5 actually. I think
5,
Gower was 3.
Yeah. Here's Brooks in and bowls, and his defensive shot. Yes, it was. And that, of course, was the series in which Brian Rose had to retire with his eye injury, and it was also the series when poor Ken Barrington died, wasn't it?
That's correct. And the Jackman affair. I don't think Brian Rose didn't play after that, did he?
No, he didn't. Not that was his last Test match. Right. Somebody's
Seems
looking
like
we're both. No, it's only Roland who's getting getting the send off. Phoebe Graham will come in alongside, interrupt our discussion of that Test series from long ago, 80-81, when Roland Butcher played in the 3rd, 4th and 5th Test matches out in the West Indies. Here comes Siddle racing in and bowls around the wicket to Keaton Jennings. It's a steady start, this, from Lancashire, just the odd ball passing the outside edge, but nothing to get too excited about so far. 7 without loss. We're in the 5th over. What did you make of the Somerset first innings score of 446, Phoebe? Better than par, about par, above par?
I think it was an above par score. I think it's going to be a high scoring pitch.
Oh, and there's a play and a miss there from a good ball from Peter Siddle, and Keaton Jennings goes down and gives the pitcher a bit of a prod. We haven't actually seen much of that, have we? There hasn't been much gardening going on out there.
No, well, from the first innings, there wasn't a huge amount of movement off the ball with the ball. It wasn't really nibbling off the seam or doing a lot for the seam bowlers. So I think probably 380, 400 was about par. So I think those last 2 partnerships.
Here's Siddle in bowls, and Keaton Jennings shoulders arms. Lets it go through to Stephen Davis, who is keeping wicket. I was speculating yesterday that perhaps James Rue might keep wicket because Stephen Davis was given the task of opening the innings yesterday, but Davis has the gloves. But he must feel his position is under some threat. He's only averaging 17.5, I think, Steve Davis. And Tom Avell and Tom Banton, as this is defended by Keaton Jennings, due to come back into the side for the game against Yorkshire next week. There must one of these batsmen, or 2 of these batsmen, have got to give way, and it's just possible that Jason Kerr, the Somerset head coach, could give the gloves to James Rue and ask Stephen Davis to stand down. This is outside the off stump and hits Davis's gloves at good pace up above his top of his chest. you think the pitch has quickened up a little bit?
I don't think so. I was just going to say, I think it was the last two partnerships for Somerset that really took them over the line and have given them an above par score. So I think it is around digging deep, staying in, and as soon as you seem to get your eye in here, there's runs galore for the batters. So
yeah, as the ball gets a bit softer as well. Siddle is in and bowls, and again good carry through to Stephen Davis, but too far outside the off stump for Keaton Jennings to have to play a shot. It was a maiden over from Peter Siddle. 7 without loss. 5 overs have been bowled, 2 to Wells and 3 to Jennings.
yeah, he's getting some nice shapes there, is Siddle, moving into the off stump. Like you say, just hitting that 5th, 4th line at the moment, so not actually tempting the batters to play, but I think if he moves his line more to that off stump, it'll start becoming very tricky for the batters.
England have reached 100 in the one-day international against India. 100 for 8.
Oh, right, great. Well, at least they're into triple figures. It wasn't looking like that at one stage today.
Here's Jack Brooks in and bowls, and that's defended by Luke Wells. See how Craig Overton's getting on. Oh, he's not. He was bowled by Shami for 8. Oh dear. It's David Willey who's leading the resistance with 20, and Bryden Cass got 14. But perhaps the England bowlers will have their revenge. We will see.
Well, yeah, after being
strange scoreline at the Oval, though, isn't it?
Well, yeah, definitely. And at 26 for 5.
This is a defensive shot by Luke Wells to a good ball from Jack Brooks. I mean, in this weather and at the Oval, you'd have thought that with that England batting lineup.
I was just going to say, some
of
the world's
looking at 350, 400.
Yeah, some of the world's best batters. Root gone for none. Stokes gone for none. Jason Roy for none. Livingstone for none. I bet they've never seen as many ducks.
This is Wells up on his toes to a ball just short of a length from Jack Brooks, who's wearing his trademark headband. The headband warrior. I wonder if he'll... There we are. We're getting a close-up of it now. It's good, very good production.
So he's got the headband and the flare shoes as Jack Brooks,
Yeah,
who obviously likes his style.
It's white with a maroon band, so Somerset colours. There's another good ball from Jack Brooks and another defensive shot from Luke Wells, and plenty of animation from the Somerset close catchers. Gregory, Renshaw and Van der Merwe at slip, and then Tom Lammonby under his Somerset cap at in the gully. Apart from them, we've got a cover point, Lewis Goldsworthy mid-off. This is driven by Wells, and all mid-off is going to do there. George Bartlett is go down to the boundary to retrieve the ball, because that was over-pitched from Jack Brooks, and a nice firm off-drive from Luke Wells brings him 4 runs, and I fancy that's the first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Luke Wells, just a little bit fuller from Jack Brooks, so he was able to put his hands through it, and nice easy 4 really.
Peter Siddle captaining Somerset, just having a quick word with Jack Brooks, who's in and bowling to Wells, who defends the ball just outside the line of off stump, and that concludes the over, which was the 6th over of the innings. So a steady start, as I was saying, from Lancashire, 11 without loss after those 6 overs, with 3 to Keaton Jennings and 6 to Luke Wells.
Yeah, and they're a very patient pair of Wells and Jennings, so having been out there for a day and a half, they'll know that they'll be able to reap their rewards if they're able to see off the first 10 overs and play a really solid innings today.
Yeah.
There's just been a pint being brought to the commentary table.
Can't drink it in the middle of the commentary. That's played it defensively into the offside.
That's brilliant service.
Well, there's Paul Edwards, who his generosity. He always provides a drink in the afternoon for the commentary team. Peter Siddle is bowling another over. Hasn't got much out of this pitch so far. He'll want to do well, captaining Somerset, as this is a solid-looking defensive shot from Keaton Jennings. Possibly the only time he'll captain Somerset. Depends, obviously, whether he gets another contract for next year and what happens to Tom Abel, whether Tom Abel gets more gigs as the England Lions captain.
That's the thing at the moment with a lot of these big counties, Lancashire, Somerset, they're producing a lot of England cricketers, so it means there's so many change-ups in the 4-day game, the 1-day game, T20.
In the bowls. Yeah, you're quite right. It's another defensive shot.
And actually, when you look at, say, the the semi-final lineup on Saturday, it's a very different looking squad to what you'd have imagined at the start of the season.
Well, it's a shame as well that the ECB, in their wisdom, have scheduled the closing, the knockout stages of the Vitality Blast to coincide with England one-day internationals. It's defended by Keaton Jennings, and there's no run, because it means that Somerset actually are suffering a lot less than some other counties. Will be without Craig Overton, I think, for Saturday, but well, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I think Yorkshire and Lancashire will both lose a number of players in the semi-finals. Yeah. It sort of takes away the importance of the county cricket, the T20 comp.
Another defensive shot from Keaton Jennings, who's looking very solid. They're going to take some winkling out, I think, these Lancashire opening batsmen. Two tall left-handers, Jennings and Wells, saying they must be 12'7" between them two of them, mustn't
Yeah, they are very, very tall opening batters.
Definitely the tallest opening combination in county cricket. Which, of course, I suppose because they're both tall, that helps the bowlers a bit. As that's another defensive shot to a good ball from Peter Siddle, because they can bowl more or less the same length to both the batsmen, rather than having you've got a short one and a tall one.
Yeah, definitely.
You have to vary your length, obviously.
You probably don't get the advantage of the left hand either, so it's almost having the same man at both ends, really.
Here comes Ben Green onto the field with his modern mullet, I think Mark Church calls that particular hairdo. Where
it definitely
shaved
is.
Around his, above his ears, and he's got a splendid moustache, Lord Lucan moustache.
I was going to say
Edwardian. I used to have a moustache like that many years ago. Not quite as magnificent as that one, it has to be said. There you are, some more excellent production on the live stream.
Whatever you say will be close up by
moustache.
Lancs TV. They're very good at picking everything up.
Another over from Jack Brooks, bowling to Luke Wells. He's there and bowls, and Wells plays this away for 4 runs through the offside, beating the dive of the man at backward point, who is Tom Lammonby. So Lammonby out of the gully.
Yeah, it's a great shot from Wells there for 4. Just an exceptionally patient batter, so with that extra bit of width there from Brooks, he's able to wait on that and just pounce that through backward point with
15
ease.
without loss, Lancashire. Brooks in his 4th over, he's there and bowls outside the off stump through to Stephen Davis. So we got Goldsworthy at backward point, Lammonby in the covers, covering sort of cover point to extra cover, George Bartlett at mid-off to the left-hander, Peter Siddle, the skipper, at mid-on, And James Rue at mid-wicket, with Ben Green down not far away from us here at long leg, and that's a defensive shot stunned into the offside. Ben Green, who will be captaining Somerset in the Royal London One Day Cup, captaining what will be a young Somerset side, possibly reinforced, well, almost certainly reinforced by Stephen Davis, who's keeping wicket, and possibly, I hope, by James Hildreth, who wasn't selected for this game. Brooks in and bowls and outside the off stump.
I think a lot of the ODI games clash with the 100, don't they? So a lot of players, again, gives quite a good opportunity for the academy boys.
Somerset will lose 9 players to the 100. So only one of them, in fact, Marchant de Lange, is not first team regular, as this is turned into the onside to Rue. Does his first bit of fielding, I think, sends in the return to Stephen Davis.
I think it's very similar with Lancashire's starting 11, and they were saying that last year they had to revamp their whole WhatsApp group, and they renamed it the Undatables for their ODI campaign, because it was all those that weren't selected in the England test, weren't selected for the 100, but they said they had a hoot as the Undatables.
Brooks in and bowls to Wells, who defends that into the offside. That brings my commentary stint to an end. Scott Reed will be taking over. That's after some words from Phoebe on the state of play.
Brilliant, yeah, so it's been an excellent first set here from Somerset. They haven't been challenging Lancashire too much. They're 15 for none, looking very comfortable are Wells and Keaton Jennings, two very tall left-handers. And they'll be looking to score some big runs today on a very high scoring pitch here at Birkdale and Southport Cricket Club. Welcoming back Scott Reed on the mic.
Hey Phoebe, here's Siddle in and bowling, and that's pushed away by Jennings up towards mid-on, cut off by Siddle off his own bowling, and there's no run. Big fan of Peter Siddle's highlights.
Yeah, they are good, aren't they?
Yeah, quite like them. Quite like this, because you've got the highlights from one end in Peter Siddle. Look at them, they're terrific. And then you've got the headband from Brooks at the other end.
There's some interesting cuts around the Somerset team. We were just saying there's some modern mullets. There's highlights.
Siddle in bowls. Pushed out into the onside by Jennings, and there's no run.
I think it must be part of the tick box of you've got to make sure you've got a flare haircut to get in the first 11. I think it's green there with the modern mullet and moustache.
Oh, I've seen that combination.
Yeah.
That's terrific. So the modern mullet is like what we're seeing there, kind of shaved on the sides and a little bit longer at the back. Is that a modern mullet? Here's Siddle in with 3 slips waiting. And it's played up towards mid-on, there's no run.
Yeah, although I don't think there's anything that modern about it. I think it's just they've brought it, trying to bring it back, or a few of the
like that
players, yeah. I know in Australia it's always really popular to have a big mullet in the hairstyle, but I think a lot of sports stars now are bringing back haircuts.
That's a lovely trim, that, wasn't it? I mean, beautifully finished. As Siddle's in and bowling to Jennings, who doesn't offer a shot, and taken by Stephen Davis. Slightly more conventional short back and sides for Stephen Davis. Do you remember during lockdown Keaton Jennings, his hair?
Oh no,
Have you ever
I
seen
didn't.
A picture of this?
No, haven't. Did he grow it?
Thing of beauty.
So did he grow it long?
He grew it. Well, it didn't kind of go long at the back. It just went up.
Oh wow!
A bit like Marge Simpson from The Simpsons.
Yeah,
that type of. It just kept going up and up. It was defying gravity.
Yeah.
It really was something spectacular.
It's quite an interesting period, wasn't it? Because quite a few people thought, I'm just gonna
do it.
Yeah, it's probably one of the only chances that I can see what my hair would look like grown out.
Yeah. Either that or you attack it yourself, wasn't it? And
Yeah.
make a bit of a box job of it. Siddle around the wicket, bowling. Defended by Keaton Jennings, and there's no run. I'll try and find you a picture of. Well, I mean, you can just quickly Google it. Just Keaton Jennings. Put Keaton Jennings' hair into a search engine, and I'd be amazed if it didn't crop up with something that was quite spectacular. It was great for the cameras because at any particular moment they would just zoom in on Keaton's wonderful,
Oh,
beautiful
wow,
hair.
yeah, is this?
Look at that. That's absolutely outstanding.
I'd say it was almost like a long perm that he's got.
Beautiful. Yeah, lovely. Final ball of the over. 4 slips waiting. And Jennings just plays inside the line. And taken by Stephen Davis, and that completes the over. So 15 without loss. I don't know if you can you show that picture to the camera? He might not pick it up.
Let's see if I can get that.
Might be too bright.
How do we?
Just point it over to that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I think you can just about see that. Look at that. Absolutely terrific.
A fabulous look.
It's such a shame when he cut it off, you know. He was keeping it because he said that his teammates were just giving him stick. So the more it wound them up and
they're
annoyed
saying
them.
it looks a lot like David Gower.
It's a bit of the Gower from the... It's like an 80s
Needs a
Gower.
side by side there to create that.
It's an 80s Gower.
Yeah. That's brilliant. So Siddle here is bowled 5 overs, none for no runs, and Brooks has bowled 4 overs for 15. For Siddle, not a run being scored off him yet.
Masterclass, isn't it, from Siddle?
It is really. It's a masterclass all round because the pitch isn't doing a lot off the seam or nibbling away or in, but it's just bowling that consistent stock ball. And it's a test of patience, isn't it, really, for all 3 players?
Yep. Kind of who's going
to snap first? Yeah. Is it going to be a Siddle delivery that it just gives him that extra bit of width or short, or will Keaton or Wells play at one?
This is interesting, Phoebe. They've gone for Amar Verdi quite early on here. We've had 9 overs of seam from Siddle and Brooks, and they've gone to their new spinner pretty early on.
They have, yeah, but if we look quite critically at those 9 overs, they've bowled well. Like we say, Siddle's not got them for a run, but there's not been a single opportunity. There's not been a single chance that's made us even doubt or think that there'll be a wicket. So
let's see how he goes. Got a bit of footmarks there to aim for, hasn't he, outside the off stump? Lands it nicely through to the keeper, no run.
I don't mind this as a bowling change, really, because I think sometimes you do need to create opportunities, particularly your top 2 batters.
Solid start for Wells and for Jennings. Verdi in bowls, a little bit flatter and a bit of width, and that's cut out through the offside for a single.
Although saying that, Keaton Jennings does love spin, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. Great reputation, hasn't he, against spin. Of course, his 2 England centuries came in the subcontinent, in Sri Lanka and India. So he's a fine player of spin. But this is an interesting dynamic because everyone's assuming the pitch is going to turn, and it might well do. So get your spinner in early. Just see if he can get something just to cause a few concerns amongst the Lancashire players in the dressing room. Slip and a leg slip. Verdi in, again off the back foot and cut. Away for 1 for Keaton Jennings. He moves on to 4. Squad moves on to 17 for no wicket. So halfway through the 10th over. So Verdi's got the... Well, he did have a slip and a leg slip for Keaton Jennings. He's now got a slip and a forward short leg. The 2 fielders there to the left of the batter on screen and slip just behind the wicket keeper. Forward goes Wells in defence and plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. It's a slight change. I mean, both are left-handers, Wells and Jennings, but they've spotted something a little bit different. The leg slip and slip for Jennings and the forward short leg and slip for Wells. Verdi in again. And Wells again off the front foot, reaching for it, bat in front of his pad, pushes it all the way down the pitch. Fielded by the bowler. And there's no run, just the 2 singles off the over so far. This is the final ball of it, the first for Amar Verdi, making his Somerset debut. Bowling around the wicket. Wells goes back and cuts away through the offside again for another single. And he keeps the strike as well. That's the end of the over. 10 gone. 18 without loss. 12 runs for Luke Wells and 4 for Keaton Jennings.
Feels like it's getting a little bit brighter, as in the sun might break through later today. What do you think?
Quite like that. I'd be happy with that. Bit of late evening sunshine, or late afternoon sunshine.
Could be a nice way to finish the day, really.
Yep, sounds very nice.
Lots of runs on the board from Lancashire, and the sun coming through. It'll be fabulous.
Later in the day, of course, you don't really too concerned about the sun cream, are you? So, I mean, probably will put some.
You've still got to put it on.
Right, you're right.
Scott. You've got to look after the skin.
You're right.
If you want to age well.
Well, I mean, I was saying this to Butch yesterday. My factor 30 is moisturising as well.
Oh, very good.
Yeah,
that's the golden rule for skincare, actually, is to make sure you apply SPF. Forget everything else. Forget cleansing, exfoliating. SPF is king or queen of skincare.
I'm going to put some on later if the sun comes out. My mum will be shouting at me saying, you should have some on now. It's still burning through the clouds.
Change of bowler here.
Yeah, double change. Lewis Gregory. This is off the back foot by Wells and punched to mid-off for no run. So we've seen the end of Siddle. 5 overs, 5 maidens. I thought they just might bowl him until they actually score a run off him.
Well, yeah, I thought he was bowling well at that end, but they're obviously changing it up and trying to create something here. Wells and Jennings just look so comfortable. I don't want to jinx it too early, but they just look at home today, don't they?
Do so far. Been pretty immaculate in defence. Gregory is over the wicket, and actually Wells has a little go at this. He's just back of a length at delivery and tries to swat it through mid-wicket. Plays over the top of the ball, I think, and it's taken certainly by the wicket-keeper Stephen Davis, and there's no run.
I think that's the commentator's curse, isn't it, when you say that they're looking so comfortable and they haven't played a shot out of line.
Yeah, that's the first one, really, wasn't
there
it?
we go.
You queued it up really well.
I wanted something to happen, so it has. There you go.
18 without loss, Lancashire in their first innings. Gregory to Wells. Just snaps the ball away into the onside. Up comes Peter Siddle to field. Of course, former Lancashire man, Peter Siddle. He had a year. I don't think it was more than that, but I'm sure I'll be corrected. I think it was just a year with Lancashire. He was great fun to speak to as well, real character.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, enjoyed interviewing him.
I'll have to try and catch him after the game then, see if he can give you any good content.
He won't remember me.
You never know, Scott. You never know.
Here's Gregory. In and bowls. Wells plays forward in defence and there's no run. He's a terrific bowler, isn't he, Peter Siddle? What a career he's had at the very highest level.
Unbelievable. And as well, you think you see his class here, just coming in 5 overs, 5 maidens, no runs for no wickets. Brilliant.
Yeah, setting the tempo beautifully for Somerset with the ball. Not that Lancashire will be too concerned here. There's no real pressure on them. Start of their innings, get through the new ball, get to tea a little bit later. He's played off the back foot, worked out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Big score on the ball, as you mentioned, from Somerset. So there's a period of Lancashire can make an awful. They can't win the match, can they, here today? But they could go a long way to losing it if they were getting themselves into a bit of a pickle with the bat. So nothing too risky.
Definitely. Just looking at the England score here. England all out for 110.
They got to 100, did they?
With 24 overs remaining.
Gregory and bowls and flicked back down the ground. That's a slightly quirky looking shot. I was looking more leg side. It's gone straight past the bowler and in between the advertising boards, and it's gone for 4 runs. It's not where I thought the ball was heading when he hit it.
I don't think it was where he thought it was heading either. It looks like he's tried to glance that through the leg side, and actually it's taken a sort of on-drive sort of route down the ground. Yeah, sorry, I was just looking at the England score there. So you've had Butler scoring 30, Moeen Ali scoring 14, David Willey 21 and Cars with 15.
Okay.
So I think the biggest partnership there was Cars and Willey of 30 runs.
It's not their lowest score, that is it, in one day. I think they just got past their lowest ever.
Oh, really?
One day score, yeah. I think it was pretty close. I think when they were 9 down, they weren't far away from setting a new record. Verdi in, forward goes Jennings in defence, and there's no run.
Yeah, India's bowling attack is something quite special at the moment. But I still think with England's batting lineup, it's probably the first time they've been really put under the pump and questions started asked of them.
Verdi to Jennings. Watchful Keaton Jennings, just allowing the ball to travel past his off stump. Taken by the wicket-keeper, no run. Yeah, it's a bit of a hammering to start the series, isn't it? There's a one-day international at Emirates Old Trafford on Sunday. I think it's sold out, so I'm about to plug it. Forward comes Jennings in defence and there's no run. I'm sure someone from the club will correct me, but I'm certain it's sold out.
If it's not, then go on to Lancashire website.
I imagine that's not sold out. I mean, it's been sold out for ages.
Yeah, we were training at Emirates Old Trafford yesterday and they were putting the stand back up.
Oh, the party stand?
Yeah, the party stand.
Jennings off the back foot to defend, to complete the no, one ball out of it. 22 without loss.
They're always either putting it up or taking it down, so you can't work out what they're doing there, but it's definitely some movement for Sunday, and they always deck the place out phenomenally at Emirates Old Trafford.
Verdi balls, forward goes Jennings in defence, and there's no run. You get that big stand will be in place. I mean, at its height, that was holding like upwards of 8,000 people. I don't know whether it's going to its full size, but it's a bit of a monster. If you're on the back row.
Definitely, and there was, I think, 6 workmen at 6 different levels.
It's Verdi to complete the over. And that's flicked to mid-on for no run, 22 without loss.
And they were passing up metal poles between the 6 of them from the bottom all the way to the top. It was just quite mesmerising. I was meant to be at training and I was just watching how all the party stand gets put up at Emirates Old Trafford.
Like a giant Meccano set, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bolted into place. Steady start for Wells, 16 from 38 deliveries. Jennings 4 not out from 35. Good start for Lancashire. A busy weekend for Lancashire with a T20 finals day on Saturday, as indeed for Somerset. Anthony will be there, following Somerset to Edgbaston. Somerset, Hampshire in the, well, I think it's the second semi-final. They've kind of flipped and flopped for a bit. Lancashire, I think, we're going to be the second semi, and then that's got changed to the first game on Saturday. Here's Gregory to Wells, who's forward in defence, and there's no run.
Yeah, they might
play later.
Yorkshire and Lancashire on as the first game to get the crowds in early, because I can't imagine anyone with a ticket wanting to miss that game.
Certainly not.
It's almost a final in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's kind of the main game, isn't it?
Well, when I saw, I don't know how the draw's done, but the 2 northern teams meet, so I didn't know if that was coincidence or how the...
Yeah, it'd been pre-planned, the draw this year. Obviously, they didn't know who the teams would be. There's Gregory bowling, and that's flicked away by Wells to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So in previous seasons, I don't know whether it happened last season, I can't remember, but this season they had it, so the winners of whoever was finishing in one group would play whoever finished in a certain position in the north group, and then they'd work out who would play each other from those positions for the final as well.
Got you, okay.
So they had no idea, obviously, it would be Lancashire-Yorkshire, but it was always going to... So Lancashire went into their game against the Birmingham Bears, knowing if they won, they'd play Yorkshire in the semi-final. Which
always gives the Red Rose a bit more incentive to get themselves into a finals day.
Can't wait for that. It's bonkers, isn't it? Gregory bowls. His defender back down the pitch. There's no run. There'll be coverage across the BBC Sport website and the app of both, of both semi-finals and of course the final. I'm not sure what Anthony's coverage will be for Somerset radio listeners, but certainly for BBC Radio Lancashire will be on the radio as well as being online.
Well, I've heard an interesting fact around the T20 game for the quarter-final. And obviously there's the North group and the South group.
Gregory in, forward, resolutely in defence is Luke Wells for no run.
and you've got Yorkshire playing Surrey in the T20 quarter-final, and it was the first time the two teams had ever met in a T20 game.
Blimey, really?
Yeah.
Goodness. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, that's one of the downsides, I guess, about having the regionalised groups, is that you as with the case with Yorkshire Surrey, you just don't play teams. So
No, so two of the biggest counties in the country have only played each other at T20 cricket once, which is just crazy, really. But
Gregory back into Wells, and that's pushed into the onside. He wants a quick single, and he's got through for a quick single, almost out of nowhere. That I was just expecting a little forward defence in towards the onside and no run, but he wanted one, just snapped out towards kind of short mid wicket and gets through for one.
yeah, that was good running there from Wells and Jennings, and always good to see them looking for singles in 4-day cricket, because it's sometimes where batters can just sit and block, and really you could see from the team's reaction mid-wicket should have been on to that quicker, but was on the back foot due to the nature of the format of the game.
Final ball of the 13th over. Jennings waits, hit Gregory balls. It's a little check drive towards mid-on for no run. The end of the over, 23 without loss. You're doing an extended stint here, Phoebe, because I think Butchie's lost to the mark.
Oh, has he been stolen into the hospitality tent?
Yeah. Jack Simmons is here today, a legendary Lancashire figure, player and administrator and coach. He's not a job he's not done, really, and he's mates with Jack. So I said, come back at 3:15. That's not happened, has it? So if you're all right, just...
That's all right, don't worry. As long as people are still enjoying the chat, then I'll stay here for a little bit longer.
There's Verdi. He's in and bowling to Wells, who comes down the pitch to him, actually. A little step forward and then just safely cushions the ball away for no run. 23 without loss. So that'll be Saturday. It's really peculiar playing these championship matches in and around the T20. The change of pace must be tricky for the players too. Hammered off the back foot for runs here by Wells through extra cover, just for a single, 24 without loss.
Ooh, a little bit of bounce in the pitch there. Definitely, I think that's one of the biggest things with the schedule this year, is the players have to adapt and change the game plan so quickly across the different formats. And you saw it with Luke Wood, who had a tremendous T20 campaign and has stepped up and played in the England team. But his first two balls today were so short of a length that he got pummeled for 4. But I think that's just the nature of where he's been bowling in his with the white ball.
Jennings plays forward in defence to Verdi's next delivery, and there's no run. Yeah, it's quite. I think that's a really interesting point, because you could flip it the other way around. When Tom Bailey came into Lancashire's T20 team, it was at Blackpool and was with Paul Horton for that fixture. As Verdi is bowling again to Jennings. And that's played down the ground. It's a nice looking shot, and it beats Settle. It's gone for 4 to a straight mid off by Keaton Jennings. Got his boundary for a while, 28 without loss.
Lovely 4 shot there from Keaton Jennings. On drive for 4, lovely.
Yeah, and Paul watched the first over that Bailey sent down in the game at Blackpool and said that is a perfect over for a county championship match. And he's, because yes, that's what he's been bowling. And he said it was a beautiful length, in particular, for 4-day cricket. And then the following over, he mixed it up a bit, but it was quite intriguing to watch. As Jennings off the back foot, trying to force it away into the offside. Good stop by Lammonby. It's extra cover. There's no run, so there's that challenge, certainly for bowlers, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess it's having that patience with the ball in 4-day cricket, whereas T20 you're trying to anticipate what the batter's going to do a little bit more, so you go back to traditional ways in as such, bowling your best ball for as long as possible.
30 in to Jennings, who uses his feet, comes down the pitch and flick away through mid-wicket for a single, and that completes the over. So 29 without loss. A steady partnership for this opening wicket between these two players. Wells on 18, Jennings on 9.
Yeah, they're both starting to use the the feet a lot more to Verdi coming down the track and just taking away any element of spin from Verdi. Sort of utilising the depth of the crease as well. I think that's the beauty of being tall opening batters. You can really kill off that spin and almost dominate the length that Verdi's bowling.
Will be Gregory to continue. It's almost like a deliberate strategy from Jennings and Wells to try and get down to the spinner and not let him settle. Here's Gregory to Jennings, it's left and through to the keeper, there's no run.
Yeah, definitely. Try and unsettle his lengths and then create boundary balls and rotating the strike a bit more.
29 without loss. Lewis Gregory contributed with the bat for Somerset in this match. Now twirling in with the ball and trying to break this partnership for the first wicket. 2 slips waiting. Cuts the ball, Jennings, in a very ferocious no toward Luke Wells at the non-striker's end. Stopped just backward of point. And there's no run.
Yeah, there were some good contributions throughout for Somerset's innings to get the 4-4-6. I think my favourite were definitely those last 2 batters in Brooks and Verdi.
Here comes Gregory, bowls again forward. Goes Jennings and defends to mid-off this time. Siddle will field. He'll use his right boot to flick the ball up and catch it with his hand. And there's no run.
To add 80 runs did the last 2 batters and partnerships for Somerset's innings, so runs to be scored for every member of the team today.
Yeah, pretty good all-round day for Somerset. It'd be capped off for them if they can get a wicket or 2 in, certainly before tea, which is not too far away. We've got 39 overs left in the day after this one. Tea will be taken at 32 left, so edging towards it. This is left by Keaton Jennings with Lancashire 29 without loss in their first innings. Keaton Jennings on 9 and Luke Wells on 18, so a steady start for Lancashire's 2 opening batters as they try and get the Red Rose off to a good start with the bat. We're edging towards tea on day 2. Somerset 4-4-6 all out. Lancashire in reply 29 without loss. Yeah, tea might be the next object here for Lancashire. Try and get to tea without losing one. Gregory to Jennings, it's angled across Keaton Jennings, tall left-hander. In fact, they're both tall left-handers. Jennings with the long sleeves and Wells with his short sleeves. I mean, the clue's also on the back of the shirt with the name and the number.
But sometimes you need those cues when they look exactly the same.
You do.
Really.
Very polite of them to make sure that one wears long sleeves and the other short. There's other slight quirky little differences as well, aren't there, when they're in their stance and stuff, but it does help. Gregory to Jennings, and that's through to the keeper, and there's no runs. That completes the over. We are approaching tea, 29 without loss. Are you okay to stay, or do you want to break?
No, I'm more than happy to stay, yeah, don't worry about that.
Because Anthony's coming in to replace me. 29 without loss, thanks Phoebe. Butch is in the hospitality tent on his 3rd glass of red.
I think that's Butch well and truly gone now. 29 for none. Lancashire, both Wells and Jennings looking very comfortable. Wells 18 not out of 45 balls. Jennings not out 9 from 45 balls as well. I'll have Anthony joining us back on the mic.
30 bowls and Wells defends. It's a quiet passage of play, isn't it? 15 overs and 29 runs. Another 7 overs to go before the tea interval, I think.
It is really. There's nothing too eventful happening in the first 15. They haven't been challenged too much, and both.
Verdi's bowling and Wells down the pitch, driving up to Mid-off.
Yeah, both Wells and Jennings looking very comfortable. Starting to use their feet a lot more to Verdi, coming down the track, getting back in the crease.
Yes,
Just
not much getting past the bat, is there?
There isn't, no.
Here's Verdi in this high action. This is pulled, not timed, and Matt Renshaw just in front of us will move to his left to do the fielding. Matt Renshaw has been chewing bubble gum, or was. He blew a great big bubble gum earlier, about 20 minutes ago. He's been engaging in conversation with some of the Lancashire fans as well.
Oh, great. Good on him for having a chat.
He's a real extrovert, is Matt Renshaw. He loves a chat. 30 without loss. Verdi bowls to Jennings, who's down the pitch, plays it back to the bowler, who threatens to throw down the stumps. And Jennings beats a rapid retreat into his crease. We've got a slip and a leg slip. Gregory and Rue, respectively. Mid-wicket, deep backward square leg, deepish mid-off and mid-on. Extra cover, shortish. This is turned into the onside. Rolf van der Merwe will do the fielding. Backward point and a cover sweeper. That's the field for Amar Verdi, who's been bowling tidily but not really threateningly.
I think you could say that for a lot of the Somerset bowlers at the moment.
Yeah, he's in and bowls, and a little bit short this time, and Jennings has plenty of room to rock onto his back foot and play it away through the offside out to George Bartlett, who's patrolling the cover boundary. End of that over, 2 runs from it. 31 without loss, 19 to Jennings and 10 to Wells. We've had 16 overs. All of this in reply to Somerset's 446.
Definitely, and I think, like you say, all the bowlers have bowled reasonably, tidy, good lines, good lengths, but nothing seemed to have happened with the new ball. There's been not a lot of movement off the pitch, not even that little nibble you sometimes get with the new ball. So both Wells and Jennings have just taken the time to really build this patient innings, and I think
looking at the wretched ball again. I don't know how many I'm just trying to recall how many times the ball has been changed. It must be at least 5. No, I mean not this particular ball, but during the course of the game.
I think the umpires are looking at the balls more and more, aren't they, throughout the game?
Yeah.
You seem to notice it.
Close up of it there.
Does it go through the...
Does it go through the ring? No, it doesn't.
Surprised they didn't check it earlier when the ball landed in the beer.
It just has. But I think... No, it's going to be changed. It's going to be changed.
And I think with the ball change, there'll be a comms change as well, so I'll leave you with Butch.
Thank you very much, Phoebe. Phoebe Graham there from the Northwest Thunder. Lancashire cricketer, played for Devon a few years ago when she was at Exeter University. Roland Butcher comes back in, the 2 batsmen just getting a drink, whilst umpire Hartley has a look at the selection of balls that he's been offered. Yet again, how many times do you reckon they've changed the balls so far in the course of the day?
Far too many. I mean, this is what
ridiculous.
You're still very early in the innings.
You'd have thought it wouldn't be beyond the wit of man to create a cricket ball that could last for 80 overs, which is all it is.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just this year.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's happening in most games now. That they're just.
And they did for the, not this round of county championship games, but one in mid-June. They said, the manufacturer said that they delivered a whole new batch of balls, but it doesn't seem to have made any difference.
It doesn't, because all the games that I've been to, they've had huge interruptions with, I mean, Chesterfield, Bristol, no here.
Did you have a good chat with Flat Jack Simmons then?
I certainly did. Good to see.
He's in good form.
See Jack, haven't seen him for many years. Seen a couple of other players as well. Tony Abrams.
Yep. Here's Gregory in and bowls, and that's driven away through the offside. It's going to be cut off by Peter Siddle. Athletic piece of fielding for a 37-year-old. Picks it up one-handed to his right. They take a single, 32 without loss.
Yeah, nice drive through the offside. But yes, Jack, good to see Jack still in good health, and also saw Gordon Lord.
He was a remarkably effective bowler in limited overs cricket, wasn't he? In the Sunday League especially.
Yeah, Jack, he was a very steady off-spin bowler. Always enjoyed playing with Jack. Got on very well with him as a person as well. We've been friends for a long time.
It's Gregory in the bowls, and this is driven in the air for a time out to Goldsworthy, who feels it at cover point, possibly backward point. Hard for us to tell from our angle. Just travelling that delivery. .32 without loss. Lewis Gregory bowling. It's good to see Gregory bowling just about flat out, with the finals day coming up on Saturdays there in bowls, and Jennings, Wells rather, back on his stumps defending. I've had a message for you, Butch, from Simon Goggins, who says, "Hi, please say hello to Roland. It's Whitney from Stevenage Cricket Club."
Yes, that's where it all started for me, Stevenage Cricket Club. Yeah. Played there from the age of about 15.
Well, there you are. Gregory then, in this quiet session of play, he's in bowls, and cloud of dust, as that's a Yorker from Gregory that almost got through, just came off the inside edge of Luke Wells's bat down to long leg, and they take a single. Good piece of bowling by Gregory.
Yes, it was. That one was right up in the block hole, and things have been made to be tough for the Lancashire batsmen. I think they bowled pretty well so far, yeah, Somerset.
Good accurate stuff. He does bowl a good Yorker, does Gregory. He doesn't bowl it as often as he used to. I think that's perhaps partly to do with his chronic back condition. There in bowls, and this is driven, but not timed at all. It just runs out into the onside, and George Bartlett will do the fielding. He's never quite fulfilled his potential, Lewis Gregory. He was chosen for a test match to play for England against Ireland, but the match never took place because it was called off without a ball being bowled. It's a few years ago now. He's played some one-day internationals for England without conspicuous success. He's in bowls outside the off stump, long way outside the off stump, and no shot from Keaton Jennings. End of another over. That's 17 have ticked by, 33 without loss. So Lancashire going along at just below 2 runs an over, and we've got another 5 overs to the tea interval by my reckoning, and it's 33 without loss.
Yeah, tough going, and I think credit to the bowlers. They've made it quite difficult for the batsmen. Obviously it's very overcast at the time when the evening started. It's much nicer afternoon now, which is going to make it even more difficult for the bowlers, but the batsmen have weathered that storm and really be looking forward to their tea now.
Well, it should get easier from now on as the ball, whichever ball it happens to be, gets softer. We've had 17 overs with this one. Well, not with this one. In fact, we've had 1 and a bit overs. Not even 1 and a bit. We just had, I think it was changed at the start of the previous Lewis Gregory over, so just the 1 over with this ball. But it will have had around about 16 or 17 overs bowled with it in the past. They're going to run out of cricket balls within the right number of overs, aren't they?
It's not a lot of overs, is it, before you change the ball?
No. So Roloff van der Merwe is coming into the attack. His first bowl from the Harrod Drive end of the ground. He bowls slow left arm.
But I'll tell you, the game, you can't beat in Derby, Chesterfield. They wanted it changed after 9 overs.
Ridiculous, isn't it? Van der Merwe bowls, and this is played between the legs of James Roux at forward short leg, and Matt Renshaw in his short sleeve Somerset sweater does the fielding. The single is taken 34 without loss.
It's quite ironic that a part of the game that has not changed is that the new man always finds himself at 4 short leg. That bit hasn't changed.
No, that's right. Yeah. Just 18 years old, James. Remind you, he's a wicket keeper, so he should be pretty comfortable close to the bat. As Van der Merwe is in round the wicket to Jennings, who steers it down to long leg, and again Matt Renshaw in the game sends in an immaculate return right over the top of the stumps to Stephen Davis. Renshaw in his shades, looking very relaxed. Tall man, 6'3" tall. .35 without loss as Van der Merwe is in and bowls, and forward defensive from Luke Wells. What do you think the Lancashire game plan is here?
I think it's one of just getting to tea, surviving that initial burst by Somerset.
Van der Merwe is in bowls, and Wells again defends. But I mean, if they're going to get themselves in a position, I mean, A, they need to get a lead. But if they're going to put themselves in a position to actually win the game, they're going to have to get a bit of a move on, seems to me. Van der Merwe is in bowls, and Wells is back on his stumps, playing that into the offside. Won't get a run as another over goes by. We've had 18 now, just 35 runs on the board, 21 to get it the right way around. That's Jennings, and Luke Wells has 12.
Yeah. I'm not too sure whether they can actually get themselves in a winning position, because if you think there's one session left today, so even if you say 100 runs in the session, which is going to be a lot, right, that only makes it 135. So
they'll only be on level terms.
They'll bat the whole day. Yeah. They'll bat the whole day tomorrow.
Yeah, they'd have to bat through until lunchtime on the 4th day, and then try and bowl Somerset out.
Yeah, so it's going to be, it will be tough.
Gregory's going to bowl another over from the Grosvenor Road end. He's there and bowls, and this is helped on its way down to Jack Brooks at long leg. Jack Brooks in his white floppy sun hat sends in a good return to Stephen Davis, and they pick up another very comfortable single. But they seem to be batting very comfortably, but not very assertively at the moment. They're not trying to dominate the bowlers, are they?
No, I think this period before tea, I don't think you'll see them take any risk, really. It's about being there at tea time so that you can start after tea. The weather's, this final session looks as if it's going to be nice weather-wise, so they'll have a chance then.
Gregory bowls, and this is cut away through the offside. Nice shot, short and wide from Lewis Gregory, and nicely dealt with by Luke Wells, who moves on to 25. I got them the wrong way round at the end of the last over. It's Jennings on 13 and Wells on 25.
Yeah, just a little bit too much room outside the off stump. No great pace in that delivery, and that's the danger when you're offline on this particular pitch, that you can get punished.
Gregory, he's in and bowls, and solid defensive shot from Luke Wells to a good ball from Gregory. Bowling's been accurate and determined, but nothing much happening for the bowlers. And you feel that when these two batsmen decide to pull the trigger, runs could come a lot faster on this fast and slightly bumpy outfield, and what so far has been a pretty good batting wicket. Gregory's in and bowls to Wells, plays it defensively out into the offside, where Lewis Goldsworthy rather, who went on to 130 this morning before he feathered one through down the leg side to Dane Villas. Here's another train. This is one of 6-unit yellow train. They're either yellow or grey, except for one, which is blue, which is called the Beatles Story. This is defended by Luke Wells. I am reliably informed by Tony Hardwick. We haven't seen the Beatles Story yet, have we?
Well, we certainly haven't spotted it. It's probably gone by, but
I haven't seen a blue one. Have we seen a blue one? I'm just trying to remember.
I thought I saw one with 2 colours actually. There was a yellow and
2 sets, one yellow and one grey. Here's Gregory in bowls. This is driven down the ground, and that will elude Somerset skipper Peter Siddle. Handsome, assertive drive, and that's the sort of batting that I think we're going to see rather more of in the evening session. End of the over, 44 without loss. 19 overs have gone. 3 overs, I think, remain before the tea interval.
yeah, nice shot to finish the over with. Full length delivery, pretty much half volley.
And the sun is breaking through. There's blue sky overhead.
Yes, and that's bad news for the bowlers.
Yes,
I think the opening batsman, having weathered that storm this afternoon, will be welcoming the sunshine for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I think it's going to be just about perfect conditions for batting between now and the close. It's the clouds seem almost to have opened up overhead. Up until the last 5 or 10 minutes, we've had a veil of high grey cloud over the ground, which has provided some very welcome shade, but the sun will be shortly fully out as Van der Merwe comes in from the Harrod Drive end, and it's just played quietly back to the bowler by Keaton Jennings, who's on 13 from 54 deliveries. Luke Wells going along slightly faster. He's 29 from 61. Van der Merwe bowls. Jennings down the pitch, playing this up to Peter Siddle, who fields, but Siddle quite deep at mid-on and also a little bit back on his heels, so they're able to take a comfortable single. 45 without loss. Jack Simmons has almost been holding court there, hasn't he? Sitting just by the entrance to the chairman's marquee. Here's Van der Merwe in a bowls, and Wells defends back up the pitch.
Yeah, Jack's Lord of the Castle. Great man, great man, Jack.
Yeah. Here's Van der Merwe in the bowls. This is driven by Wells and eludes the diving Lammonby and is well cut off by Jack Brooks. Good piece of fielding by the 38-year-old, flinging himself down to his right, not losing his floppy white hat in the process, and saving his side 3 runs. It's just a single. It might easily have gone for 4 there. Takes Luke Wells on to 30. 46 without loss. Van der Merwe in bowls, and Jennings is forward, playing it to James Rue at forward short leg. Lots of jollity in the chairman's marquee as the afternoon wears on and the alcohol flows. This is a reverse sweep in the air, but there's no one out there for it. Shout almost of despair from one of the close catches as George Bartlett does the fielding from deep backward square leg. No, reverse sweep. So it must have been. I always get confused when they play a reverse sweep. Deep backward
well,
point.
he went for point, as you said, after the shot was played at his square leg. So he was in 2 positions at once.
47 without loss, and that was the last ball of the Van der Merwe over. So we're going to get another over from Lewis Gregory.
I didn't expect that shot, actually. It's a bit of a surprise to see him play the reverse sweep at this point. But we were speaking earlier about that short leg position for the new man in the team. Certainly from the time that I played, when you played your first game, you got a baptism of fire. You were handed a helmet, you had to go at short leg. But sometimes it doesn't work out for you, because you may remember earlier this year, Jeremy Salvazano played his first test for West Indies, was put at short leg, and someone bowled a long hop, smashed him on the head. He was out for the rest of the series, concussion, and he hasn't played since. So he hasn't played a test match yet.
Well, I'm afraid it does happen. Here's Gregory in bowls, and Jennings just plays that quietly into the offside. England bowled out for 110 in the one-day international. Jasprit Bumrah 6 for 19. Well, he is a good bowler. I find that quite hard to believe, at the Oval of all places. It can't have been much in the pitch, you wouldn't have thought. Oval pitches are traditionally among the absolute best in the country. Here's Gregory in a bowls, and Jennings turns this up to Amar Verdi at mid-on.
What happens is, when you get early wickets, that sort of thing can happen, because England were 4 down very cheaply, and he had 3 of them, so I guess it was just a case of knocking over the middle order. And
well, I haven't seen any of the highlights, but that succession of absolutely top-class England batsmen getting ducks. Gregory's in and bowls round the wicket to Jennings, who won't get a run as he plays it into the onside.
I think Root, Stokes both got ducks.
Roy got 0, Root got 0, Stokes got 0, and Livingston got 0. So you'd have got long odds on that. But here it's 47 without loss, so Lancashire 399 behind Somerset's first innings of 446, as that's played into the onside, and they won't get a single. What I was actually doing was looking up Lewis Gregory's bowling figures, which are quite economical. He's in his 6th over, none for 16 so far. Peter Siddle none for none for none in 5 overs. I noticed that. 5 maidens, 5 overs, 5 maidens. You don't see that very often. Gregory in and bowls. Nice shot from Jennings, but straight back to the bowler. Jack Brooks 4 overs for 15. Amar Verdi 4 pretty unthreatening overs for 11. Gregory, as I say, in his 6th over, none for 16, and Van der Merwe just going for 5 runs in his 2 overs. Some excitement away to our right. Not quite sure what that was about, but things have calmed down again now, as Gregory is in and bowling to Jennings outside the off stump. Jennings has nothing to do with it, and that concludes the 21st over of the innings. So 1 over, I think, to go before the tea interval. Tea being taken when there are 32 overs remaining in the day. Somerset's innings, the second part thereof, occupied 40 overs, 2 for the change of innings, plus 22 is 64. So looks like Roloff's going to bowl the last over before tea. Still got forward short leg and a slip. Man on the 45. Behind square on the leg side, as Wells turns this into the onside. Rue can't stop it at forward short leg, but Goldsworthy is there to clean up, and it ends up as a dot ball. Ronald van der Merwe He's an aggressive, slow left-arm bowler. Likes to be in at the batsman. He's got a great celebration when he takes the wicket as well. But, I think he's going to have to work hard for his wickets on this pitch, as are all the bowlers. Van der Merwe bowls, and Wells he gets one that bounces just a little bit, plays it well, keeps it down into the onside. Maybe a little bit of turn as well as it spun off the face of the bat. Spinning the ball into the left-handed batsman is Roelof van der Merwe, and Wells plays this cautiously from the crease. Another excellent crowd in here today. Haven't heard whether it's a capacity crowd or not, but can't be far short of it. Wells stretches forward and plays that back up the pitch. These two batsmen very definitely playing for tea now, as the sun comes out here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. In Trafalgar Road is another defensive shot out into the offside, and Lancashire will be pretty happy with the way things have gone.
Yeah, they'll be quite pleased to get to tea without losing a wicket.
30 to Jennings, 15. Sorry, getting it wrong the way around again. 30 to Wells. As that again spins off the inside edge of the bat, but all along the ground, and that concludes the first part of Lancashire's innings. Brings us up to tea. They're 47 without loss, 30 to Luke Wells and 15 to Keaton Jennings. This Somerset bowling has been accurate and persistent, but they're not being offered very much assistance from this pitch, and I fancy Roland Butcher a big Lancashire total in prospect.
Yeah, I think they will have to bat very well, because despite the quality of the pitch, I think Somerset have made it quite hard for them to score at this rate. So I think Lancashire will be very happy, get into tea, no wickets down, entire session to bat, and then obviously tomorrow get the job done as well. I mean, I think Somerset can be quite pleased with what they've done so far with the ball. They haven't got any wickets, but I think they've been quite threatening. This last session I would expect to see, certainly if Wells and Jennings stay together for a while, I would see them a little bit more aggressive, transferring a bit more pressure back onto the bowlers. But they're going to still have to be very careful, because 400 plus is still a big total to over. You'd want to get there, and if you can get a lead, what you won't want to do is to get bowled out. 120 behind, and then if the wicket breaks up on the final day, that could be a problem. So I think they want to make sure that this first innings total is one that gets them very close.
Well, we'll find out how they get on in around about 18 minutes time, with play due to resume at 19 minutes past 4. We'll be back with you then to bring you the evening session. But for the moment, from myself, Anthony Gibson, from Roland Butcher, it's goodbye pro tem from Trafalgar Road.
6 at the Ageas Bowl against Warwickshire, so they're now leading by 32. Yorkshire all out for 521 at Scarborough. Surrey in reply to that are 67 without loss.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester. We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club.
The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladwick Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are Thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are
unified.
Life is what you make it, so make it count. Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements, with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.
welcome back our umpires, Peter Hartley and James Middlebrook, and our two teams, Somerset and Lancashire.
So here we go, folks. Final session of day 2. Players are heading out. Keaton Jennings on 15 and Luke Wells on 30. And Lancashire 47 for 1. Scott Reed and Phoebe Graham to get you going in this final session. So we'll hear from Roland Butcher and from Anthony Gibson a little bit later on. And, well, that was a pretty solid start to Lancashire's innings. They'll be delighted. I mean, I don't really remember a chance being created or offered. And they'll want to bat and try and get up to and ideally beyond that 450 that Somerset got, I guess.
Definitely. I think what we saw from the first session from Lancashire is that they, both Wells and Jennings, want to stay there all day. You can see that from the way that they're playing the ball, the way that they're seeing the ball. Not a lot was offered from in terms of chances up front. But looks like Siddle's coming back on to lead the attack here. He bowled 5 overs for no runs and will be looking to try and create that breakthrough for Somerset.
Yes, he was a bit miserly, wasn't he? It's an outstanding start from Siddle. 5 overs, 5 maidens. So he's around the wicket and bowling. And this is the first run he concedes. Today, just a little flick away by Keaton Jennings out towards mid-wicket for a single. So Lancashire are up and running 48 without loss. It was a good start by Siddle in particular, but it was backed up by the work of Jack Brooks as well. But I can't recall a chance, Phoebe. I don't know. It seemed like a pretty calm start between these two batters.
It has been. It's been very calm and collective from both Wells and Jennings. You haven't seen them play any silly shots.
Siddle and bowling. That's off the back foot. It's a gorgeous shot. That's 4 through extra cover. Lovely back foot punch by Luke Wells. And that brings up the Lancashire 50 for this first wicket as well. 52 without loss, and that's perhaps the best shot of the Lancashire innings so far.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot there from Wells. Back foot punch through the covers and comfortably hits that for 4. Yeah, you can just see that they're easing into their innings as well and playing a few more shots towards the back end before the tea break there.
Siddle in and bowls again. Forward goes Wells in defence, and there's no run.
Both Wells and Jennings must have just been licking the lips though whilst they were watching the first day and a half of play. 440 runs scored. It's a long day in the field, but I bet you do think, I'm in here if I can play a patient innings. The runs will come.
You probably want to make sure you get your first couple of runs pretty early and get yourself up and running, because you've just seen the other team piling a lot of runs and been waiting for your turn. It's off the back foot by Wells, clipped out towards mid-on, and there is no run. It felt like that session leading up to tea for Lancashire with the bat. Obviously, they failed to win games, but they could have made a real mess of their innings. I mean, a couple of early wickets for Somerset and Lancashire really are on the ropes. So it was a pretty calm start, I think.
Definitely, yeah.
See if that pattern continues after the tea interval. Siddle into Wells, and it's defended away into the offside for no run.
I've got some facts here on Peter Siddle.
Okay.
He retired from international cricket at the end of 2019. And do you know what his nickname was?
I must have heard this.
In fact, shall I give you some clues?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so 2 words.
It's like charades. You're going to do the actions as well. Siddle is in and bowling, and Wells off the back foot. Another nice little back foot punch away, just in front of square. Scooped in. Oh, just about scooped in. It wasn't cleanly picked up, but come back for 2, so 54 without loss. Okay, so 2 words.
Second word is almost can be split into two words, and the first word is what a bat is made of.
Right. So we've got wood.
Yeah.
Second word is split into two.
So something would, and then if
oh, sorry, right, okay. So something would something.
and if you cut with an axe a piece of wood, what are you doing? What action is it?
Okay.
Or if you're doing something
Like
to vegetables,
you're chopping them. You're chopping.
Yeah.
So is that before wood or after wood?
After wood.
Where have they come up with this nickname? This sounds absurd.
The competitive wood chopper.
The competitive wood chopper. I don't know if that does ring a bell or not. I mean, it's so unusual. You think it would stick in your mind, wouldn't it? But I don't seem to recall. The competitive wood chopper. It's Van der Merwe in the ball, and forward goes Keaton Jennings in defence, and there's no run. Where on earth is that originated from?
Unfortunately, I'm actually not able to give you any insight on the nickname. That's all I've got written down here. A vegan, and his wife Anna is an animal rights activist.
Sweep fried Keaton Jennings, but can't get it past Verdi at short fine leg, and there's no run. Yeah, knew the vegan thing. He's a big fan of bananas, isn't he? Or at least he was. There was something going around that he used to have like 8 bananas a day or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well,
Van der Merwe in and bowling to Jennings. That's driven into the offside. Stopped by Van der Merwe off his own bowling, no run.
one of the girls in our team, Hannah Jones, is gluten-free and always struggles with food when we're going for teas at different places in terms of options. So I wonder what
Jennings plays forward in defence for no run.
Siddle's options are as a vegan, because something as simple as gluten-free seems hard work with our girls when we're travelling round the country playing at different cricket grounds.
I think vegan, would that be slightly more... This is turned out to the onside by Jennings for no run. I would have said the word popular, but you know what I mean? Would there be slightly more requests for vegan foods? You might have a slightly better option. Gluten-free is quite tricky, I would think.
I'll have to ask after the game. The big questions.
Yes, they are the key questions. Down the pitch comes Jennings. They'll flick away through mid-wicket, but there is no run. That's the end of the over. 54 without loss. Jennings on 16. And Luke Wells on 36. Someone must know the origins of the Peter Siddle nickname. Send us a message if you do. Was that your tea time research as well?
I've actually stolen the notes here from Anthony and seen that this is his nickname. So
it's very honest of you. You could have just said, yes, I spend most of my tea break.
I have been doing my little bits of research here and there.
Here comes the what is it, competitive woodchopper in a bowling to Wells. That's played up to mid-on for no run. So they're on Anthony's notes, I see, yeah. He's a professional, isn't he, Anthony? Got all the notes for every player. I'm scrapping down commentary times on a piece of paper. It's a shambles.
Everyone has their own style, Scott. Everyone has their own style. Don't let it doubt you.
Siddle in balls. Flashed away through the onside. And out towards the boundary for 4. It did clear. There is a fielder inside kind of what would be the 30-metre circle in one-day cricket. Is it kind of short mid-wicket, and it was up and over the top of him. Now towards the boundary for 4. So 58 without loss now. Swatted that one, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Made real strong contact there, and it was probably still a yard over mid-wicket, but made it feel a closer opportunity just through the energy in the field there from Somerset.
So what's Wells up to now? 40. Siddle in and bowls. It's flicked off the hip. Down towards fine leg for a single. And Wells moves on to 41. Not out. Brooks coming up from the boundary below the scoreboard to complete the fielding. It brings Jennings on strike. I feel that Jennings had not faced Siddle too much in this early stage post D, but to be fair, he's both pretty equal in terms of balls faced. They've shared this opening partnership out, 71 and 77 balls respectively. It's punched by Jennings to mid-off, and there's no run. Yes, a very even partnership. If the runs have come a little more freely for Wells, they've both had a almost identical share of the strike.
Well, it's felt a very similar innings from both batters, hasn't it, really, in terms of how they've gone about the business, how they've eased themselves into the innings, and now they're just playing a little bit more freely with those shorter deliveries and putting the bad balls away.
There's Siddle to Jennings. It's defended out into the onside, and there is no run. 59 without loss. Back underway after the tea interval, so we've got a couple of hours of cricket to bring you. Went a little bit overtime yesterday, but nothing too dramatic, and the chairman of Southport, Birkdale, was pretty pleased with it, I think. It keeps people in the ground buying beers and ice cream. It's driven to mid-off by Jennings, and there's no run. You had an ice cream at tea, didn't you? Did you go for it in the end?
I did, yeah. I went round to the ice cream van. Don't think it was quite as popular as it was maybe yesterday, but no, it was a lovely little interlude in between commentary.
59 without loss. Lancashire in their first innings with Luke Wells unbeaten on 41 and Keaton Jennings on 16. So a nice steady start with the bat for Lancashire's openers. Earlier Somerset all out for 446, and in front of another good crowd and the sun is shining. Lancashire made a very calm start to their reply. 446 for Somerset, Lancashire in reply, 59 without loss.
There's some really nice tennis courts as well here at Birkdale Cricket Club, just behind the side screen. There's a couple nice AstroTurf pitches. Like, great sport facility.
Here's Van der Merwe in and bowling to Wells. That's clipped up to mid-on. He goes stomping through for one. Siddle in the end doesn't throw at the stumps, accepts there is a single there for Luke Wells. 60 without loss. Yeah, I think they don't want to just be referred to as a cricket club, do they? They want to be referred to as a sports club. When we're in the tennis pavilion.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, this is the
brilliant.
tennis pavilion. I have to ask permission to leave my stuff. Swept away by Jennings. They were playing tennis. Swept by Jennings for a single. 61 without loss.
I think something that these two do really well is rotate the strike and also take those quick singles. We've seen a lot within this first innings from Lancashire. Quick singles being taken, and it's almost taking the fielders off guard, really. But both Wells
Tapped out into the offside again. Bit of hesitation, but just to back up your point, Phoebe, they have gone through for a quick single. Even with that bit of hesitation, they've got through for one. 62 without loss.
So, yeah, both Wells and Jennings are always hungry for those additional runs, which is really good to see because we haven't actually seen that many boundaries this innings.
We haven't, no. We saw a little bit of a flurry towards the end of the Somerset innings, didn't we? But Wells has got 7 fours and Jennings just the 1 4 so far. Goes 4 in defence and there's no run. The majority of the big hitting came for Somerset at the back end of their innings. Certainly Van der Merwe had a bit of fun. 3 sixes. The only 6s of the game, actually. Getting used to the feet by Jennings. And has to nudge the ball away from the forward short leg fielder. But that was potentially not without a degree of alarm. James Rue under the helmet there at short leg.
Yeah, from the reaction there from Van der Merwe, he definitely thought there was a chance dropped. I'm not sure how close it was to short.
No. It's flicked by Jennings out towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Completes the over. Van der Merwe has got through a few now. He's bowling instead of Verdi. There was a short spell from Verdi. In fact, Verdi was brought into the attack pretty quickly. 4 overs for 11 for him. And Van der Merwe just completed his 5th over. 2 maidens for 8 runs. It's a very nice, gentle, mellow field. feeling amongst the spectators who are watching, mainly in shorts, the odd hat on. It's that type of little buzz that you get around the ground. Everyone watching the cricket, understandably, but chatting to mates and enjoying the hospitality.
Oh, it's a lovely atmosphere, definitely.
Little balls, short ball actually to Wells. Ducks underneath that. Taken by Stephen Davis.
It's well bowled from Siddle there. It's one of the few shorter balls we've seen from Siddle, banging short to both Wells and Jennings. Just letting him know he's still there.
Well, there's a deep square leg, there's a fine legs. There's two fielders outside on the leg side boundary towards the rope. Should he be tempted to try and play a hook shot or a pull? It's a fuller ball which he hit firmly away into the offside, but for no run. Case, thank you, Anthony. Casey Aldridge. I was flummoxed by the number 5 on the back of the shirt. Casey Aldridge. There's the 12th man for Somerset. Did well, because he hit pretty firmly by Wells. 62 without loss. Siddle shifting his way in and bowling. It's a gorgeous shot off the back foot for 4. So to the right of that fielder we just mentioned at cover. Lovely shot for 4.
That's a gorgeous shot there from Wells. Back foot punch. Looks so at ease at the crease today and just holds that pose, and effortless, wasn't it? Absolutely effortless.
He's in good red ball form, is Luke Wells. He's in this little mini section of championship games in and amongst the T20. He's got that match-winning big 100 against Warwickshire. Plays forward, a little forward jab really, and the ball beats him. Taken by Stephen Davis, and there's no run. He's a little upset with himself there, Luke Wells.
I think he knows he shouldn't have played it that really.
Yeah, 175 not out. Luke Wells for Lancashire against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. And Lancashire scoring 330 runs on the final day to win the match.
That was an unbelievable innings, wasn't it, from Wells?
Siddle bowls to him. And it's full, and it's hit firmly, but it's gone straight to mid-off. And there is no run. 66 without loss. Let's have a little dance around some of the ground, shall we, and see what's happening.
Yeah, definitely. I think there has been a little bit of rain across the country affecting play, but it looks like everyone's back out playing again. We've had no rain here today.
They've definitely been affected in Scarborough for the Yorkshire match. Siddle balls to Wells down the leg side, may have just deflected off his pad down towards fine leg. There's Stephen Davis, the wicket-keeper, to chase after it. He's a leg by, signalled by the umpire. That completes the over as well, 67 with that loss. But they are playing Yorkshire. They've got a big first innings total there, 521 all out Yorkshire, but it's a slightly quirky scorecard because there's 2 players that have got big scores. Adam Lyth 183, Johnny Tattersall 180, and then there's a couple of there's a 30 and a 20 and a 15 and a 14, and that's it. It's a bizarre looking scorecard, really.
It is when you look at it. Majority of batters are in single figures, apart from Tattersall and Lyth, who have gone on and scored huge there at Scarborough.
There's Van der Merwe bowling to Wells. Goes back and just turns it behind square on the leg side. Jennings sends him back.
Yeah, I think the most embarrassing scorecard of the day is the England-India. After 14 overs, India 73 for none, need 38 runs to win from 35.2 overs. Be one that England will want to draw a line on it, I'm sure.
The Merve balls to Wells, who defends, and there's no run.
Sometimes you just have to let those pass, don't you? If you analyse those too much, then I think you just walk forward with your head held high.
Yes.
I remember the performance the game before.
And a defensive push by Wells. And there's no run. Yeah, no point in dwelling too much on that, is there? They've played enough good white ball cricket to know they're a good team. Sets it up nicely for the series, isn't it? I mean, England getting hammered in the first one. Going to need a response.
I mean, the T20 game at Trent Bridge on Sunday was just such a phenomenal...
The back foot and turn, just to the left of forward short leg. Wells gets 1, takes his total to 48, and Lancashire to 68 without loss.
High-scoring game, wasn't it? And the T20 team for England is so powerful, such a power-hitting squad. And you bring that into the 50-over format, and you just wonder, are they able to adapt their game slightly for that longer format? You've got a phenomenal Test team, a power-hitting T20 team, and it's this 50-over team that will be looking at how they fire.
There's Jennings, who's looking to come at the bowler here. Danced down the pitch and played firmly beyond Van der Merwe.
Well, that's the third single that they've run to Pete Siddle there at mid-on. Should be looking to challenge a run out there, really, but the two of them, you can tell running between the wickets, they know each other inside out, and when there is and isn't a run on.
69 without loss. So Wells back on strike, 48 not out. Defends his next delivery. Ricochets off the face of the bat and deflects away into the offside, and there is no run. So 69 runs on the board so far for this partnership between Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells. Live from Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. You can see the tennis pavilion behind us, which is where we're situated just outside. And got a good view. We're not behind the bowler's arm, but we've got an enormous TV monitor, which helps keep us across things.
Which is in unbelievable sync to the actual game time as well, isn't it? Which is brilliant to watch on Lancs TV if you want to tune in and watch it live and see the action as it plays out.
Yep, on the YouTube channel is that. Siddle comes around the wicket, bowls, and that crouched Jennings up for a bit of room, just hits him somewhere in this lower stomach region. And there's no run. 69 runs on the board. So yeah, that's the Yorkshire total of 5-1-2, and Surrey have started their reply, and they are 88 without loss. So a good start with the bat for Surrey as well. Looks like a bit of a belter in Scarborough to bat on. Plenty of runs so far. Siddle to Jennings, and there's no run. Elsewhere, Kent playing Northamptonshire this week. Northampton's 303 all out. Kent in reply, 217 for 4. Canterbury. Warwickshire were 217 all out, and Hampshire were 273 for 7, so lead by 56 against Warwickshire. And the Essex-Gloucestershire game. Siddles around the wicket, hits the pad of Jennings as he shapes to work it to the leg side. Half an appeal really, but nothing more than that. Perhaps the clue there, Phoebe, was that attempt to try and play it to the leg side.
And the keeper was also going down, wasn't he, as well? So you could see why it was a half-hearted appeal. I think they're trying to break through them. They're just looking so comfortable at Wells and Jennings at the moment. I think it'll take something special to break this partnership.
2 slips in place. Siddle to Jennings, who plays forward. I think he was beaten there. He just took the bat inside the line, but ball snaked away past the outside edge and taken by the keeper. And there's no run. So back to that final game in Division 1, Essex against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire were 136 all out in their first innings, but a real mess of that. Essex 310 all out in reply, and Gloucestershire 26 for 1 second time round, so they trail by 148. And they've got 9 wickets remaining in their second innings. Siddle to Jennings, just leans into it with a slight movement onto the front foot, drops the ball away to the offside. There's no run. Of course, the Division 2 games taking place as well, and Phoebe's mentioned the England-India game, which is heading emphatically one way. Plenty of cricket to enjoy. And you're here at the weekend, aren't you, for the Rachel Hale Flint?
Yeah, that's right. So Northwest Thunder take on the South East Stars here at Birkdale and Southport Cricket Club. So from 10:30, get yourselves down here.
Again, that's played out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. End of the over, 69 without loss. If you can get down, try and get down. If you can't, then you'll be able to follow the game on Lancs TV this coming Sunday. But hopefully, and I came to speak to Andrew Carney, who's the chairman of the club, before the game, and I asked him about Lancashire coming back, first time in 4 years that they've returned here, and he said, yeah, it's great to get Lancashire, but it was also really important for us to get the one-day match at the weekend with the Thunder play.
Oh, brilliant!
To make it feel a little bit more of a festival rather than Lancashire just rock up, play 4 days and leave, and that's it. He was really pleased to have that extra game a couple of days later, and especially over a weekend, so it was quite nice.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
That's awesome to hear, because they're having us here on Friday to train, so it'll be good to come down here and use the facilities and just get used to the ground as well, with it being a home fixture. So yeah, it's nice to hear that from the chairman, really.
Yeah, he was very keen, Andrew Carney, to say how much it was a priority for him. He's been chairman for 2 years to try and get Lancashire back here. Van der Merwe continuing. Forward goes Siddle in defence, and there's no run. So it's
probably felt a while since you played a run of games at Emirates Old Trafford, because there was a lot of games at Blackpool, wasn't there, in the T20 comp?
The back foot pushed that into the onside by Wells, and there's no run.
I think, did you have a 4-day game over there as well?
No, just 2 T20s, and they played two 4-day games, both away from home.
Yeah.
And then this one here. They've had the concerts in full flow.
Yeah, I think Harry Styles was quite a hit, wasn't he?
I did a good turn. He can shake it about a bit, can't he?
Oh, I missed it because I had tonsillitis.
Oh,
so
no.
yeah.
We did 2 nights with old Harry.
I know, I finished training and then was conked out on the sofa whilst Harry was at...
There's Van der Merwe in bowling. Big appeal for OBW, because Wells has gone back here, trying to work the ball to the leg side. And not out, says the umpire.
It's looked reasonably high there, and you know that if it's gone above the pads for both Wells or Jennings, it is reasonably high, with them both being 6'2", 6'3".
Here's Van der Merwe in and bowling. That's swept, it just clears Verdi. That's a backward square leg. And that's 4 runs, and that will be a 50 for Luke Wells. So really solid start to the innings. 52 not out from 95 deliveries.
That's a great innings from Luke Wells. He's played fantastically throughout this game. And just played at such a nice tempo as well throughout the game. Never given an opportunity, and put away those bad balls. I think he's hit 8 or 9 boundaries now.
Defending this next delivery as Verdi comes in. And there's no run. Yeah, 9 fours for his 52 from 95 deliveries. That's the end of the over as well. 73 without loss. And this continues to be an excellent start in the response to a big total for Somerset. 446 all out, 73 without loss for Lancashire.
And although Jennings is only 18 from 85 deliveries, the two of them are complementary. Oh, what word am I trying to say there, Scott?
Complementing
each other very, very well.
It's a tricky one to roll off the tongue, that, isn't it? They are. It's been a really nice balanced partnership. There's Siddle and bowls to Jennings. And there's no run. I think Butch is back in the hospitality tent.
He's definitely doing the rounds, isn't he, today? He's putting a hard shift in.
Socialising. Catching up with old friends.
I think he said he was down at Lord's tomorrow, didn't he?
Is
or
he?
Is that
right, okay.
Down at Lord's on Thursday.
Right. Oh, for
the ODI.
Okay.
And doing some hospitality socialising there as well. So he's got a tough life, I think, by the sounds of it.
Forward goes Jennings again in defence, and there's no run. Right, he's on the circuit, is he? Doing a few turns. Here he comes. Here he comes. 73 without loss.
Brilliant, and we'll get him on the mic now.
Get him on, indeed.
Okay.
Siddle at the top of his mark. Comes around the wicket and bowls, and that's nicely punched away off the front foot, just to the right of mid-off. Pick up and throw towards the stumps. Decent effort. Got through for a quick single. 74. Now on the board for Lancashire. Jennings moves on to 19. Yeah, a nicely balanced partnership, certainly in terms of the feel of it and number of balls faced, but the more shot making has come from Wells, hasn't it?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
But as you say, they've complemented each other well. They settle in and bowling. Wells off the back foot. Now he's a little glance down off the hip down to fine leg. It is. He's timed that beautifully for 4 more. And Lancashire move on to 78 without loss. Wells on to 56.
Yeah, he's batting really nicely as Wells there. And lovely little glance down to fine leg for 4.
Phoebe, your stint is done. Thank you. Great to have Phoebe Graham with us and Roland Butcher today. You've only got me and Anthony tomorrow. It's the reserves in place tomorrow. There's Siddle. Bowls forward again. In defence goes Wells, and there is no run. Good afternoon, Roland Butcher.
Yeah, good afternoon, Scott. And some resolute batting now by Lancashire. Got a chance to catch up during the tea interval with some the other players that I would have played in the past.
Okay.
Jack Birkinshaw and AB. Abrahams, Johnny Abrams.
Nice.
Saw Gordon Lord here as well. So it was good to...
Settled bowling. Wells drives to mid-off for no run. End of the over, that's 78 without loss. So see a few former, old friends and...
Yeah, old friends. We were good friends while we played. I also toured with both Jacks, Jack Simmons and Jack Birkinshaw. Toured with the MCC with them as well. So,
okay. Whereabouts did you?
We toured Bermuda.
Nice.
We had a good time there. And I haven't seen them obviously for many years. So it was great to catch up with them just now.
Yeah, we were saying yesterday about you have people obviously not listening necessarily all the time for every moment of the match. You spent a long time as a director of sport at the university in Barbados, and that's come to an end, and chance to come and watch a bit of county cricket.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that I would like to do more of as the summers roll on.
It's Van der Merwe bowling, again, Jennings with the use of the feet, dancing down and then playing a forward defensive, and there's no run.
I mean, when I was playing, I envisaged that when my career was over and I was an old man, that I would spend the summers, watching county cricket around the country. That's something that I envisaged, but then obviously went to overseas for a while.
Van der Merwe bowls. Tries to catch, because again Jennings has used his feet a good step or two at least, and just plays it off the face of the bat, and it loops up, but way beyond the reach of James Rose. Got the helmet on there, forward short leg position. All under control, so Keaton Jennings, I'm sure, will tell us. Getting down the pitch and hit hard past the bowler and down towards the boundary, and that's 4 runs for Jennings. He's been trying to get at Van der Merwe, and he has done there. 82 now without loss.
Yeah, really not a good piece of fielding. That really didn't get down at all, and just went straight under his hand. I think the bowler would be very disappointed to give away that boundary.
Yes, that was a bit soft, wasn't it, really?
At best, really should have been 1.
Yes. It's a bonus 4 for him. Van der Merwe to Jennings. Let's play the way into the offside, and there is no run. Picked up at mid-wicket rather, no run. 23 not out, Keaton Jennings. The balls and just nudged down to the ground and picked up at forward short leg. Measuring here well, the two batsmen, as to when to attack and when to defend. Van der Merwe to Jennings, and again he comes dancing down the pitch. And in the end just drops the ball safely away into the offside, and there is no run, and that completes the over. So we're edging up towards 5 o'clock. I'll bring Anthony in. He's not been on since tea. 82 for no wicket. Wells 56 and Jennings on 23. Roland Butcher. It looks like a pitch that you yourself would perhaps fancy a bat on.
Not at the moment, but I think a few years ago I certainly would have. Yes, it is a very good pitch, Scott. There's no question about that. You know, we've seen it since yesterday. Since those early wickets yesterday, batting has been relatively easy. And the fact that Somerset was able to score over 400 plus, and now this reply by Lancashire in the final session, and they're 82 without loss. So yes, it is a very good batting pitch, and should provide over the next couple of days some good entertainment for the good sized crowd that has been here at Southport for the last 2 days.
They have indeed, and still most of them are here. One or two have drifted away, but very pleasant evening, or late afternoon I suppose, for cricket. Jack Brooks coming on from the Grosvenor Road end. He bowled a spell with the new ball from the other end, the Harrod Drive end. Long consultation going on between Peter Siddle, Jack Brooks and Roland van der Merwe. This is grateful to my personal statistician Steve Pittard, former landlord of the Rose and Crown at Hewish Episcopi. Come back to that after this ball from Brooks, which is hooked down to deep backward square leg just for a single by Luke Wells. He takes him on to 57, 83 without loss. This is, Steve thinks, the first Somerset side ever to have taken the field in county cricket, county championship cricket, without a single player who was born in Somerset. Oh. There are one or two. James Rue, for example, has learnt all of his cricket in Somerset, but he was actually born in London. George Bartlett went to school in Somerset. There's Jack Brooks, who was born in Oxford, bowls, and that's beats Keaton Jennings outside the off stump. Casey Aldridge, who came on as a substitute briefly, is the 12th man for Somerset. He was born in South Bristol. Born in Bristol, I think the south part of Bristol rather than the north part of Bristol, which once upon a time was in Somerset. But that apart, no Somerset-born players.
No Somerset, wow.
It wouldn't be so unusual with many other counties, but with Somerset it is unusual. Brooks is in and bowls, and this is nicely stroked away through the offside by Keaton Jennings. Lewis Goldsworthy was born in Cornwall, is in hot pursuit, but vain pursuit as he flings himself at the ball. But it goes over the boundary just in front of the players' dressing rooms, away to our right for 4 runs. And that takes Jennings on to 27. He hasn't looked in great touch, Keaton Jennings, has he?
No, he hasn't, but what he's done is he's stuck at it, and it will get easier. And you know, that shot just demonstrated how difficult it is to defend this ground.
Yeah.
Because he didn't time that perfectly, but had enough to get a boundary.
There's Brooks again in and bowls to Jennings. There's the better ball and angled in at the left-hander. He just plays it into the onside. Couple of Devon-born players in the Somerset side, Tom Lammerby and Lewis Gregory, of course, who've come up through the Somerset age groups, so they're local players, West Country players, but not actually born in Somerset.
But this day it's not that unusual
No, it's not. But it is
the way the game is these days.
Exactly, but it is unusual for Somerset because we do pride ourselves on developing our own young cricketers rather than one or two other counties who've bought in players. This takes Jennings on the pad. They think about taking a leg by, but decide against it. 87 without loss. Nottinghamshire, for example, haven't got much in the way of a pathway at all. Paul Johnson was summarising for me Trent Bridge, I think 3 years ago, and was bemoaning the fact that Nottinghamshire at that stage were buying in a lot of players like Joe Clark, for example, rather than developing their own. Brooks in and bowls round the wicket to the left-handed Jennings, who again rather fences at that ball outside the off stump. Didn't need to play it, not taken cleanly by Stephen Davis. End of the over. That was the 34th, I think, of the innings. No, it was the 33rd, because of course the first over was bowled from the Grosvenor Road end, so it's 33 overs, 87 runs, 57 of those to Luke Wells and 27 to Keaton Jennings, who's playing second fiddle. I think wouldn't be a million miles away from the fact.
Yeah, just the 5 runs coming from that over. But just getting back to your discussion about, I mean, these days really teams just don't spend time and effort developing players to come through the system into their first team. It's because there's so much pressure on doing well.
Yeah,
they buy in established players.
I mean, Surrey are developing a lot of good young cricketers at the moment, and I mean that's a relatively recent development for them. Van der Merwe's going to bowl another over to Luke Wells, who's back on his stumps playing it to forward short leg. Alex Stewart, I think, has had a lot to do with that since he took over as director of cricket. And because Surrey are often accused of buying in success, and they do get some. Oh, and that comes off a top edge. It wasn't a chance. This flew over the top of Stephen Davis's glove, and in fact it didn't. The signal was a bye. So that really took off, didn't it?
Yeah, an attempted sweep shot.
Yeah, I thought he got a top edge, but it was just that extra bounce. So that'll encourage Roelof van der Merwe. Here he comes again. It's 88. They took a bye. He's bowling to Jennings now. Reverse sweep, which he misses. Again, it's getting frustrated, I think, Keaton Jennings. One or two swishes of the bat when he's not connected with the shot or not timed it. The sun is trying to break through the veil of cloud over the ground at the moment as Van der Merwe bowls to Jennings, and this time he does get his reverse sweep away, but only down to Tom Lammonby at long leg for a single. 89 without loss. Yes, going back to Surrey, I mean they do bring players. I mean they, like Kieran Pollard and Sunil Narain played for their T20 team. As Van der Merwe bowls and Wells is down the pitch defending it, and Van der Merwe pushes Keaton Jennings out of the way as he goes to field the ball away to his left, and Jennings beats a hasty retreat. Van der Merwe wheeling away from the Harrod drive end, and wheeling away quite effectively. Just got that one to really bounce in that over, which went away for a bye, but can't really blame Stephen Davis for that. It really did bounce quite sharply. End of the over, 89 without loss. 57 to Luke Wells and 28 to Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, and both openers doing well. Two different type of innings, I think. The more watchful one by Jennings, and Wells, very good half century. And really this pitch proving to be hard work for all bowlers on both sides.
Down at Taunton, I've been keeping one eye on what's been going on at Taunton, where two Somerset youngsters opened the batting for the England Lions against South Africa in what's a a 50-over practice match for the South African tour. And Tom Banton made 57 and Will Smead made 90, which is very encouraging with finals day coming up in just a few days' time. Tom Abel captaining that England Lions side. Is Brooks in and bowls and down the leg side, and no contact from Keaton Jennings. South Africa got something like 380 in their 50 overs. But the England Lions are going quite well. 245 for 3 in the 29th. And that's played back up the pitch to Jack Brooks. So on that basis, they're ahead, aren't they? If you take the score at 30 overs and double it.
Game on.
With wickets in hand.
Wickets in hand, yep.
It's a very, very fast-scoring ground at Taunton, especially at the moment. Pitches are excellent, and the outfield is lightning fast. Takes Jennings on the pad, and again there's a irritated swish of the bat as he fails to make contact with that delivery from Jack Brooks. I think he's just feeling a little bit out of sorts at the moment, Keaton Jennings. 28 from 104 deliveries on a pretty flat wicket.
Yeah, I don't think he's got to worry too much about it, really. Just keep batting. His fluency will come back at some point.
Brooks around the wicket to Jennings. Plays that into the covers. George Bartlett picks up. Bartlett, another one who's got one of these modern mullet haircuts with not quite just the sort of skunk of hair going across the top, but certainly the hair shaved up above the ears, and then there's a sort of tail emerging from beneath the back of his cap as Brooks is in and bowls, and this is driven but not timed again by Jennings. Comes off the inner half of the bat out to Lammonby, who's patrolling the leg side boundary. Another run, 90 without loss. We're in the 35th over, so the scoring rate just creeping up. It's up to just over 2.5 runs and over now. For quite a long time early in the innings, it was below 2 runs and over. Somerset have bowled accurately, but not particularly threateningly. As Brooks, short, sharp approach, he's in and bowls, and he hurries Luke Wells into that defensive shot, into the onside, but no real danger. End of the over, 90 without loss, 57 to Wells and 29 to Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, just a single coming off that over. Another good over by Brooks. He's looked quite impressive, Brooks, in this match so far. Bowled with good pace, and he seemed to have travelled, Jennings in particular. His new attack obviously wrung the wicket, and Jennings finding that quite difficult to cope with. I wonder what's happening with the England game. Is that finished yet?
Have a look.
Not chasing a great total.
They needed 111. 10-wicket win for India, as that's played out.
Rohit Sharma has obviously gone berserk and finished it off in no time.
Yeah, I'm just can't get the scorecard up. It's a single to Lancashire. This is played into the offside for 4 runs, eluding the diving Matt Renshaw, and nice shot by Luke Wells. Yeah, Rohit Sharma 76 and Shikhar Dhawan 31. 114 without loss in 18.4 overs. One of the heavier one-day international defeats. Here it's 95 without loss as Van der Merwe is bowling to Luke Wells, who's down the pitch and driving this back over Van der Merwe's head for 6 runs away, just down to the boundary in front of the sight screen. I had a feeling we might see some aggression from these Lancashire openers.
Yeah, good use of the feet. Just got to the length of it and just lifted it straight back over the bowler's head. He's bowling with both bit off and bit on up, so...
Yeah, fine blow to bring up the Lancashire 100. 101 without loss. Takes Wells on to 67. And it would be a brave man who bet against him getting a century from where he is now and the way he's been batting. He's been the dominant partner in this partnership. Scored almost twice, well, no, more than twice as many runs as his batting partner. Jennings on 30 and Wells on 67 now. That's played into the offside and there's no run. He's getting a good long bowl is Roelof van der Merwe. This is played to young James Roux at forward short leg, and there won't be a run. Slightly surprised they're bowling van der Merwe rather more than Amar Verdi, given that Verdi has been signed specifically for this one game. You'd have thought they'd be relying on rather more on him.
I think obviously at this stage they would want to try and keep it tight at one end and probably believe that Van der Merwe is the person to keep it tight and try and attack from the other end. On a pitch like this, which is a pretty good one, it is difficult to attack from both ends, so you've got to try and restrict the score on one end while you attack, and hence Brooks attacking from this end.
Here he comes in and bowls. This is driven by Jennings, but straight to Roelof van der Merwe, who is at a deepish mid-off. Things getting livelier away to the right as the afternoon wears on, and the liquid refreshment is flowing. Brooks is in and bowls, and this is driven again by Jennings, but picked up in his follow through by Jack Brooks. Nice smart piece of fielding. Tosses it to his skipper, polishes it vigorously on his cricket trousers, but the ball is getting older by the ball. Brooks is in and bowls. On which subject, Roland Butcher? We were talking before the tea interval about how many balls had been used and that they would run out of used balls with the right number of overs having been bowled with them, and that's precisely what's happened.
Right.
Yeah, the ground staff have been told to prepare a net out there somewhere so that at close of play a whole lot of new cricket balls will be taken out there and bashed around until they've been properly aged. That's outside the off stump.
Well, I hope they don't expect the ground staff to do it, because that could be a lot of overtime.
No, the ground staff were a bit fed up having to stay behind to put the net up. But no, I'm not sure who will actually be doing the bashing of the balls. But it seems an awful waste of a whole batch of brand new cricket balls.
It'll take a bit of time as well. I mean, to make a ball 20 overs old.
101 without loss. Brooks is in and bowls, and this is
dropped.
Well, it's dropped, but it was a very difficult chance. Lewis Goldsworthy at backward point flung himself to his left to try and make the catch. He's had a great game so far, Lewis Goldsworthy, but just could not cling on.
Yeah, it's a very good attempt. I think he got both hands to it.
Yeah. He took a spectacular catch, rather like that, down at Canterbury in the T20 game down there, diving like a swallow. That couldn't quite pull it off on that occasion. Here's Brooks in again and bowls. And this again is a full shot from Keaton Jennings. It comes off the outside edge, but all along the ground this time, out to George Bartlett. End of that over, 101 without loss, 67. It was a maiden over. 67 to Luke Wells and 30 to Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, good over again by Brooke. He's had some sort of success against the left-handed batsman. He's got some balls to go past the outside edge. On this occasion, he drew Jennings into a drive. Would have been a very good catch, but not in control of the shot. But his luck was with him, so he's got to let off.
214 balls for the 100 partnership for Messrs Wells and Jennings. And Amar Verdi, well, there we are, he's coming back into the attack for Lancashire, as I was suggesting he might. His figures so far are none for 11 in 4, so he's only bowled 4 overs. Van der Merwe 10 overs, no wicket for 30. Peter Siddle none for 21 in 10. Jack Brooks none for 21 in 7. It was nearly 1 for 21 in 7 if Lewis Goldsworthy could have clung on to that very difficult chance at backward point. And there you are, you can admire George Bartlett's modern mullet now. You can see with the sort of tail of hair emerging from the back of his cap. He's got his sunglasses perched on his slightly faded Somerset cap. Here's Verdi in and bowls, and Wells plays it quietly into the onside where Goldsworthy picks up. Volume is growing from the chairman's marquee next door. Having a whale of a time on a very pleasant afternoon. Verdi bowls. And Wells is down the pitch, crashing this down the ground again, this time for 4 runs. He's on the attack, is Luke Wells. He doesn't think this pitch holds any terrors for an attacking batsman, and he's going to attack. 105 without loss.
Yeah, a lot of power in that shot, really. Just 2 steps out and just smashed it straight down the ground.
A fine blow. Verdi, chastened, wearing his short-sleeved Somerset sweater on this warm afternoon. This time he's short, and it's hammered away through the offside by Wells, but there's a fielder out in the deep who's Ronald van der Merwe. Sends in the return. It's just a single this time. 106 without loss. Bartlett's being moved slightly squarer at deep backward square leg. Verdi will be turning the ball away from the left-handers. And yeah, the leg slip, James Rew being moved back to on the 45 at, no, he's going, or is he going right back? He's going 2/3 of the way back. As Verdi is in and bowls to Jennings, who's down the pitch, and this is lofted down the ground as well. And that has gone again, just clearing the boundary rope down there, just to the right of the sight screen for 4 runs, so 2 boundaries in this over.
Yes, and Jennings trusting the pitch, good use of the feet, and smashing this one down the ground.
112 without loss. Jennings on to 36. Tempo of the batting is increasing all the time. Verdi bowls. Jennings cuts hard, but there's a fielder in the deep who is Tom Lammonby. So it's just a single. Somerset being gradually forced back on the defensive. We're going to keep the leg slip though for Luke Wells. No, we're not. James Rew went to pick up the helmet as if to say, do you want me to go into forward short leg or leg slip? And the answer was in the negative. This is turned away into the onside by Luke Wells. Just for a single, moves on to 73. 114 without loss. Expensive over that from Amar Verdi. 9 runs. No, must be more than that. How many runs came from it? 13. 13 runs came from it. And drinks are being brought out onto the ground, despite the fact that there's no sunshine, but it's pleasantly warm late afternoon. And Lancashire making useful inroads into that Somerset first innings total of 446. And there's another train on its way down to Liverpool. Don't think we're going to see the Beatles story blue train, because I gather from Tony Hardwick it's plying its way between Ormskirk and Liverpool at the moment, rather than Southport and Liverpool, which is a shame. Perhaps we'll see it. You won't see it tomorrow, will you? Because you're off down to London for the one-day international. So we may see it here.
Very good over that last one there for Lancashire. It's costing some 13 runs, and now Lancashire starting to just press on a little bit more. They've weathered the storm earlier, got to tea, and they're really looking to enjoy themselves in this final session.
Absolutely. Elsewhere, Essex against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire 47 for 2, which leaves them still 127 runs behind Essex's first innings total of 310, with 8 second innings wickets in hand. That looks like an Essex win to me, which will plunge Gloucestershire into further difficulty. Warwickshire 217 all out, Hampshire 313 for 8, so they're 96 ahead with 2 wickets standing. Yorkshire against Surrey, Surrey 122 for 1, replying to Yorkshire's 521 all out. Rory Burns there, 72 not out. Ryan Patel is out for 29. And on Kent, replying to Northants, 303 there, 237 for 5, so 66 runs behind with 5 wickets standing, so that's pretty evenly poised. Those are the first division scores, and here we're just about to resume with another over from Jack Brooks. Phoebe Graham has rejoined the commentary team, which is now an all Exeter University commentary team.
I love the Exeter University fact, it's brilliant.
There's Brooks in and bowls, and Wells defends on the back foot, back up the pitch. Looks like the tempo is increasing.
I was just going to say that the past 5 or 10 overs we've seen a lot more expressive batting from both Wells and Jennings, a couple of 6s, a couple of 4s. It's been good to watch. They've definitely got their eye in, and they're enjoying the fact that they've put the graft in up front.
Absolutely. Well, if they're going to have any chance of getting a win, Lancashire's defensive shot, Lancashire's got to score big runs, and they've got to score them quickly as well, haven't they?
Scott and I were just discussing this. We were thinking, how many runs do we think Lancashire are wanting to score here? Probably
650.
Very good. We said probably around 500, 600. And actually, if they want to win the game, which they will do at the moment because they're third in the group, they need to give themselves a good amount of time to actually bowl back at Somerset.
It's Brooks to Wells, who plays that firmly back up the pitch, but Roland van der Merwe will do the fielding. Yes, I mean, it's somebody on Twitter said that this has got draw written all over it. I wouldn't quite say that. I think it's a bit early to say it's going to finish in a draw. Somerset could get amongst the Lancashire wickets, or Lancashire could indeed go on to get 650 and then put Somerset under pressure. You never know. Brooks is in and bowls and forces Wells, who was shaping up to play an aggressive shot at that, but forces him to play it defensively into the offside. It's 114 without loss.
I think you automatically think that, don't you, when you see the 4-day test results and you see big scores up front. I think the first thing that you think is draw, but it's about now Lancashire playing this game tactically for 4 days, and how can they make the most of each day.
Brooks bowls and Wells plays that firmly to Roland van der Merwe at a deepish mid-off. You can almost see by the fielding positions that Somerset are slightly on the defensive at the moment, with mid-off and mid-on both quite deep. Peter Siddle, the Somerset acting captain, at mid-on, and unless something dramatic happens, I think he's going to be my post-match or post-day's play interviewee this evening, to ask him how he's enjoying captaining Somerset. Brooks in and bowls, and another defensive push into the offside. So good over from Jack Brooks, which was a maiden. So after the 13 runs off the previous over, no runs off that, and the score remains 114 without loss. 73 to Luke Wells and 37 to Keaton Jennings.
I think how many overs are left in the day? I think there's
15, I think.
15 overs remaining, so probably around less than an hour's play left today here at Birkdale and Southport Cricket Club.
When's your next game?
So next game is actually here on Saturday morning, 10:30. Thunder take on the South East Stars. So we'll be looking for our first win of the campaign.
Who will be favourites? South East Stars are quite good, aren't they?
They're a very competitive side of South East Stars, so they'll probably go into Saturday as favourites. But we've played some good cricket. We just need to piece it all together. So I think if we do that, we're in for a good chance on Saturday.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the very best of luck.
Thank you.
Especially as someone my father was born in Yorkshire, so I've got northern connections. And all his family came from Yorkshire and Durham and South Shields and places like that. So.
Oh, very good.
Right, have we got a bowling change? We have got a bowling change. And it is Tom Lammonby with his left arm seam coming in from the Harrod Drive end. Hasn't bowled much in the county championship, Tom Lammonby. In fact, I don't think he's bowled. No, he has. He's just bowled 11 overs. 11 overs, none for 39. He's been bowling the opening over in T20 cricket. This is hit without timing by Keaton Jennings into the offside, and Lewis Goldsworthy does the fielding in the covers. He bowls medium pace, lively medium pace, I suppose about 75 miles an hour, something like that. A tall, athletic cricketer with a fine mop of light brown hair. He's in a bowls outside the off stump and goes tumbling over. It doesn't. Oh dear.
Throwing his whole body behind that. I wonder if he's hoping there's a speed gun behind the side screen to clock his speeds today.
It's a spectacular tumble, rolling over, and he's just limping slightly. Perhaps the giant tamper will need to go out there and bang down the footmarks at that end of the pitch. Here's Lammonby again, left arm over the wicket, long way outside the off stump. And no shot from Keaton Jennings.
No, I think they're just having a look at Lammonby because he is a little bit different to the other bowlers that have been faced. Few free deliveries there, but they're not doing anything silly still. So showing that they're still playing that patient innings.
You can see he's got a fine mane of hair. Here he comes again. In bowling to Jennings, outside the off stump, swinging away from Jennings, who strokes that sweetly through the offside. That'll run away for 4 runs up to a wide long off. It just came beautifully into Jennings's arc, that delivery.
Yeah, I think he's been waiting for that delivery the past 3 deliveries, watching the ball go past his bat, knowing that it's a freebie's coming soon, and an excellently executed off drive from Jennings.
Yes. Here comes Lammonby again in bowls to Jennings. This is straighter and played defensively into the offside. End of that over from Lammonby, which didn't offer anything in particular in the way of threat. 118 without loss at the end of it. 40 overs have gone. 41 to Jennings, who's catching up his batting partner Luke Wells, who's on 73. 14 overs remain in the day's play.
So I do have an interesting fact on Taunton.
All right, go on.
So it's the first T20 game of cricket, professional game of cricket I've ever been to watch at Taunton.
And who was Somerset playing?
That's a very good question. I think I was about 17 years old on a under-19s tour, and on our rest day they took us to Taunton, so it was my first T20 experience.
you presumably, did you see Marcus Trescothick bat?
I would have thought so, but I won't be able to remember.
It's Brooks in and bowls. This is turned away through the onside by Luke Wells for 4 runs. Cries of catch it was in the air for a bit, but that was Jack Brooks just straying onto the leg stump and very effectively dealt with by Luke Wells as the sun comes out here at Birkdale and Southport Cricket Club. 122 without loss. Well, 17, so that would be 12 years ago, something like that. 11, 12 years ago.
Yeah, something like that.
Probably Trescothick, Keysvetter. This is turned into the onside, and there won't be a run. James Hildreth would have been in that side. I think it was after Andy Caddick had retired, so Alfonso Thomas would have been bowling. A very, very effective T20 bowler for Somerset. Yes, they were a good side in that era. Reached finals day on, I think, 3 years in succession, as this is defended by Luke Wells. Beaten, well, not controversially, but beaten unluckily at the Ageas Bowl by Hampshire when Dan Christian had a runner for the very last delivery, and they took a leg by, and Dan Christian was out of his ground, and if Marcus Trescothick, who had the ball, had taken the bails off, he would have been run out. As that's played down to long leg, Verdi goes scampering across to try and make the stop, but the umpire's looking away in that direction. Don't he make the stop? Yes, he did. 124 without loss.
Interesting, because
and the umpires knew the rules and were just waiting for Trescothick to take the bails off, and of course poor old Marcus didn't know the rules, and Director of Cricket Brian Rose was at Southampton Hospital with Kyron Pollard, who'd been hit in the face by a cricket ball, so he wasn't there to shout out to Trescothick what to do, as that's a defensive
if you live some moments in regret, then I'm sure that's one of them.
Well, I mean, I have to say, I'm not sure that I would have known that particular rule as well, or had the wit, because the runner was in his ground, but the batsman for whom he was running was not in his ground. And that's what matters. Anyway, 124 without loss here. Jack Brooks is in bowling to Luke Wells, gets one on middle and leg, plays it up to Ronald van der Merwe. 124, it's just gone past. Scott Reed is just doing his latest report for BBC Lancashire, after which he'll take over commentary.
We've got the best part of the evening now. The sun has broken out and blue skies ahead. It's lovely. I think
are you looking forward to bowling on this then?
I don't know. After what we've seen the past few days, I might need to have a few words with the groundsman before I leave. Yeah, at least I know what I'm in for on Saturday.
Absolutely.
And if the sun keeps shining, it's only going to get...
It's going to get murderously hot, I think, at the weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, I've heard.
It promises to be a day for batting. Here comes Lammonby in second over, in bowls to Jennings, long way outside the off stump. Jennings has nothing whatever to do with it. Somerset persisting with 2 slips. Lewis Gregory and Matt Renshaw. Nothing really has found the edge throughout this innings. There haven't really been many edges sort of going along the ground through or near the slips.
No, there hasn't been any opportunities really for Somerset. No big LBW calls or anything that's really questioned the batters.
Here's Lammonby in bowls, and this is driven and half stopped by a diving Lewis Goldsworthy, and he took sufficient off that shot from Keaton Jennings so that it didn't go all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, I think the closest opportunities have been a few strikes through mid-wicket that have just missed mid-wicket by half a yard, if that, but
there was
still.
that very difficult chance that was put down by Lewis Goldsworthy, but that was a full-blooded
Left-handed dive, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Brilliant stop in the end. Could have potentially grabbed it.
This is played into the offside. I don't know why Keaton Jennings thought there was a possible single there. You heard the shriek of no from Luke Wells. They believe these two in calling decisively, don't they?
Well, I do like the way that they run together, because they do pick up the odd quick single that doesn't look like they're going to ever take. And I think then they're both ready to go, and that's why there's the intense way, you know, bat in the air as well, sending him back.
Lammonby bowls. Jennings will pick up a single this time, as that runs to the right of Lewis Goldsworthy. 127 without loss. All of this in reply to Somerset's 446. Jack Brooks is on the fielding on the boundary, just down to our left, in his white floppy. It's not particularly floppy, it's got quite a stiff brim to it. It's Jack Brooks's sun hat. Here's Lammonby and bowls outside the off stump to Wells.
Looks like it's coming through at quite a nice pace there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's got quite
He bowls
nice
at
carry.
lively medium pace. He first came into the side. He's an Exeter boy. Plays for Exeter Cricket Club.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, where you must have played a good many times.
Yeah, played at Exeter Cricket Club.
Yeah. Nice ground. And came into the side as an all-rounder, Lammonby, as that's played into the offside, won't get a run. And he was batting originally when he first came into the side down at sort of 7 or 8, and then in the COVID year of 2020 he was promoted to opening the batting with Ben Green and scored 3 centuries in Somerset's Bob Willis campaign, and did really, really well. He hasn't quite recaptured those heights subsequently, and his bowling has become less of a factor. He's become much more of a batsman who bowls rather than a genuine all-rounder. But I've always thought his left arm seam is a useful weapon for Somerset to have. You know,
Yeah,
just to vary
it's
the
a good
angle.
option, and I think particularly at times like this, 127 for none, no one really creating an opportunity. The fact that you've got a left armer that you can go to, I think that's a great asset within the team, isn't it?
It is, especially with Tom Abel with the England Lions, because Tom Abel can bowl some good, quite sharp fast medium, and he's a bit of a golden arm. Is Tom Abel? He tends to bowl 1-4 ball and over, but he can pick up wickets as well. And without him, Lammonby is a even more useful weapon. But Jack Brooks is going to bowl another over from the Grosvenor Road end of the ground. 127 without loss. Lots of activity on Twitter. Here's Brooks in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot.
Seemed to enjoy that from behind the stumps. Think it might have been a bit closer than Jennings potentially thought.
Well, they do
smirking
like
to the
like
cordon.
to sort of try and kid the batsman into thinking it's a bit closer than it actually was. Although they would tend to do that earlier on.
Oh, it's all part of the act, isn't it? You've got to...
Particularly to a less experienced batsman. Brooks is in bowls. Is played away up to Peter Siddle at mid-on by Keaton Jennings, he's warming to his work. Keaton Jennings, he was quite scratchy earlier on in his innings, not timing the ball well and looking frustrated, but he's just letting the ball come to him now, not chasing after it, going after it too hard. Stands there with his nice flowing drive, which is misfielded by Jack Brooks. They think about taking a single, but wisely decide against it. Sun is out, there's lots of blue sky overhead, some mackerel cloud which doesn't presage any rain, although I think the ground staff was saying there's forecast of a little bit of rain overnight, possibly.
We're close to the seaside here as well, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. This is in the air, just to the right of the diving George Bartlett, and away for 4 runs. You probably heard the shouts of the Somerset fielders catch it. That it wasn't a chance, it was just away to Bartlett's left, and he flung himself towards it in vain. 4 runs taken. Wells moves on to... Was that Wells or was it... No, it was
Jennings moved on to 48, yeah.
So 2 runs short of his 50. He's faced 129 deliveries thus far.
Wells facing 128. They're very,
they are,
very kindly shared the innings between the two of them, haven't they?
And here comes Renshaw to fill the gap exactly where that shot went. As Brooks is into Jennings, who will pick up he'll go to his 50 as this is chased down towards the boundary by Lewis Goldsworthy, and that is 50 for Keaton Jennings from 130 deliveries with 5 fours. And you can hear the applause around the ground. Keaton Jennings, who's played himself into form in the course of this innings, and just going through the gears, and very nice innings of 50 not out.
Yeah, I think that's been Jennings's tact throughout, has been quite a slow start, but been very, very patient in the way that he's played and really built his innings throughout.
133 without loss. He drives this up to Robert van der Merwe and won't get a run. That's the end of the over. The end of the 43rd over. It's 133 without loss, and I'm going to vacate and hand over to Scott Reed after some words from Phoebe Graham.
So the score here is 133 for none in the final session of play. It's been a brilliant partnership from Jennings and Wells, who've built an innings here for Lancashire, a great platform for them to kick on and really score some runs, chasing down 446 set fruit from Somerset. And the sun is shining. It's a beautiful day here today at Birkdale and Southport Cricket Club, and we've got the best part of the day now to finish our commentating stint.
We have. We've got an excellent part of the day. That's banged in short. First delivery. And there is no run. Phoebe, can you just take over for a second? I just need to nip away.
Yeah, of course, no problem. That's a really good delivery there from Lammonby. Pulled it short. Wells played at it and gone through to the keeper. It's dangerous shorter ball. In comes Lammonby. Just wide of the off stump, but again, Wells looking to play at that. Lammonby has started to find his rhythm here, and you can see the momentum shifting a little bit with Somerset looking to take that first wicket of play, and whether Lammonby can produce at this over. Lammonby coming in again, challenging Wells there, just skimming past the leg stump. Wells having a little chat with Jennings there to say the ball's just shaping in. And whether Lammonby can create anything off these 3 brilliant first deliveries.
Yeah, I don't know where Scott's disappeared to. Here comes Lammonby, in and bowls to Luke Wells, who lets that run off the face of his bat down to third man. Will pick up 2 runs for it, 135 without loss. Moves on to 82, or 81. It was 82. 81 it says. The amazing disappearing commentator.
Just trialling out the new ball by ball commentator there, giving it a stint.
It is very difficult doing it on your own, I promise you. This is driven, but will be fielded by Amar Verdi. A handsome off drive by Luke Wells.
There were a few spicy deliveries there by Lammonby
Yeah,
first up as well.
First one was
Three
really quite quick, wasn't it?
actually looking at challenging Wells there, which is the first time I've seen him look a little bit phased by the bowling.
Yeah. Lammonby in bright sunshine. In and bowls to Wells. And plays that comfortably up to the Somerset skipper. End of the over, 135 without loss. 81 to Luke Wells, 50 to Keaton Jennings. With 44 overs have gone, so another 10 overs to be bowled this evening. So we're going to be going on till around about 25 past 6, something like that. Always assuming the ball doesn't have to be changed again. I was telling Roland Butcher that at close of play, they're going to the ground staff have been asked to erect some sort of net out in the middle so that they can go out and knock new cricket balls into the sort of shape that they would be after 5, well, not 5, but after 10, 15, 20, 25. What a waste of good cricket balls, though.
Well, yeah, we had to do that in the 100, actually. They gave us a whole new box of probably 18, 24 balls, and they wanted us to mark on after we'd bowled 5 balls, 10 balls, 15 balls, and it's so that you've got the ball looking in the right shape after.
Indeed. Scott has returned.
Change of bowling for Somerset at the tennis court.
Well, I abandoned you mid-flow. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Welcome back. I did a little bit of ball-by-ball commentary there. It was quite enjoyable. Don't know whether I was saying the right things, but hopefully everyone listening was tuned in and knew exactly what was going on.
I've got little doubt about that, Phoebe, having worked with you quite a few times now. Right, so I've got a change of ball in the middle of all that. And that's cut down towards deep backward point for a single for Keaton Jennings or not. Did I miss that? I heard you talking about balls. I don't know if it was a change of ball in the middle of that.
No, there hasn't been a change of ball yet, but what Anthony was saying is that at the end of play they're bringing a net onto the pitch and they're going to have to play lots of different balls so so that they can, if the ball does go old, they've got balls at different stages. So a 10 overused ball, a 20 overused ball.
Right. So if balls keep going out of shape, you wear your replacement balls to replace them.
Exactly that, yeah.
With you. This is dabbed away down to well, into extra cover for no run. I mean, it's a perfectly sound logic, isn't it, really? There's only so many balls going around. If they keep going out of shape after different periods of the game. And 36 for no wicket.
I was saying that was what we had to do in the 100, which ball in practice, bowl with balls for 15 balls, 20 balls, just to have the spare balls lined up for the actual game.
It's expensive job, this, isn't it? They're not cheap. This is flicked uppishly out towards square leg. There's cries of catch. Wells for a second was looking a little concerned as he clipped the ball away towards deep square leg. It did land safe, so he gets a single. It's a slightly quirky looking shot, that, actually. It does look yummy. There's a young kid in front of us with an ice cream. I think Dad said that looks yummy. That's a quirky looking shot, that, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think he's played that intentionally, and it's just scuttled through the fielder's legs for 4. Could have been a potential catching opportunity.
I think he got to it. That was half a chance. Not sure if he got.
I don't think he quite got to it, but he didn't fully stretch out, so you wonder whether if he'd have fully committed, if there had been a potential opportunity.
It's past the batter from Gregory and through to the keeper. There's no run. 140 for no wicket. The live music's here, I think. There's people walking past our commentary box with enormous speakers and microphone stands.
I know, and it looks like everyone in the hospitality seems to have taken a break from the beers and are now on the ice cream.
Which you can't drink for 8 hours.
Yeah, just to mix things up, and I'm sure they'll be back on the beers soon.
That's a heavy combination, isn't it? Gregory in. Oh, is that edge through to the keeper? At least Somerset are pleading for that to be the case. Umpire Hartley not interested. Score remains on 140 without loss. Well, they batted well, these two. 85 to Wells, 51 to Jennings.
Yeah, they've created a really strong platform, haven't they, going into tomorrow's day's play, the third day of play. Still, I think 9 overs remaining today. If they can get another 30, 40 runs on the board, I think that'll...
Around the wicket this time to Wells. It's a late flick off the hit for 4. Good looking shot.
Yeah, that'll set them up nicely for tomorrow if they go into tomorrow on 170, 180.
Yeah, it'll be a good day on it for Lancashire. And Somerset have enjoyed the lion's share of the match so far. I think pretty, well, maybe not emphatically dominating the first day, but they were certainly the team on top. They were 5 down and 300 runs on the board, and then build up to 446. And Lancashire are hoping to have a turn with the bat. See where this game's heading at some stage over the course of the next couple of days. Lancashire would have expected, sorry Phoebe, this pitch to produce a result, a victory for either, for one of the two sides.
Yeah, I think particularly when you go out to outgrounds, you'd hope there'd be more wickets for the bowlers, but what they've got is quite a flat pitch by the looks of things. Lots of runs scored.
Jennings plays forward as Lammerby comes in and bowls, and that's pressed away into the offside for no run.
And I think what will be crucial and critical will be how Lancashire change the momentum to try and score fast in the next sort of probably tomorrow's session if they want to get that win.
Yeah.
Because it's with big scores on the total, you always think it screams a draw, but how can Lancashire turn that into a win with them being third on the table at the moment?
To run down back with a point by Jennings for a single. That, I think, Phoebe, will be a question I will ask, I suspect, one of these two tonight, either Jennings or Wells, as to how from this position could Lancashire try. We clearly know how Somerset can try and force a win, because Lancashire's still trailing by 300 runs.
Yeah, there's still a lot of runs to be scored when you look at it like that. It'd be easy enough to go bang, 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 and wickets come, wickets fall, so it's really important that they continue to lay this solid foundation tonight.
Lammerby to Wells, little shuffle off the back foot, steers the ball away through the offside for no run. 145 without loss. Little breeze around the ground. Lammerby, he's a big lad. He's marching back to his mark. And we'll come tearing back in again. Wells 89 not out. Lammerby bowls. Wells will flick it around the corner. Brooks is in pursuit of it from fine leg to backward square leg. Gets to it pretty quickly. There's a run there for Wells. Takes him into the 90s then. 90 not out.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant innings so far from Wells. Be awesome to see him get his 100 here tonight. Well deserved if he does so as well.
Be perfect end to the day for the supporters who have stayed inside the ground. The weather is the best part of the day by a mile. He's cut away through the offside. There is a man at deep point to just the single to Jennings. He's playing his own game in his own way at his own pace, and there's nothing wrong with that. 53 to him now, 147 without loss. I suspect at about this time yesterday, Phoebe, people did kind of start to drift a little bit. Having enjoyed a good day, but not going to miss out on another 10 runs potentially here for Luke Wells tonight. 1 centurion so far in the match. That's hit down into the ground and stopped at extra cover. And there's no run. That terrific innings from Lewis Goldsworthy yesterday. That's the end of the over. 147 without loss. Wells on 90 and Jennings on 53.
I suppose as well it's only been 40 minutes of sunshine for the crowd as well, so they might stay out for the extra hour to make sure that they get a good tan from today's spectating.
I'm not going home yet. The sun's just come out.
Yeah, hopefully the ice cream van man business starts booming again. I think it was busy yesterday and it's quietened down today.
Yeah.
So
Nobody there at the minute.
he's a tall bloke in the ice cream van
Is he?
as well. Yeah,
Okay.
I think he's about 6'4".
Oh.
So he's.
That's quite a big stoop he'll have to do, won't it, to get
Yeah.
get his head through
I
the window.
noticed that when he served my ice cream. Thought it could be quite an uncomfortable job, really.
Have a bit of a bad back after that. Here's Gregory around the wicket. Jabbed out through the offside by Keaton Jennings for 4 runs.
It's a lovely shot. Just so elegantly placed that there down to third man. They've got a very, very wide third man, so Keaton Jennings just finally pushed that through, and 151 up. And ripples of applause from the crowd here at Southport.
Yeah, I don't think I did that shot justice. It was a beautiful late cut, wasn't it, from Jennings for 4. Gregory into him, forward in defence, solid looking front foot. Shot to mid-off. There's Brooks in his sun hat. 151 without loss. Jennings content just to lean on his bat, waiting for the bowler to get back towards his mark. Into the final throes of the second day. So we've got 2 full days left. Well, last time I checked, the weather forecast was good for the next couple of days. We'll see where this game and how this game develops over the course of the next couple of days. Gregory to Jennings, that's been driven on the bounce back to the bowler, and there is no run. Walk away to square leg, rests his bat on his shoulder. Been enjoying this Keaton Jennings. He missed the start of the season. He had a calf injury, so missed out in the first few rounds of championship matches, but he's been in the runs this year. It's a pretty solid campaign. 1 slip waiting. Here's Gregory. It's left again. Nestles into the gloves of Stephen Davis. Takes it stooping low to forward. He's about shin height when he topped that into his gloves.
He's done well in the T20 campaign as Jennings as
has,
well. He
yeah.
hasn't scored a bucket load of runs, but his strike rate's been up there, hasn't it, really? Which sometimes you question how players can adapt to different formats. You've got Jennings here scoring 57 off 139 balls, but he seems to adapt his game really quickly when he goes into the T20 format, doesn't he?
Little flex of the knees as Gregory comes in and bowls, and driven into the offside for no run. Yeah, and it's been quite a quirky campaign for him because he's been a little bit in and out, because when Lancashire had all the big hitters at the start, Butler apart, and they had the Salts and the Livingstons, it's difficult for him to find a way into that top 2 or 3. Can't be easy then to come in and try and pick up where they left off.
Definitely. But no, I've been impressed with what I've seen from him in the T20 campaigns as well.
151 without loss. Jennings waiting. Final ball of the over. Short one from Gregory. And he ignores that, and that completes the over. And Jennings, a little bit Shiv Chanderpaul-esque, picks up a bail and hammers it into the ground.
He's done that a few times today, just from that end.
Like a flashback to Chanderpaul playing for Lancashire, with his ridiculous open stance, his magnificent stripes under his eyes.
Yeah,
What a fella he was. Brilliant to interview as well. Right, we've got a slight delay. What's going on? Some pads being brought out?
Yeah, I think they're getting some close catches in, so I don't know if spin's coming back on.
How many overs have we got left?
Jennings taking a drink. I wonder what the messages are from the dugout. Stick around, do you think? I think they'll want to come in tomorrow's play with no wickets lost and start the chase down really from scratch again. It'd be nice if they were chasing 260 tomorrow, 270.
That will be job pretty emphatically done, wouldn't it? 7 overs left. So a little bit to go.
Could go into it like a 50-over campaign then, or even T20 in Lancashire with the power hitting they've got in the dressing room.
That's a point that was being made over in the Britain media. Paul Edwards was saying that. You look at the way Lancashire's middle order is stacked up. They have the ability to press on and score quite quickly. Villas is a great example of it.
Definitely, Villas, Croft, got all the players and toolkit in there to give them the freedom to play how they want to play, and maybe even give them some practice for Saturday's game.
Well, 5-1 without loss. We're going to see Van der Merwe return.
I think they need like a Brendan McCullin approach for day 3. That's what I'd be pitching for in the changing rooms if I was coach.
Or even first ball of tomorrow morning.
Reverse scoop
reverse
with Joe Root.
Blimey. Here's Van der Merwe in and bowling. Rolls off the back foot to steer it down towards backward point, and he comes back for 2. It was quite and the score moves on to 153 without loss. It was quite interesting that in that epic run chase, the latest of the run chases that they managed against New Zealand, the comments from Ben Stokes about, I hope this sends a message to county cricketers, which I thought was a interesting point. This is Wells down the pitch trying to flick it to mid-wicket, but no run.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because they're obviously trying to recruit a certain type of player, a certain type of style, which is fearless and brave and playing your shots. But not every team fosters those cultures.
No.
So if you're playing in a...
Van der Merwe to Wells, 4 in defence, no run.
In a county setup that wants you to play in a certain style that's very different to England, and your ambitions are to play for England, do you take on Ben Stokes' mindset? Could that go against what the coach wants? So it's... I like the message he's sending.
It's driven up towards long on by Wells for a single.
Because there's real clarity in what type of player he wants to pick.
Would it be fair to say, though, that realistically, he's only really looking for those types of players in positions 4, 5 and 6? He's not looking, is he, for openers to come out and tee off?
I wouldn't say so, but say, for example, this innings today from Wells and Jennings.
Van der Merwe to Jennings, flicked away to mid-wicket, but no run.
At what point do they open up and take the game away from Somerset? So if you see Wells go on and score 150, 160, and he plays with his full flair and expresses and almost goes in from...
The Merwe in, he looks to reverse sweep it, actually, right on cue. Beating Jennings, but he does play that reverse sweep against a spinner a lot. He gets a single. It moves to 58, 155 without loss.
And almost goes through the gears from Test player to ODI player to T20 player, because that's kind of how we've seen Joe Root's game evolve within that Test team, is that he's established the innings and then gone on and expressed himself and got braver and more fearless within his innings. And I guess that's what they're looking for. They're looking for players that aren't afraid to play the shots. And
but as you outlined superbly, it's that juxtaposition between what England want and what each individual county would expect.
Definitely.
You know, with trophies to win and supporters and members to satisfy. Jobs on the line, of course. Jennings just plays inside the line of his delivery from Gregory, taken by the keeper. There's no run. I just thought it was quite interesting. And of course, I think in the very first county championship match he played in, Ben Stokes, after his appointment as England captain, he came out and absolutely leathered it, didn't he, at Worcester?
It's 6 sixes off 1 over or something. Ruined young men's careers.
I know, goodness. So he kind of, I suppose he gave a bit of a clear example of it in that match.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just I thought it was quite interesting. But interesting to see what different directors of cricket around county championship sides would make of those comments. It's a late cut by Jennings again, just running it off the face of the bat, down towards third man. And comes back for 2. And Jennings moves up to 60.
I personally really like it though, because it's almost, we play every match to win. We don't play to draw. If there's a risk situation or a gamble situation, we're going to go in there and win games of cricket. And I guess, again, a prime example now is Lancs are third in the table. There will be a point in this game, do they decide to take this away from Somerset or play it safe? And it's those play it safe options that might mean you finish third or fourth in the table, but they'll never win your county championships.
It's a full ball just an off stump.
And it'll never produce players that play for England.
Yep.
So that's that sort of X factor that he's looking for, isn't it?
And we have seen some, actually in the week after that, those comments, we did see actually in the round of championship matches some really big scores and scored quickly. I mean, and Lancashire, of which was one of those examples. That win at Edgbaston came just a few days after Stokes made those comments, and Luke Wells was convinced at tea on the final day that Lancashire could win, when perhaps some of the dressing room were a little bit uncertain about it, and maybe a draw was the outcome. Gregory bowls, left by Jennings, through to the keeper, no run. I've no idea whether that's because of what Stokes said, or whether that's just who Luke Wells is as a player, but it was kind of the response that the England captain was calling for, that Lancashire produced. And it wasn't just Lancashire in that round of fixtures, there were some other pretty high scoring, quickly scoring games.
Definitely. I think even as a female player, seeing comments like that is really liberating to see, because that's how you want to play as a player, and how you want to express yourself with freedom and play your game to your greatest strength. So that brave mindset is just second to none.
Swing and a miss this time from Jennings, looking to carve the ball out through the offside. And taken by the keeper, there's no run. Both Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells have passed 500 runs for the season during the course of this partnership. It's the second time Lancashire's first wicket has put on 100 this season. The other occasion was in that game I just referred to. Wells and Jennings put on 166 at Warwickshire, and Lancashire chased 330 to win on the final day. Thanks to Ken for the email. So both have got to 500 runs in the championship this year, these two. Back going for opening batters. A bit of good luck in your favour. Gregory to Jennings. Again, that's driven down the ground, picked up by the bowler, and there is no run. What have we got left now? It's a good scoreboard here, but it's the one thing that's missing on it.
5 overs left in today's play.
Well, it's on the
looks
screen.
of things. 157 for none. Chasing 446. Trailing by 289 runs.
Perfect summary. Enjoyed it today. Another good day of cricket.
Yeah, it's been good. Best part of the day as well this evening with the sun out. Looks to be hard, hot work for the seam bowlers.
I'm sure you can
Steaming
empathise.
in, yeah. Just saying, on Saturday it could be quite a road to bowl on, but
could be.
At least we've got the heads up now.
This, Wells going back and defending to mid-off. I say, I know that all your scouts and all the people doing all the research and the analysis will provide you with all the information you need, but I'll send you a message and let you know how it plays on the 4th day, and whether or not you might need a few refreshments to keep you going.
Does seem to have a little bit more turn now in the wicket.
Well, that is the intriguing thing, isn't it? And it was, speaking to again our colleagues who are behind the bowler's arm in the media tent, they've got a view right down the pitch, and they were saying it's turning a little bit yesterday for Morley. That continues through the course of the next couple of days. Here's Van der Merwe slipping a short leg. Oh, stumping chance missed. They're appealing for an LBW. He's come down the pitch, a big yahoo from the batter out of his crease.
Yeah, the turn there actually did Wells, because he went to play it and it's turned probably 3 or 4 inches more than he'd expected, gone down the pitch and swept and just completely missed the ball. With only 4 overs left of the play and 7 to his 100.
It's a bold decision, that, wasn't it? Guess what? He just stays where he is and gets forward and defends instead this next delivery.
It's brave.
157 without loss. Phoebe will have a change at the end of this over, and we'll bring Butch in for the final 4. But it's been brilliant to have you with us again today.
No, thank you very much for having me. It's been very enjoyable.
There's a run just played away in front of square through the leg side for a single, and good luck on Saturday when you're back here
Thank you very much. Yeah, now do come along. Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club playing South East Stars, 10:30 start on Saturday.
Happy days.
And hopefully we see Wells score his ton this evening. That'll be a lovely way to finish the day.
Well, he's 6 away from it. This is the final ball of the over. There's Jennings on strike, and that's nudged away into the onside. There's no run. Thanks, Phoebe.
Brilliant. Thanks, Scott.
Phoebe Graham with us today. Day 2 of this fixture. Yeah, as Phoebe mentioned, if you can get down on Saturday, that's great. There will be coverage on Lancs TV. Access that via the usual methods. I won't be here for that one. I'm at finals day with the men's team on Saturday. Let's hope the weather's as good as it has been through the course of today. I'll do one and I'll bring Anthony back in and get his thoughts as well. Butch is back alongside me. Absolutely glorious. Beautiful end to the day, and this is a super opening partnership for Lancashire.
Yeah, it's certainly flourished after tea. That session, middle session, thought Somerset bowled pretty well at them, but since tea, really, it's flourished for them.
Gregory around the wicket bowls, and that's hammered pretty firmly past the bowler to the left of mid-off and 4 runs. He's edging a little nearer. He's within 2 now. There's Luke Wells. He's 98 not out on 62 without loss.
Yeah, that one driven firmly. The bowler giving the indication as if it might have been a half chance. It was hitting the ear. Struck well enough to get a boundary, so Wells now just too short of 100, and really this pitch has been pretty relentless for bowlers.
Yes, I think Phoebe's having cold sweats in the back of the box. The prospect of bowling here on Saturday. Gregory to Luke Wells. Oh, that beats him. A little hesitant, Wells. Through to the keeper, no run. Felt like he was a little caught between 2 minds.
Yeah, when the ball has gone past the bat, it's just missed it completely. That was a good delivery. Forced the batsman to defend. He wasn't forward, he wasn't back, just sort of stood upright, and the movement across the batsman would have deceived him. But really, it hasn't been easy for the bowlers. They've had to work extremely hard, both sides, to get anything out of this pitch.
98 not out, Lou Wells, 162 for no wicket. There's Gregory past the umpire, around the wicket, hit straight, it's straight down the ground and stopped by the bowler. Jennings had to very theatrically make sure his bat was in the crease just in case it deflected back onto the stumps, because that's how Butch he got out in the T20 match on Sunday at Emirates Old Trafford. He had not faced a delivery. At the non-striker's end, I think it was 4 balls into the match, Phil Salt hit it down, the bowler deflected it onto stumps, and he was run out without facing a ball.
Yeah, it's a hard game sometimes.
I think we were pretty keen to make sure he got back over the line, just in case that was ricocheted back onto the stumps. 3 balls to go of the over. Gregory in, it's off the back foot, hopping into his crease, and can't find a way past the fielders on the offside, and there's no run. He's swishing his bat around, is Luke Wells. Looks in good form. With a little twirl of the bat. Slow mark, walk back to his mark for the bowler. 2 balls left of this over, 3 overs remaining in the day. 4 off the first ball of the over, and then 3 dot balls since. Happy to let this one go past. Taken by Stephen Davison. There's no run. How much of this will be, and there's 3 overs to go, so we've got every possible chance, but how much will this one, the batsman here wanting to get it done tonight and not sleep on it overnight?
Well, obviously you'll feel a lot better going to close the play on 100 than be on 98, because tomorrow you'll have to start all over again if you get good delivery. So while you're in this sort of form, get it now, and when tomorrow comes, you deal with the different situations then.
Final ball of this over for him to get 2 more runs. Wraps him on the pad. Ball is down on one knee, pleading towards the umpire. And there's no run, and it's not out. So 162 without loss. How do you see, Butch, the game going? I'll bring Anthony back in for the final couple of overs, he'll call Luke Wells home. And then
obviously,
your thoughts, please.
Obviously, Lancashire will try and bat, and they will need to bat all day tomorrow because, you know, score 160 odd now, so it's going to take most of the day to certainly get up to the total that Somerset have scored, and then really with just the 1 day left, I think it'd be difficult to get a result unless a team have a disastrous session or two.
That's what it needs, isn't it, for the game to be swung, I think, one way or the other.
But there was a chance of dismissing one of the batsmen and a stumping chance in the last over, which was...
It was Wells, wasn't it, as well?
Yeah.
Van der Merwe continuing. It's Jennings on strike, unbeaten on 60. And he comes in and bowls, and Jennings plays forward, bat in front of his pad. Deflects away into the onside, no run. Have you enjoyed your visit to Southport and Birkdale? I know you're not with us tomorrow.
I've enjoyed it being here. Pity I couldn't be here for 4 days, but I think the 2 days have been excellent.
Yep, they have been well received from the people in terms of the numbers inside the ground on days 1 and 2. Off the back foot and just tickled away down towards third man. Just up onto his toes is Jennings and just angles it off the face of the bat. So he moves on to 61. Brings Wells back on strike. 98 not out. Looking for his second century of the summer. If he gets it, it will be his third for Lancashire since signing from Sussex. Will he take on the spinner? Van der Merwe in, bowls, no. Defends. Just knocks it back to the bowler, no run. He's been keen to use his feet to get at the spinners, Luke Wells, but 98 not out. That sense of urgency is being tamed for now. Goes back, pulls, this should do it. No, maybe not, just a single. They jog ever so gently through for one. Takes him to 99, the score moves on to 164. For no wicket, the ground staff getting ready to get the pitch prepared for the overnight conditions. I'll be looking at the sky now.
Well, it's a glorious time of the day. Best weather we've had all day, and it's...
It did rain a little overnight, and it was a little damp underfoot on the walk up from the B&B this morning. Jennings off the back foot defends, and there's no run. And is that the end of the over? It is. So 164 without loss. Jennings 61 and Wells on 99.
Yeah, never over negotiated, and I think the batsmen will be telling themselves, let's get through these final 2 overs and we can have a good night's sleep and come back tomorrow and try and see if we can fill our boots.
I suppose you have to start again and all that type of thing, don't you?
You do, but at least you're starting with the comfort of
that's true.
A total on the board and a good pitch that you don't expect will change dramatically tomorrow. So that's a comforting thought.
I could well imagine, yeah. You're starting not on 0, you're starting with runs to your name. Right, penultimate over of the day. This 164-run partnership. Lancashire still trail. They're 280 runs behind. It's a lot of runs still, but they've given themselves a terrific platform to try and get as level as they can with Somerset. It's a foolish ball which is punched up to mid-off, and there's no run. Fielded by Brooks. Got the one fielder down towards the boundary. That's a fine leg. They've kept a slip in place, and then pretty heavy field set close in. Backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Wells off the back foot. Slaps it through the offside. It's a terrific stop. And extra cover did deny what would have been a run, at least for Wells, in 3 figures.
Yeah, but that delivery, there was a thought that, yes, he's got 100 now because it was wide and short outside the off stump. I think he would have felt himself that he's missed out there, but good stop at extra cover.
Keeping Wells as long as they can on 99. Gregory to Wells. Just pushed out to mid-wicket. And there is no run. And 6-4 without loss. 3 balls to go for Gregory tonight. He's running and plugged away for Somerset. Ended their innings with a great deal of flair, really. They were hitting the ball to all parts of the ground to get to 4-4-6. In balls, and that's a back foot defensive push into the offside, no run. Good stuff this, isn't it, by Somerset, by Gregory, doing all they can to make this as difficult as possible for Luke Wells.
Yeah, Gregory working hard to make sure he's got to work for this single. He's not going to just give it up to him. He's really saying to him, look, you know, you're going to have to play well to get this 100. I'm not handing it to you on a plate. And so far, this over he's been bang on the money.
He has. Here comes Gregory around the wicket. Balls, and again Wells just off the back foot defending. Pushed out into the offside for no run. So we've got 7 deliveries left tonight. Oh, we haven't got 8. There's 2 balls left in this over. Another train on its way, heading in towards Southport. Gregory in the balls, and Wells with just a sense of trying to get forward and create something here. It was indeed the last ball of the over. Played out into the offside, no runs. So a dot ball to end it. So he's not on strike for the final over, isn't Luke Wells. So depending on what happens here, he might well be 99 not out overnight.
Yes, good over by Gregory. Ball pretty straight. Just the one delivery a little wide, which Wells couldn't get away, but generally it was wicket to wicket. I would think that somewhere along the line Jennings would be able to pick up a single quite early in the over.
Well, I think he'll be doing his best.
Probably just push it out on the offside.
Van der Merwe to send down the final over of the day. Keaton Jennings 61 not out. Slip and a forward short leg. The 2 around the batter. Van der Merwe balls, and Jennings touches his feet. Oh, and he's sent back, and there's a sharp no from Luke Wells. He was eager to try and get Wells on strike. Jennings reckons there probably was a run there. Wells wasn't certain. And a clear no from the non-striker's end to get Jennings back into his crease.
I think it was a good call of no, actually, because the fielder was going to his left and threw with the left hand, so
yeah, I think that would have been too close for Wells, wouldn't it? Too close for comfort on 99. Jennings says, well, I'm just going to go back and defend this ball. I did my best in that first delivery. No risks taken here.
Wouldn't feel too good getting run out at 99, especially not on your call.
My goodness, yeah. And 6-4 without loss. Van der Merwe in, balls forward again goes Jennings and turns it away to the onside. It's a good stop by James Root at forward short leg, kind of grappling around on his hands and knees to try and get to the ball and try and stop that single to get Wells on strike. 3 left today. Can Jennings find a single and give Wells a chance? It's a fuller ball, fizzed in a bit quicker, I think, from Van der Merwe.
Well, depends what happens this delivery. He doesn't get the single off this one, he's got no chance.
Nope. Last chance for Keaton Jennings to try and get Wells on strike. They might not be too concerned. Going to make Jennings wait a little bit here, changing the field. James Root, who was close in, just behind Keaton Jennings at short leg. He's disappearing out towards mid-wickets. There's two mid-wickets. There's a mid on, long off, deep square leg, one slip, extra cover, deep backward point, and short fine leg. And it is a forward defensive from Keaton Jennings. And Luke Wells is going to have to wait until the morning.
Yeah.
To try and turn 99 into 100. Just that. Sorry, it's only one run. You've got 99 of them. Why? But it means so much. Forward again, and that is that. Close of play on day 2. Lancashire starting their innings 446 runs behind after a blistering end for Somerset. They had a bit of fun with the bats earlier on today. They would have been thrilled with their first innings efforts. And Lancashire have, at least for the time being, kind of snuffled out any early optimism for Somerset with a wonderful unbroken partnership of 164 Butch between Wells and Jennings.
Yeah, they've done well. Very good opening partnership. You start your innings with a massive 440 plus on this board. It's quite a daunting task, but at least you would have started the innings with the knowledge that the pitch is good, the outfield is fast, the ground's not huge, and really it would always be challenging for the bowlers. So that's a comforting thought to start your innings. But even having that comforting thought, you still have to play well, and both of them have played well. At times they've had a bit of luck where the ball's gone past the edge, but that's normal for the game. Didn't find the edge, and as the afternoon has progressed, both batsmen has really flourished, and one on the verge, Wells, of 100, and not far behind him is Jennings. So very good partnership. 164 unbroken at this stage. So Lancashire, I think they will sleep pretty well tonight.
I'm sure they will. They will resume tomorrow morning on 164 without loss for the first wicket. Here's your match summary. Somerset in their first innings all out for 446. Lewis Goldsworthy top scoring with 130. James Root making a very good 70 on debut. 3 wickets for Williams, 2 each for Wood and Bailey and Morley. And the start by Lancashire sees Wells and Jennings getting the Red Rose to the close of play on 164 without loss. And the bowlers use Lammonby 4 overs for 12, Siddle 10 overs for 21, Verdi 5 overs for 24, and Brooks 10 overs for 33. And at the end of it, at the close of play on day 2, Lancashire trail by 282 runs. We shall see where this game is heading over the course of the next couple of days. Thank you so much to Phoebe Graham, and good luck at the weekend when she's here for the Thunder. And Roland Butcher, it's been great to have you with us for 2 days. Thank you for your company.
Scott, it's been a great pleasure, and pity I couldn't stay the other 2 days, but these 2 have been very, very nice days, and I've enjoyed being part of the commentary team, and the hospitality here at Southport has been second to none.
Excellent. Anthony and I will be back tomorrow morning, somewhere in the vicinity of about 10 to 11 before play starts on the 3rd day. That's it from us. Enjoy the rest of your evening.